Void. It felt like an indescribable emptiness, something I couldn't put into words. There was no joy, no reason to be happy, just a profound void. I sat on a chair, my gaze fixed in the distance. This massive hotel was one of the most luxurious on Fishman Island. Veyron. My mom sat beside me, gripping my arm with concern. What's wrong with you? This isn't like you. I don't know, I replied, holding my forehead. I knew what this was, depression. I had felt it before in my previous life, but back then, there were clear causes. Why was I feeling this way now? I couldn't grasp it. She looked at me with genuine concern, and I couldn't blame her. We arrived on Fishman Island just 2 days ago. Everything was beautiful, mermaids abounded, and we were welcomed warmly. Yet, I couldn't enjoy any of it. It was as if something was missing, as if this colorful place appeared gray to me. I'm sorry, Mom, I apologized. Both of them must have looked forward to this trip so much. They were my wives, and I had always been busy with work or other things. Now that we finally had time together, I was acting like this. She even checked everything we had eaten and drunk, worried that something might have poisoned me, but I didn't think that was the problem. What's happening to you two? She bit her lip and rubbed the back of my hand, kissing it with a mixture of helplessness. I wasn't the only one affected. Primrose had hardly left her bed. We had come here for a holiday to rest after 5 years of hard work, but now that we were here, nothing seemed to make sense. We had a plan to visit the new Fishman district and meet some friends on Fishman Island. I got up from the chair and went to our room, where Primrose was still sleeping, even though it was already afternoon. She never slept in like this, she was always the first one up. Prim, baby, I don't want to go. You two go without me. Are you sure? Yes, I want to be alone. I promise I'll get better, maybe I'm just feeling my age. She giggled and kissed me, trying to lift my spirits. She must have thought I was upset because of her, but that wasn't the case. Fool, you're not old, you're gorgeous. I'll be back soon, okay. I pecked her lips twice and let her go back to sleep. Shanks is waiting in the new Fishman district. To be honest, I didn't want to go either, but lacking enthusiasm was unlike me. Maybe it was some sort of atmospheric condition. After all, unlike Mihawk, this was our first time on an underwater island, and this one was very deep underwater. That must be it. I sighed and sheathed Yubby, then followed my mom after turning off the lights in the suite room. We walked leisurely towards the new Fishman district, which, according to her, was like the slums of the island and where the Sun Pirates were based. It belonged to Fisher Tiger's crew, and I was looking forward to seeing him after such a long time. You mentioned it might be an atmospheric disorder. I can't think of any other explanation, Mom. You're the only one among us who has been here before, and you're the only one unaffected. That makes sense. Fishman Island was indeed a fantastical place, but what caught my attention was the abundance of posters encouraging people to vote for change. I had read in the newspapers that Princess Otohim had been fighting for about 7 years to get the Fishmen accepted by the world government and allowed to go to the surface. This might be the reason why Shanks and Whitebeard had asked me to accept Fishmen into Rusukana, something related to this campaign. Pero. One of my communicators rang. I had several of them with me, one for each island in case Whipper and Ganfall needed to contact me, one for Amazon Lily for Primrose, one for Stussy, and another for Jen. The last one, was it for Afelandra? In any case, this time it was Stussy calling me. Master. My dear Stussy, do you have something important to tell me? She usually didn't call unless it was essential, and if it wasn't important, she'd simply show up at my office. Yes, it's very important. I just received confirmation from Dr. Vegapunk that your air combustion engine has been successfully tested in his secure environment. It works, although he pointed out some performance issues that don't require your input. Did he mention anything about the ULG? The ULG, ultralight gas, was a catalyst I used to burn air and convert it into energy. I had already created an isolated chamber for this process to prevent any catastrophic atmospheric consequences, but I needed to test it further. I hadn't yet established such a facility in Rusukana, but Vegapunk had one in Egghead, so I borrowed it. He didn't mention any issues with the ULG, though it is unsafe to breathe. Should I start listing the services for the underworld right away? I'll need to schedule a meeting with the other emperors. Are you still planning to offer subscriptions instead of selling the entire engine? You know, Master, many underworld brokers and emperors are eager for faster, resource-efficient energy production. The air combustion engine can run for a month with just 1 barrel of gas and provide enough energy to power a vessel for that entire duration. It's a great deal for them. Moreover, although the engine works, it's still a delicate piece of machinery. Mishandling it could have catastrophic consequences for the atmosphere. So, I think offering it as a service instead of selling the engine would be more profitable and safer. Let's sell the energy it produces instead of the engine, alright. She had a valid point. I had already created the water combustion engine, which worked as expected and was the primary engine in the Kuja pirate fleet's vessels. Unfortunately, it didn't work with the Ska crafts since they weren't in direct contact with water and the engine consumed a lot of it. It wasn't profitable for storage. The air combustion engine, being more advanced, came with higher risks due to the ULG. How should we proceed? We'll need to register data on the energy's purpose before providing the service, Master. Do you think these people will willingly share their intentions? No one wants their shady dealings exposed, Stussy. That's not our concern. This service will also be available to kingdoms and towns. One of the most interesting clients is Germa 66. Judge contacted me directly instead of going through the underworld, and he's very transparent about his intentions. He wants to use this engine for genetic experiments. If they can't provide such information, they won't get access to the engine. That's it. We're already winning, Master. Keep in mind that the air combustion engine's primary use is in Shandora, Amazon Lily, and Rusukana for our own refineries. Very well, Stussy. You know better than me. Carry on. Listening to her detailed explanation assured me that she could handle this matter without my direct involvement. Right now, I wasn't in the mood to discuss business. I apologize for disturbing your holiday, Master. How are you feeling? Would you like me to come there and give you a massage? Her tone shifted to something more personal, deviating from the main topic. She must have sensed that my voice lacked its usual confidence. Actually, I don't know. Maybe a massage would be nice. You sound down. Would you like me to come? Perhaps. Don't worry about me, Stussy. This is a crucial step in our plans, and I'm relieved you're handling it. Keep up the good work. I might reward you when you return. I can tell you're forcing yourself, Master. You can always talk to me. I'm here for you. I sighed again and nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Thank you, my dear Stussy. Love you, Master. Kakadot. I'd tell you the problem if I knew what it was, but I don't even know. Business is going well, Mihawk said, holding my hand and leading me along. Indeed, everything was running smoothly. We were making a lot of money, and the government had eased off. Yes, everything seems to be going well. So why am I like this? Mihawk halted me for a moment and planted a tender kiss in the middle of our path. Some mermaids saw us and giggled, but my pouting wife gently turned my head back toward her. If you're not feeling well, we can leave. There's nothing tying us here, and even Primrose is uncomfortable. But, the Kuja fleet. I remembered. There was another reason for our visit. It was crucial, and I had forgotten about it. My mom seemed to have a flicker of realization in her eyes too. Right, we're waiting for them. Ifelandra and Rindo are bringing the national tributes. Isn't that what we're waiting for? Yes. We were trying to convince ourselves, but as I reflected on my memories, doubts and voids kept appearing, like sudden empty spots in the ocean filled with tons of water. It didn't matter how much water there was, those empty spots still felt unnatural. But what could I attribute it to? Atmospheric disorder? As we made our way to the new Fishman district, I realized something. I didn't know what was wrong, but I could feel that something was definitely amiss. The Grand Line, New World, Dressrosa Coast. What the heck is Joker up to? He should have called us by now to collect our share of the tribute before sending that stuff off. A massive man with 2 horns stood at the front of his ship, fuming. The ship's Jolly Roger featured a mammoth skull with 2 massive horns. He was one of the Beast Pirates All-Stars, Jack the Drought, with a 1 billion belly bounty. Upon further inspection of the island, they discovered a massive, unnatural stone hole. Boss, it looks like someone ransacked this kingdom, one of his crew members pointed out. It appears so. Get ready, we're going in. Jack ordered. He didn't have a good feeling about this. The plan was for the Donquixote pirates to take control of Dressrosa, pay the national tribute to the world nobles, and secure warlord status. Then, they'd use the kingdom as a factory for their new product. But things had gone awry. There was destruction everywhere that couldn't have been caused by the powerless citizens. They docked at the port and found a sea of corpses, civilians, Donquixote pirates, and the Kuja fleet. Was that woman here? Jack tried to remember her name, but it eluded him. What woman? His crew was equally puzzled. TCH? The captain, what was her name again? The captain of the Kuja pirates, wasn't she a woman called Boa Primrose? TCH? Not her, the other one. The more he tried to recall, the more he forgot. The crew continued cautiously through the streets, wary of any threats. More and more Donquixote pirates kept appearing, men and women alike. The Kuja fleet had shown no mercy, but they had also suffered losses. Blood had been spilt on both sides, but the Donquixote pirates had drawn the short straw. Jack transformed into a gigantic mammoth, his every step shaking the land. Only after a swift turn into the entrance of the main palace did he spot a group of civilians regrouping. Well, finally some signs of life in this desert. A man who had lost a leg stood before the crowd, grievously injured but still serving as a voice of reason and leadership. Even facing this colossal creature, he didn't waver. Who are you? Another group of pirates. Hasn't this kingdom suffered enough? Who? No, what the hell are you? And where is Donquixote Doflamingo? Jack growled, his crew's lives hinging on the response. My name is Kyrios. Doflamingo is dead. The Donquixote pirates are finished, slaughtered by another group of female pirates? Please leave this island. TCH? Piece of crap talking to me like that. There was so much invested in this. Did that bastard actually lose to the Kuja fleet? Bang? Ha. An enraged Jack demolished a building with a single sweep of his scythe, scattering the remaining civilians who begged for mercy. A sweep of his trunk sent Kyrgios flying and crashing into a building. Citizens who had thought the chaos was over began fleeing once again, but the beast pirates didn't give chase. Jack. You are. 2 figures appeared, a woman with green hair who manifested as a snowstorm and a green-haired girl holding 4 toys. Jack didn't recognize them. He remembered the crushed corpse of Diamante, the melted remains of Pika, and the shocked body of Treble, but this little girl. My name is Sugar, and this is my sister Monet. We are the only survivors of the Don Quixote pirates. Everyone else is dead. She yelled amid sobs, clinging to her sister. She still held on to those 4 silent toys as if her life depended on it. Useless, all of you are utterly useless. Jack had had enough. He was about to crush the 2 of them when the girl hissed, trying to protect herself. The other beauty, Monet, moved to the front to shield her older sister, who appeared younger. Wait, I have something that might interest Kaido. Jack's trunk froze. Spit it out. If it's not convincing, both your heads will roll. I have the wives of the lightning god. Sugar realized she had been carrying 4 of those toys. She tossed one aside like trash, retaining the other 3. At first, Jack thought it was some sort of ridiculous joke. My devil fruit is the Hobi Hobi no Mi. I can turn people into toys when I touch them. I swear these are the wives of the lightning god, Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. I know Kaido will be interested. Chessboard moves I Boa Hancock. It was as though a light showered his brain with speckles. He couldn't fully recollect, but at least the name he could remember. Gradually, more details began to emerge, like a dark veil lifting from his memory. Boa Hancock, 2 billion bellies, she's the wife of Dark Mantle Veyron, and he even married her sisters too? 1 billion bellies each. What a hero. I remember now. The scene was set on Jack's ship, slowly departing from an embattled and devastated Dressrosa. They cared little for the country now, their previous plans were of no concern. Bigger targets awaited. With his massive hand, he gripped the 3 toys. Release me, you bastard. Hancock yelled in despair. She couldn't move, thanks to the contract imposed by the Hobi Hobi no Mi, but she could still speak. If you know what's good for you dot. What? Your husband will come here. Your husband doesn't even remember you, girl. It was this detail that hurt them like 1,000 needles in the chest. They'd cry if they could, but they were just toys. Once again Hancock and her sisters were placed in this position, but in this case, she couldn't even protect her sisters. Nobody remembers you, no one at all. Even your own fleet has fled back home and left you here. Don't you understand? You're ours now. No, not again, darling. Darling is not coming. He threw the 3 toys harshly against the ship's basement wall. Monet and Sugar flinched at his brutality. What a fearsome power you have, little girl. I don't remember them at all, but the memories are coming back now, though I had forgotten them completely for a moment. My power can erase memories, but it can't erase reality. Given enough hints, memories can be recovered. Sugar handed him a newspaper she had found on the ship. In it were the wanted posters of the 3 sisters. Jack and his crew eagerly examined them. I had forgotten their appearances as well. Pirate Empress, Western Cobra, Eastern Anaconda, truly a group of beautiful cougars. But in the end, roses with just as many thorns, ha ha ha. Do you think I'll risk it just for a bit of fun? The 3 sisters clutched, powerless, just as they had in Marigiosa when they were slaves of those wicked bastards. This time though an even worse fate awaited them, to be bargain ships of their husband's doom when they'd much rather end their own lives, yet unable to. I'm taking all of you to Wano, but first, let me call the boss. We don't have much time. As I said, I can't erase reality. It won't take Dracul Veyron much time to put 2 and 2 together. He will come to Dressrosa to investigate. It was Dracul Veyron who Sugar and Monet feared the most, not this titan. Their fear of him was only matched by their fear of this man's boss, Kaido. Humph, Jack growled, somewhat disgruntled. As much as he wanted to act haughty, he knew he wasn't among those who could face that monster. For all intents and purposes, he was a Yonko without a crown, simply because he hadn't sought to challenge Red Hairshanks. However, he had made sure everyone knew how ruthless he could be if someone interfered with what was his. An ice lobby, the world government's most critical island and the pinnacle of justice, had been obliterated with a single attack. Thousands of government officers, numerous cipher pole branches, and even marine vice admirals had perished. It was an attack they could never recover from, and Dracul Veyron emerged unscathed after signing a treaty with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to prevent mutual destruction. From that moment on, all of the Yonko regarded him as an equal threat and a player in this world's power struggles. Before I involve everyone in this, I should ask him. Pero. Kakadot. Jack. Boss. I have good and bad news. Jack proceeded to explain everything to the captain of the beast pirates on the other end. Instead of the uncontrollable rage he expected, there was uproarious laughter so thunderous that it seemed to echo across all the countries of Wano. Wororororo, damned joker, a useless piece of sh*t, but you have done well, Jack. Bring me all of them right now. Some interesting developments are taking place in the underworld right now. Those 3 are going to be needed. Understood, boss. What should I do with Dressrosa? Leave it. Since Joker didn't return the national tribute, I'm sure that area must be swarming with Marines. Get out of there before it's too late. If we don't get those 3 women to Onigashima, it will be a complete loss of investment. They had already lost a substantial amount of money and resources trying to position their pawn, Joker, in the right place, all for nothing. Is Aokiji still in the area? Most likely, but I should be able to handle him. I can't rely solely on you. Let me make a few calls. If I recall correctly, that woman must have one of her sons fetching some snacks from the Meguro Kingdom. Jack grumbled at the fact that his captain didn't fully trust his strength but reluctantly accepted. Against an admiral, it was always wise to have some backup. What about Caesar? I can't pick up that clown from Punk Hazard and make my way back at the same time. Leave him, we'll deal with things one step at a time. Bringing those 3 before me is our top priority, and bring me the 2 green-haired women as well, they will be useful too. Along the northern coast of Dressrosa, a marine warship cruised, with a man in a white tuxedo and yellow-lined tie standing at the forefront. This time, he appeared less laid back. His name was Aokiji. I believe we've found our target. The kingdom of Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo must have come here after he and Jack the Drought stole the tribute from the Beluga kingdom on their way out. The incident had been nothing short of catastrophic. However, it wasn't just the sheer destruction but the calculated nature of it that was unnerving. Early in the morning, a national tribute celestial dragon ship, escorted by Aokiji, was attacked by 2 pirate crews, the Don Quixote pirates and the Beast pirates, led by Jack the Drought, one of the All-Stars. The location was near the Red Line, in the New World. Alarms rang, and Aokiji found himself fighting both Jack and Doflamingo simultaneously while the crew seized control of the celestial dragon ship, slaughtering everyone on board. The result of this battle was a frozen, fragmented region of water near the Beluga kingdom. Doflamingo fled with the vessel, leaving Jack to buy time, but it seemed that they had more strategies in play. Another celestial dragon vessel, originating from Marigioase, was en route to Fishman Island. Aokiji's intelligence indicated that Don Quixote Giscard was suspiciously on board this ship. Jack used this vessel as a decoy, attacking and leaving it heavily damaged to sink into Fishman Island. With this incident, Aokiji couldn't chase after Jack immediately, but with the damaged vessel headed for Fishman Island, his options were limited. What about the other celestial dragon vessel, Admiral? I've already reported it to G1. We can't attend to both matters simultaneously. Either we save Giscard or we save the national tribute, and personally, I don't care about either. But it's our duty to secure the joint wealth of the kingdoms. We've spotted Jack. He's now at the eastern end of Dressrosa, fleeing the island. This is tricky. Doflamingo could still have the treasure on the island. TCH? Pursue Jack, our ship is faster. We can catch up. He'd rather bet that in the end the national tribute was taken by Jack, and that was the reason why Doflamingo didn't show up to the exchange. A typical pirate backstab. Aokiji couldn't have ever imagined what the reality was. They're ignoring us, Admiral. Those bastards must think I'm a joke. Admiral Aokiji sighed. Borsalino and Sakazuki haven't been the only ones training, you know. There's a reason why I sleep all the time. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, 2 massive ice wings emerging from his back as he pursued Jack alone. You pirates are just no fun anymore. Chessboard moves I the Grand Line, Paradise. Alabasta. I found myself enveloped in a vast expanse of darkness, a place where I often sought solace multiple times a day. I've always been drawn to quiet spaces where I could focus on myself and my studies. Veyron's gift to me was remarkably perceptive in many ways. This darkness has become an integral part of me now. The Yami Yami no Mi is an incredibly versatile yet enigmatic fruit. It doesn't possess many of the properties I initially expected, but it boasts many other capabilities I never imagined. One of its intriguing attributes is the ability to conceal within darkness. Literally, within the depths of darkness, there exists no sense of distance. There is an infinity between one end of a shadow and another. Initially, I struggled to explain this phenomenon, until Veyron clarified that everything in our world is composed of minuscule particles so tiny they cannot be seen by the naked eye, no matter how hard one tries. What astounded me even more was his revelation that between each of these minute particles, there exists almost infinite empty dark space, the quantity of which varies with the temperature of the matter and intensity of the energy. I recall laughing at his ignorance back then, despite his repeated demonstrations of his superior intellect. I had always considered myself clever in a world of dullards until I met him. The underlying principles of his power and mine are fundamentally the same. The endless dark space between each particle, what he referred to as a kinetic field, enables him to control this field through his 4th haki, psychokinesis, thereby influencing these tiny particles. In contrast, my power is darkness. I can manipulate the dark aspect of the kinetic field. I would never have unlocked the potential of my devil fruits without his guidance, and I learned from all of them in my own way. Adjusting to my new reality as a powerhouse wielding an immensely potent devil fruit was challenging. Auntie Prim, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold instructed me in the art of elegant combat. Mihawk taught me not to overly rely on my devil fruits. Observation haki and armament haki proved just as crucial. Stussy revealed that my body could be a deadly weapon for gathering intelligence and seducing man. Veyron, beyond teaching me the intricacies of love and receiving love, he imparted to me the essence of everything: how to live freely without fear, how to manage oneself and one's resources. His teachings to me were a way of living. I was his one and only disciple. In some ways, perhaps I disappointed him, despite absorbing all his teachings. I never managed to develop the 4th haki. It's intriguing how our powers complement each other so remarkably, and we share a profound thirst for knowledge. What remains unknown to me is whether he loves me as deeply as I love him. Back then, I couldn't follow in the footsteps of my teachers or my sisters and overlook his young age. Maybe that's why they are now his wives, and I am not. There's now a kinetic field between us filled with endless variables. This field, to a large extent, is my own creation due to my perceived failure. But the truth remains that I wish to be of service to him. With his mind constantly focused on the next project, there are details he often overlooks. No one in this world is perfect, not even him. Big sis, are you there? Outside the royal court of Aluberna, the capital of Alabasta, two figures stood. One was a striking young girl with light blue hair, and the other was a man in his early 40s. The Princess Nefertari Vivi and King Nefertari Cobra. They were standing together with a cloaked man wielding a sword. A swirling darkness materialized atop the court's dome, where the largest concentration of darkness coalesced, and from it emerged the figure of a woman. She exuded an eerie aura, her flawless beauty accentuated by a simple black shirt and skirt. In her hand, she held a notebook and a pen. She stood upside down, her black hair cascading down as she walked on the ceiling and walls, defying gravity. The swirling darkness around her continued to flutter. Do you need me? Have you found what I asked for? I apologize, big sis. The ancient records of our Nefertari family lie buried beneath tons of sand in various tombs. Recovering them is no simple task, the blue-haired beauty apologized awkwardly, bending down just like the king and their subordinate. If not for this woman, their family would have been overthrown already. Don't worry, I can wait until the river of time scatters our bones away. Her words, while brutal, carried a certain amiability that sent shivers down the spines of those in the room. Big sis. Crocodile's men are attacking the merchant district. Do you need me to take care of it? They felt ashamed to ask this request, but as long as that man was involved, no one on this island except her could stop him. I'll accompany you, ma'am. The knight, Pell, suggested courtly. A small army unit will chase after. I'm not that old, by the way. She giggled and nodded. Sorry. Robin placed her notebook and pen into a black-like portal that appeared beside her. Shall we go then? Ha. Pell, the man known as the guardian of the royal court, transformed into a falcon thanks to his Soan devil fruit. Robin mounted his back, and together, they shot out of the palace. 2 years ago, I set sail from Shandora with Crocodile. It was just the two of us. We traveled south while Hancock and her sisters ventured east on their second expedition to the New World. I still recall how it deeply motivated me to sail. Hancock had fought to a standstill against Admiral Akainu after fiercely smashing a celestial dragon who sought to take a family away from their home in Sabayati. It was her personal retaliation over 5 years of slavery, one that earned her a bounty of 1 billion bellies. The Kuja fleet was then recognized in the whole world as Veyron's right hand. It wasn't only him who was strong, his people were strong too. It motivated me to sail and gain a name for myself other than just the Devil Child. Reading poneglyphs was my blessing, but there was more to me than just that. Over those 3 years, Crocodile and I forged a unique bond, which some might call friendship. During our time in Shandora, we trained and sparred together extensively. Crocodile considered himself immensely powerful until his encounter with Veyron revealed his vulnerability. He had been overly confident in his Sunasuna no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit like mine. With his pride shattered and his dignity reduced to that of a mere laborer, it didn't take long for him to kneel and request assistance in becoming stronger. After serving his year-long sentence as a slave, Veyron had no qualms about training both of us. Thus, our friendship grew. I even learned an intriguing secret about him during our time together. He shared with me that he had once been a woman. However, he asserted that the majority of his life had been spent as a woman, and a very feminine one at that. I doubt Veyron and the girls would believe it if I ever shared this revelation with them. Despite our different backgrounds, our circumstances weren't dissimilar. While I was hunted for my association with the sinful O'Hara, Crocodile was hunted for his connection with an equally evil figure so malevolent that the world government had erased all traces of him. She didn't have the opportunities one did, and her home sea was even more perilous than paradise, the New World. Her feminine side quickly turned into ruthlessness in the face of danger and betrayal. Thus, there was only one option for her to escape a dire fate: abandon her female identity and become male. It's ironic that this revelation came about during one of our training sessions, where I jokingly accused him of being distracted by my seductive body. That's when he mockingly expressed his disgust at the thought of seeing me that way. It was then that he disclosed this stunning truth to me, an astonishing revelation. As I reflect on our friendship, the current state of our relationship pains me. Whoosh! The source of the conflict was not difficult to discern. A colossal sandstorm was wreaking havoc on a massive building. I leapt from the falcon's back and extended my arms, torrents of darkness leaving my body. A massive sphere of darkness formed midair, ruthlessly swallowing the relentless tornado that continued to rampage on the land. Meanwhile, a group of local insurgents aided Crocodile, who stood at the forefront wearing a simple shirt, trousers, and a coat. I landed in front of him, ready for the challenge. A fight against him who is now a warlord would never be easy. In what world do you all believe that destroying your international commerce building will alleviate Alabasta's drought? I taunted his subordinates, insurgents from Alabasta. We want the Nefertari family gone. They answered me with their minds numb with anger after experiencing countless days of thirst and hunger. I fixed my gaze on Crocodile with clenched fists. When will you be satisfied? When you hand over Pluton. I've told you, it's not here. And I don't believe you. Asterisk rumble? Asterisk. Forget about me and destroy the district, he ordered his quirky group of followers already hard at work. On my side, I had Pell, the royal family's guard, and the dwindling army. This civil war has raged on for 2 years now. I don't mind maintaining the status quo until the Nefertari family retrieves the ancient records from their underground tombs. Typically, Crocodile would help me with this, but he refuses to listen. Those records were never supposed to be unfolded, and the only reason the Nefertari family is complying with me is because of their dire situation. They need me, and I need those records to unveil possible locations of more poneglyphs. When we arrived on this island together with his underling, Mr. 1, I read the poneglyph, and it indeed mentions that the ancient weapon Pluton is located in the country of Wano. However, the weapon itself is not here, and he doesn't believe me. I suppose, just as I didn't entirely trust him, he doesn't fully trust me. Hundreds of dark sparks clashed with the sandstorm he had created. He could constrict the sand so tightly that it obstructed someone's breathing capacity, inducing lung failure, a lethal power he had learned from Veyron. Despite being potentially stronger than Crocodile, the sandy terrain gave him the upper hand, especially since he was well versed in the weaknesses of my devil fruit. In this battle, though disadvantaged, I could still hold my own. As we charged at each other, our arms infused with advanced armament haki. Buaam? His objective was not to defeat me, it was to delay me until Baroque works destroyed the financial district. This would further plunge the country into chaos and escalate the unrest until the Nefertari family was overthrown in this civil war. But I couldn't allow that because the Nefertari family was, in reality, the Nefertari D family. I read that in an ancient letter left by their ancestor who disappeared. I have my doubts, but at least I know, they must not fall here. I know there is still good in you, Ali. Don't f***ing call me that, Robin. Buaam? A cannon of pressurized sand slammed into my stomach, sending me crashing against the nearest building. I gritted my teeth and phased through it, flickering through the shadows created by his sandstorm before manifesting before him. I struck first, breaking his stance, and then gripped his head with 3 hands, driving him to the ground. You don't want to kill these people, a single sandstorm of compressed sand would have been enough. I don't want to kill you either. We are both liberators, Crocodile. I never accepted that crap, he said. Moreover, if we go by that, am I not showing better options than you? A fight between us was futile, with no clear winner in sight. However, I could see my side losing. Pell alone couldn't handle Baroque works, and the Alabasta army was powerless against them. He had a point. By all rights, the Nefertari family didn't deserve the throne in a land they couldn't control, plagued by a drought for which they had no solutions. The only reason I staunchly upheld the Nefertari family's existence was because I believed in the legacy left behind. I believed that D must have a meaning. The Boa family of Amazon Lily were descendants of Nefertari Lily, and they were all kind and warm-hearted people. It had to mean something. Bayong? His golden hook, covered in armament haki, struck my face, followed by a blow to my stomach and a knee to my chest. Cough? Breathing was becoming increasingly difficult within the sandstorm, but I couldn't give up. The Boa family are descendants of the Nefertari. Primrose, Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, have you forgotten? TCH, aside from Primrose. I don't know who those are. What are you talking about? Buaam? I delivered a merciless kick to his nose and then flickered through the darkness to grab him by the neck, my corrosion ability threatening to activate. Even if you're stubborn, you shouldn't claim you've forgotten them. I'm telling you I don't know who you're talking about, damn it. Yonko vs. God. The battlefield was set within a colossal bubble covering at least 4 cubic miles in area. At the edge of this bubble, expectant onlookers eagerly awaited the clash between 2 of the world's mightiest individuals. Most of them were fishmen, with some members of the Red Hair Pirates standing alongside Mihawk at the forefront. Her gaze remained fixed on the 2 combatants, her 2 rivals, about to engage in their first ever confrontation. A part of her desperately yearned to discover what Shanks was truly capable of, whether he had truly forsaken his dreams. Perhaps, a small part of her even wished for him to emerge victorious against Veyron, if only to prove that someone in this world could defeat the demon-level genius she had for a son, as she had already realized she couldn't. This is as large as I can create it. It's still not sufficient, but it'll have to do, Veyron declared, assuming a stance and pointing Yubby at Shanks, who carefully studied the arena. His hand grazed the ground, which felt like compacted soil, so hard it resembled rock, bearing the immense pressure of all the world's water. This should be more than enough. Maintaining this battlefield won't weaken you, will it? Shanks inquired. A bit, but it's still enough to take you down, Veyron replied with confidence. Arrogant and conceited, but given how strong you've become at such a young age, I wouldn't expect anything less. There was a point in which I couldn't raise a sword, Shanks. Veyron reflected on his early years when, despite awakening the 4th haki, his physical body was so feeble that he couldn't even lift a sword without relying on it. Although the circumstances were entirely different, the essence was the same: a disability. Shanks couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing how Veyron drew parallels between these 2 situations. Brat, at that point in your life, you shouldn't have even held a sword, Shanks remarked. Observing his opponent, the young man was of similar stature, but his youthful features were undeniable. Shanks couldn't afford to underestimate him, knowing that his life might be at stake if he did. Don't compare, Veyron. You were a little monster back then, and you've only become more monstrous since. You make it look easy. Did you know even Whitebeard has mentioned you to me? That old man without a beard? He's never visited my island once. Even the old-timers Garp and Tsuru have come to visit me in their own unique ways. I couldn't care less about what that old coot has to say about me, Veyron retorted, showing little respect for the elder Yonko. Brat, could you show a little respect for your elders? The fishmen, as well as the red hair pirates, seemed anxious, and Shanks rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Forget it. Shanks and Veyron began to circle the arena, sizing each other up. Is that sword of yours a Mito? Shanks asked. No, it's an Owazamono called Griffin. You don't need to tell me about yours, I'd recognize that blade anywhere, Shanks responded, recalling a certain infamous purple-haired knight of God. What's its name? Kokutuyubi. Unlike Mihawk's sword, Veyron's dark-edged blade wasn't entirely black, it had a purplish hue from Kokuta twilight. Seems like a copy of your mom's, or should I say your wife's. I don't even know anymore, it was unexpected, Shanks commented, causing Veyron to flinch. Years ago, when he had been informed of Mihawk's marriage, he had made peace with it, prepared to let go of that long-lost love. That was until he learned the groom's name, which left him tearing his hair out in frustration. Wife is cool, Mr. Rejected, Veyron taunted. That was the last straw for Shanks. Both combatants took a step forward, and Veyron was surprised to see Shanks constantly changing his stance as he moved. It appeared as if Shanks knew his every move. He knows everything I'm going to do, Veyron thought in amazement, feeling even more thrilled about the encounter. The redhead smirked, and two powerful conqueror hackies were unleashed. Rumble, whoosh. For the spectators, except for Mihawk, it was as if two blurred figures teleported and clashed, too swift to comprehend. I'll teach you to respect your elders, brat. Boom! Their swords failed to collide, and the first strike was released with such force that it threatened to rupture the bubble Veyron had created. Conqueror Haki manifested as lightning, dispersing in all directions. Shanks noticed that Veyron had yet to use his devil fruit powers and that his fourth Haki was being used to maintain the arena. Thus, Veyron relied solely on his swordsmanship. I'll make you go all out, Shanks thought. Amidst the chaotic fight, Conqueror Haki waves overwhelmed everyone except Mihawk, who countered them with her own and protected the crowd. While Conqueror Haki could be controlled to exclude certain individuals, it was impossible to do so in the midst of battle. Relief came in the form of another wave of Conqueror Haki from the sea as a beautiful silhouette entered the bubble, landing beside Mihawk and the astonished onlookers, whose hearts fluttered upon seeing her. Primrose. I can't just stay in bed all day while you two have fun. I was hoping to enjoy these holidays too, Primrose said, her appearance slightly improved with makeup, her finest dress, and a determination to uplift her husband's spirits. She didn't want to be there, but she understood that her behavior could affect him. Is this some kind of love triangle quarrel? Not you two. Primrose giggled and observed the fight, reflecting on how long it had been since she had seen Veyron truly exert himself, hoping that he would have some fun and feel better. Together with Mihawk, they used their Conqueror Haki to repel Veyron and Shanks as the battle continued. 4 users of Conqueror Haki in the same spot? Scary, the spectators gasped at the rarity of this occurrence. Clang, clang, ugh. Shanks soon realized that Veyron was a formidable opponent in both swordplay and physical strength. What an unconventional fighting style. What's wrong? Is this all a Yonko can do? Or are you afraid of breaking my force field? Why don't you try to see if you can? Veyron taunted further, he wanted to see Shanks' best. It was one of his dreams ever since he read the manga to know how strong exactly Shanks was. Both he and Mihawk were very mysterious, and since his mother's strength lay in the ridiculous realm, he expected Shanks to be just as strong. Veyron's sword seemed to move independently at times, with him catching and striking, or releasing feints and using kicks or punches all imbued in advanced armament haki. It was a blend of roguish behavior and style. Rumble, boom. This attack was swifter and more destructive than before when he had first used it. It couldn't be blocked and formed an invisible energy wave capable of deforming anything it touched. Shanks realized Veyron was not holding back. The attack exited the bubble and wreaked havoc in the underwater currents, distorting everything in its path. The result of being hit by it could only be death. Damn brat. Hehe, I knew you'd dodge that. Boolsh *T. The battle continued, with Shanks finding himself on the defensive due to Veyron's relentless onslaught of city-destroying attacks. A blue, almost purplish thunderbolt engulfed Yubi as Veyron swung his sword at Shanks. Clang! The discharge came to a halt as both combatants employed their potent armament haki. Veyron felt as if his sword had frozen, and Shanks seized the moment to strike. Rumble! With a clash of swords, Veyron was sent flying out of the bubble like a cannonball, crashing into the ocean floor far from Fishman Island, leaving everyone awestruck at the might of a Yonko. What raw power! Jimmy I gulped audibly, staring at the massive hole in the force field where water was seeping in. That was... Primrose stuttered, never having experienced anything like it, not even from Veyron. It wasn't the fourth haki, but something very intriguing, an even more advanced form of Conqueror's haki than ours. I could sense it just now as if he were an absolute king, Mihawk remarked, still with her arms crossed but with a slight smile. It seemed that in Shanks' presence, everyone else appeared powerless. This new form of Conqueror haki influenced the opponent's body, rendering them helpless against high attacks. I call it Dominion, Shanks declared as he waved his sword, dispersing the lightning. His pride was restored as he watched Mihawk smile. While this unfolded, the Fishman spectators looked puzzled as Mihawk and Primrose clapped their hands in apparent approval. They couldn't fathom why they were applauding, given that their husband had been sent flying. Shouldn't we help him? He's a devil fruit user who just fell into the water. Charlie, the shark mermaid, whispered anxiously, attempting to alleviate the confusion among the sun pirates and red hair pirates. He wouldn't be called a god if he could only do this much, would he? Primrose sighed. That brat only wanted Shanks to look good for a second, Mihawk added nonchalantly. I'm listening, you know, Shanks remarked indignantly, feeling that they were still underestimating him even after he had defeated Veyron. Or so he thought. Rumble, Chee, Doomsday appeared to descend upon them in an instant, to be precise as fast as lightning. A brilliant red light emanated from where Veyron had been blasted. To their shock and awe, red lightning began to surge within the sea like the roots of a tree, spreading tendrils from the ocean floor to the surface as far as the eye could see, illuminating the entire underwater abyss. It was a breathtaking spectacle visible to everyone on Fishman Island, even the royal family in the palace. A red lightning tree, a slow reverse discharge underwater? There's lightning, under the water. What is going on? The Sea Kings began to writhe in agony. Those fortunate enough to be farther away didn't experience the full force of the discharge, but the rest. Inside the Fishman Palace, a big but young girl, accompanied by her brothers and mother, began to hear the most agonizing screams she had ever encountered, but she was the only one to hear them. Shirahoshi. The princess witnessed the magnificent tree, but she also saw numerous Sea Kings in excruciating pain beside it. For others, the display was beautiful. For her, it was a terror-inducing nightmare. That was when she realized she had to take action, otherwise, all of them would die. Leaving her mother's grasp, she swam away towards the Fishman district, disregarding her family's warnings. A young man engulfed in lightning strode back into the bubble, holding his sword, also imbued with lightning. He appeared as a humanoid lightning figure with two hollow black spots for eyes and a grotesque mouth. After cracking his neck, a maniacal expression crept across his face. My turn, Shanks. I've been feeling quite irritated today, so bear with me. His voice sounded inhuman. Shanks gulped, unable to foresee any favorable outcomes with his observation haki that could see far into the future. They all promised excruciating pain, with no escape. And when he sensed Veyron's emotions, there was no humanity there. Chaa? Veyron generated a colossal bolt of red lightning, far larger than his body. However, what stunned everyone was not just its size but the overwhelming destructive power it exuded, as if a miniature sun had descended. This lightning carried 1 billion volts of charge and over 100,000 amps, making it more than twice as destructive as ordinary lightning. Moreover, it was inordinately massive. Shanks could sense something unique within this formidable technique. Alarms blared simultaneously, particularly in Shanks' mind. That lightning isn't regular lightning. He used advanced Conqueror haki in conjunction with his Logia Devil Fruit. But that didn't explain how Veyron could walk in the water and why the red lightning manifested as though it were the sky. It was as if he was breaking reality. The answer is simple. I just need to repel the sea energy, Veyron smirked. With a mere gesture, he directed the lightning toward Shanks. Chee? Spectators shielded their eyes, and Shanks wisely chose not to confront this monstrous attack head-on. The lightning pursued him relentlessly, and their battle of speed was one Shanks couldn't win. With no other option, he unleashed an attack. Fool, even a kid would know, only you would clash with lightning using a metallic sword. I already told you I can repel sea energy, including haki. Veyron shrugged his shoulders. Shanks' body exploded as the billion-volt discharge coursed through him, creating a devastating explosion that sent him flying out of the bubble and into the water. Shirahoshi? Wait, Jaemon. Veyron heard something, a rush of movement from outside the bubble. Crash! A massive girl tumbled into the bubble, her body covered in burns. Towering in size, her pink hair and the lower half of her body adorned with beautiful red and pink scales identified her as Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess of Fishman Island. Please, sir, please stop your power, the girl implored at him, and Veyron rushed towards her, but he was still in his red lightning form. As he surveyed the bubble, following her pointing finger, Veyron noticed numerous gigantic creatures and fishmen, all getting shocked by the red lighting that he passively maintained and was at least 20 million volts in power. His heart sank, and he released his transformation. Mihawk and Primrose approached him, and the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, was quickly taken to the island for treatment by her parents. She endured a 20 million volt discharge and still managed to come here to stop me. What a brave girl, Veyron remarked. Veyron. Prim rubbed his shoulder. This had happened before, and it was one of the reasons why he had secluded himself in the laboratory. At some point power could grow so much, it became uncontrollable. It's all right, Prim, Mom, it was just a mistake. Don't take it to heart. His mom insisted. I know. Veyron kissed the back of Mihawk's hand and waved it off, returning to the bubble with a burned and shivering Shanks. Although Shanks was conscious, he had clearly endured excruciating pain. Monster. Sorry, I got carried away. If word of this gets out, let's say it was a draw. I don't want your Yonko title. And that was the end of a fight between two legends, one that Shanks didn't expect in the slightest. Veyron collapsed the dome and took all the injured fishmen and sea kings to be treated on Fishman Island. The world's balance. The chaotic turmoil left Veyron in a tight spot. Most of those injured by his electricity were sea kings. The Sun Pirates went out of their way to aid their crewmates who had accidentally shocked themselves while leaping into the small water trench between Veyron's bubble and Fishman Island. After ensuring that all the sea kings were still alive, Veyron released them back into the sea. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the mermaid princess cared so much about the sea kings. After all, they were carnivorous creatures known for attacking ships and fishmen regularly. Veyron, what was that? Shanks stammered, still recovering from the recent electrical discharge. I don't know if I can survive another one of those. Shanks' body was charred, and he could still feel the aftereffects of the powerful shock. It was an experience unlike anything he had ever faced, but he had somehow managed to survive it by sheer will. The red-haired pirates rushed to his aid, with the red and white-haired girl giving Veyron a particularly scornful look. That's the fourth haki. It has the power to override physical laws and even nullify them to some extent. Generating a billion-volt discharge is nearly impossible. A typical thunderbolt ranges from 200 million to 300 million volts. I can do it because of my fourth haki, Veyron explained, flinching under the girl's intense gaze. Is that what you used to sink Annie's lobby? Asked Ben Beckman. No, that was a trillion volts, but I can't release those casually, Veyron replied, feeling a bit embarrassed about the preparations required for such a feat. A trillion? Thank goodness, the entire red-haired pirate crew collectively sighed in relief while trying to use their fingers to count how many zeros those were. By the way, who is this little girl? I'm starting to feel awkward with her staring at me like that. I'm not a little girl? Did you have to fight to that extent, you battle freaks? Are you lost? Snort? I'm 2 years older than you, Veyron. She boldly stated, shocking Veyron that she used his name even though they hadn't introduced one another. Now that I see you up close, you're quite cute. And what are those? Headphones. You know me. Veyron couldn't believe the hostility between them considering they had just met. Who doesn't know you? Oh, Lord Lightning God, she sarcastically teased, choosing to ignore him and continue tending to the charred man who, despite his condition, seemed enthusiastic and happy. Mihawk smirked briefly before offering her assistance. This is my daughter, Yuta. She's our musician. Are you telling me this spoiled brat knows anything about music? As much as you know about electricity. But after this incident I don't know anymore, Yuta retorted at his shameless teasing, expecting a response. You little dash. Veyron was about to argue but stopped himself, realizing it was futile to argue with a child. It is beyond a god to argue with a kid. I'm telling you I'm 2 years older than you. Yuta continued her rant, but Veyron chose to ignore her. Primrose giggled and patted the girl's head trying to calm her down. As she did, a strange feeling washed over her, as if she had done this before, like a déjà vu. So you do have a daughter. I could have never thought. Are you two by any chance dash? Griffin pointed at his neck, and Veyron sweated nervously. If you finish that sentence, I'll slice you. Not everyone is like you too. Shanks' killing intent emanated, and even Mihawk glared at Veyron's comment. Veyron raised his hands in surrender. I was going to ask if she's your biological daughter, nothing else I swear. No, she isn't. Jimmy, where are you going? Shanks diverted the conversation. Jimmy, from among the Sun Pirates, was seen leaving the group and heading toward the main city. I'm going to the palace to check up on the princess, Jimmy stated, giving Veyron an opportunity. Could I go with you, Jimmy? I want to apologize to her. I don't like that a young girl, who's also the princess of this country, was affected by my outburst, Veyron explained, relieved that the lightning discharge had only been 20 million volts. However, he was concerned about the princess, as she might have been more seriously injured than the fishmen of the Sun Pirates crew. You go with him, baby, we'll stay here. The Kuja fleet should be arriving soon. I'll personally receive them together with Mihawk, Primrose decided, and the boy delivered a swift kiss to the two of them before shooting with Jimmy. The shark mermaid Shiarly and Yuta both blushed while the rest of the pirates around started teasing and gossiping about them, until their sliced hair started falling. That is, the New World, near the Totaland archipelago. Klangug? Aokiji was having a tough day. Things were only getting worse by the second. Before him were at least 3 massive ships from one of the Yonko fleets. And it wasn't the beast pirates. He landed on the frozen sea after his attack was thwarted by the combined forces of 2 powerful Yonko commanders. They were none other than Big Mom's children, accompanied by over 100 biscuit guards. The marine warship had just arrived, and its crew, upon seeing the formidable army, prepared to engage but with trembling legs. The man in armor with a long, pointed sword spoke, and a tall woman with long legs and silver hair, also wielding a sword, chimed in. Listen, Aokiji. The beast pirates didn't take your national tribute. The Kuja pirates did, he stated with an unusual smirk that indicated he wasn't taking Aokiji seriously. If you return to Dressrosa, you'll find that the Don Quixote pirates have been eliminated, and Doflamingo is dead. Your national tribute ship is filled with gold and treasures your government shamelessly plundered from associated kingdoms. Jack's ship wasn't large enough to carry it all, so why do you persist? His sister added, concluding her brother's statement. Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Smoothie, Aokiji muttered, struggling to comprehend the situation. I don't care if what you're saying is true or not. 2 Yonkos working together can't be good. It was the first time he had seen 2 Yonkos collaborating since his appointment as admiral. While Yonkos respected each other's territories, this level of cooperation was null. Jack had fled to Wano, and Aokiji had caught up near Totaland. Cracker and Smoothie had appeared to block his path, likely after collecting Big Mom's tributes from a nearby kingdom. They allowed Jack to escape but stalled Aokiji, leaving him suspicious of their motives. So what's your plan? Chase us all the way to Totaland? Cracker taunted. Do you have the guts, Aokiji? Aokiji felt challenged. He could continue the fight, possibly even defeat them, but by the time he finished, Jack would be long gone and Big Mom would be sending the rest of her fleet here. Admiral, it's best if we retreat for now. There's nothing we can do here, and we're just a few miles away from Tataland. Big Mom could send more forces any minute, his subordinates advised from the ship. Jack's frozen ship was far on the horizon, heading towards Wano. They had fled. I have to report this. Aokiji sighed in annoyance. It would be a long *SS report to make. Report everything you want, but we're not lying to you. Hehe, if I know Mom as I know her, this may actually benefit you. We're not moving against the world government. We're moving against another Yonko. With the fight concluded, both Cracker and Smoothie retreated. Even Marine admirals didn't dare to carelessly trespass into Yonko territory. Another Yonko? Whitebeard or Red Hair Shanks? The Grand Line, Paradise, Marineford, G1. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, 2 individuals were present, the Fleet Admiral himself and his trusted confidant, Vice Admiral Garp. The Den Mushi rang, interrupting Sengoku's paperwork. It was Admiral Aokiji delivering a highly detailed report of his recent adventure in the New World, one that threatened to unleash Sengoku's anger. 2 Yonkos, Big Mom, and Kaido, had joined forces to aid one of the All-Stars to escape from the devastated kingdom of Dressrosa. Jack the Drought had fled, possibly without the national tribute but with something equally important, leading the 2 former Rocks Pirates members to reunite. Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Smoothie had declared their intention to confront another Yonko, possibly either Whitebeard or Shanks. Sengoku cared little if they fought amongst themselves, but the collateral damage from such battles involving Yonkos was always a concern. The national tribute, a top priority, might no longer be in the hands of the Donquixote pirates. Instead, it was possible that the recently prominent Kuja fleet was responsible. The national tribute was taken by the Kuja pirates? The last information we have about them was from the Kingdom of Province in the southwest of Dressrosa. The timing and locations do match. What do you think, Garp? Loud snoring old fart noises. Garp, the trusted confidant, was nowhere to be seen, lost in a deep slumber. Sengoku expressed his frustration by slamming the table, but even that didn't rouse the old man. Damn you, this is a serious matter, Garp. Sengoku tried to wake Garp by slapping a newspaper on his head, but it had no effect. Frustrated and realizing that his friend was of no use at the moment, Sengoku decided to take matters into his own hands without seeking advice. He hung up the call with Aokiji, who reported that he would visit the kingdom of Dressrosa first to assess the situation. Pero, Kakadot. Shironiko. Yes, Fleet Admiral. On the other end of the line was the newly appointed admiral from a year ago, Admiral Shironiko-jun. There was no strict rule limiting the number of admirals, and there had been instances with more or fewer than 3 admirals. The positions within the Marines were flexible and dependent on the world's balance. Currently, with the unpredictable presence of Dracul Veyron and his associates, that balance was disrupted. Tsuru had recommended Jun for the position, citing Momozagi's efforts to establish friendly relations with Shandora, Amazon Lily, and Rusukana. Even the young Marines respected her. Jun met the requirement for strength, demonstrated by her mythical Zoan abilities, granting her control over divine fire and lightning. Sparring matches with Sakazuki, her rival, had confirmed her readiness for the role. There were also vacant warlord positions. Sengoku had chosen to allow 2 new admirals, with Jun being one of them. The second spot had yet to be filled. Do you have any assignments? Where are you located? Sengoku inquired. I'm currently in Paradise after transferring prisoners to Impel Down. No specific assignments, Shironiko replied, her irritation evident. She yearned for more action but was restricted by the assignments designated for her rank. Vice admirals and rear admirals had their missions, but as an admiral, she couldn't partake in them, considering herself too much for the job. This constraint was absent during her time as a vice admiral when she could freely intervene in matters involving marine captains and rear admirals. There are 2 matters at hand appropriate for your rank, Sengoku explained. One involves a civil war in Alabasta, with warlord Sir Crocodile being implicated. We cannot intervene unless King Nefertari Cobra makes a public accusation. This hasn't happened yet. Sir Crocodile is involved in a civil war. Shironiko sounded surprised. Yes, but the warlord system prohibits us from actively investigating unless Cobra makes an accusation. As of now, he hasn't. What is the other matter? Aokiji's intel suggests that the Kuja pirates may have stolen the New World's national tribute from the Donquixote pirates. The mention of the Kuja fleet made Shironiko apprehensive. She knew it would likely be related to a certain troublesome individual she wasn't eager to encounter. A man she simultaneously loved and loathed, and whom she hadn't met in months. Every encounter with him, or his women, required her to clean up their mess. They should be en route to Fishman Island. I want you to intervene. You understand why I'm sending you instead of Akaino or Kizuro. Sengoku had chosen her for this task due to her unique qualifications. Dracul Veyron was a significant variable, operating primarily in Paradise, where the Marines had more control. Despite his freedom, his headquarters were in Rusukana, seemingly taunting them with their inability to apprehend him. Additionally, the treaty he had signed afforded him even more liberties than a warlord. His wife, Dracul Mihawk, held the warlord title, though she used it as it suited her. She would attend summons and accept hunting requests at her leisure, giving her immense freedom. Sengoku knew that if she so desired, she could willingly hunt those designated by the Marines or reject them, purely for her amusement. Sengoku's life was complicated, but Jun's role in overseeing this matter was even more challenging. Ugh, I'll try. When dealing with troublemakers like those involved in this case, Jun could only try. Denying oneself the grand line, New World, country of Wano, Onigashima. This is the absolute worst outcome imaginable. Words fail to convey the depth of despair I'm feeling, the sense of failure and the outright nauseating sense of déjà vu from recalling my powerless position all of those years ago. Big sis, we must remain strong. Don't succumb to despair now, we must find a way out of here. Sonia and Mari are here with me, they are my only source of comfort, just like all those years ago. I wished it was only me. I have failed my husband, I have failed Amazon Lily and I have failed my sisters. Even though I was determined not to burden him, I found myself lying here, hoping for his rescue or fearing he might fall into a trap. The setting is a massive room with Eastern-style designs and dim lighting. The Yonko Kaido sits before us, indulging in booze, or sake, while an equally imposing blonde woman with horns clings to him shamelessly. He's even larger than I expected, with a bare chest adorned with tattoos. If it weren't for our dire situation, I'd be disgusted by this man's audacious display of flesh before me. Sitting around are the All-Stars, notorious pirates known throughout the New World, Queen, King, and our captor, Jack. Many more are present, all celebrating their victory as if they've won a prized treasure. We are that treasure. On the opposite side are the two individuals I despise most in this world, Monet and Sugar, former members of the Don Quixote family who subjected my sisters and me to this hell. Monet massacred my crew before my eyes, while Sugar turned us into toys with her powers. I can now confirm the truth in what she said. We were forgotten, cursed to be ignored by those who once knew us, bound by a contract to obey. I had never encountered such a malevolent devil fruit, and yet, we fell into her trap like naive lambs. Wonderful, wonderful. Boa Hancock, right? You know your man possesses something I need. His water combustion engine, we've acquired several for use in Wano's refineries. They're incredibly efficient and easy to use. But I require more power. Although his new air combustion engine has my attention, the subscription scheme is not something I can comply with. A pity, but there is another solution. It would be splendid if I could use that electric scoundrel as my personal energy source. Do you think he will comply? I couldn't remain silent a second time. You dare ignore my captain, you wretch. Black Maria, one of Kaido's underlings, the same woman leaning against him, seized my tiny body by the neck and slammed me against the wall. The difference in size between us was ridiculous, but I wasn't intimidated, at least not yet. I have no words to exchange with any of you. She released me and turned her attention to Marigold. What do you intend to do? Hey. Marigold screamed in pain, taking my mind back to the reality of our situation, powerlessness. Release my sister, Marigold. She began pulling at both ends of Marigold's toy-like form, a delicate, orange-haired puppet. It seemed like any moment the toy would tear in two. Was my sister about to die here? Oh, would you look at that? Words. Her mocking words filled the room with twisted laughter. They were enjoying our suffering. I thought you said you had no words for us. She continued to stretch Marigold's toy body, my heart racing. I couldn't maintain my haughty demeanor, my regal stance befitting the Empress of Amazon Lily and the wife of a god. Not now, when my little sister's life hung in the balance. I'm sorry? Please release my sister? Do whatever you want with me, but... Shut up, big sis, don't bow your head. I wanted to intervene, to stop them from mistreating me, but it was clear they considered Marigold and Sandarosnia expendable. I, the Empress and Captain of the Kuja, was the one they deemed important. They are even going as far as to torture them without fearing consequences? No matter how much I threaten them, this is still a Yonko. If I didn't act, they might truly kill my sisters here. I'd rather die than become a tool to harm the man I love. Sonia declared proudly, I know how you think, but right now we can't. Stop, Sonia. Is that so? Then kill her, Kaido ordered, and my heart sank further into despair as Black Maria gained momentum, her lips curling into a sinister smile. As you wish, Captain. No. With a swiftness only matched by a starving man before a feast, she picked up Sonia, swept everything off the table, and placed her on it. My little sister couldn't resist, she couldn't even defend herself. Kaido retrieved a massive club and poised it over her frail body. If you harm her, I will destroy you, Kaido. Even if it costs me my life, even if I fail, my husband will reduce this place to dust. Terrifying. You know, Boa Hancock, I don't need all three of you to persuade the kid. He may fancy himself a god, but he's gullible at the end of the day. Having loved ones in our position is nothing but a weakness. Your freedom becomes his prison. Or perhaps he's aware of this, clever as he is. But he couldn't help but love, what a shame. He may be a god in his own world, but he's not cut out to be a true emperor. His club began to descend, and Sonia remained silent, her panic evident. In this world, mistakes are costly, once made, they can never be undone. Please. The club descended, and my world went dark. I couldn't bear to watch, fearing for my beloved little sister, who had spent so many years with me, covering my back during our time as slaves. We had been happy together, sharing the same man even. I couldn't imagine a world without her. Bayong? Nu. Marigold screamed, and I felt like my heart had been torn asunder. But when we raised our heads, the reality was different. Kaido's club had struck someone else, who groaned in pain. He glared at this mysterious figure, as did the members of his crew. Someone had intervened, positioning themselves between Sandersonia and Kaido's club. It was a person with long, sky-blue hair dressed in a kimono, their mask shattered into tiny pieces. They revealed the face of a woman with a pair of red horns. Father, release her, she implored, her gaze shifting to me and Marigold from the corner of her eye. Who was this girl, and why had she saved Sandersonia? Instead of outright refusing, Kaido exhaled smoke from his nose and posed a question that left us even more perplexed. Who are you? He didn't even recognize this person? If she were a stranger, why hadn't they dealt with her sooner? The woman hesitated and didn't respond immediately. Who are you? His voice took on a monstrous tone. I am Yamato, your daughter. I just saw these toys and got interested in playing with them, she finally replied with a smile that seemed painfully forced, visible even from a distance. Progress. Very well. I may allow you these toys. I'll release her. Take these 3 out of my sight, but if they leave Nagashima, your life will be forfeit. I understand, father. With hurried steps and amid the shocked gazes of everyone present, this girl picked us up and led us out of the room. Why are you helping us? I don't understand. Who are you? The girl remained silent at first, merely winking at me before continuing to lead us away, presumably to her quarters or somewhere else. I lied earlier, but if I hadn't, he would have killed all of you. My name is Odin. For some reason, as she uttered those words, tears welled up in her eyes. This girl, had she just sacrificed her own identity for our sake? Who is she in the end, Odin or Yamato? Onihime, Yamato. The girl led us far away from Kaido's room, and along the way, we encountered numerous guards, all wearing helmets adorned with horns. They greeted her respectfully, presumably because she was Kaido's daughter. I expected her to take us to some lavish chamber, but to our surprise, when we finally arrived and she closed the gates, we found ourselves inside a prison cell. Yeah. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged confused glances, and I shared their bewilderment. This girl's background was nothing short of perplexing. She referred to herself as Odin with us but as Yamato with Kaido. She was respected by everyone on the crew, and yet, she slept in a prison cell. We couldn't help but wonder what was going on with this girl. What is this? I asked, needing confirmation. Maybe she just took us to some concealed place. This is my room. She said it with such pride, but we weren't here to judge anyone. After all, this person had just saved Sandersonia's life, and for that, we were eternally grateful. Thank you for saving me, Yamato, Sandersonia exclaimed, beating me to the gratitude. However, she received a scolding in response. My name is Odin. Oh Odin, thank you for saving me, Sandersonia corrected herself. Although we were still perplexed by her dual identity, we decided to comply and call her Odin. Thank you, words can't describe it. Thank you for saving my sister, Odin, Marigold, and I followed suit. It was nothing. Odin scratched her head and placed us on a small table. She sat in front of us with her head resting on her arms, and it struck me how remarkably beautiful she was. It was surprising that she was the daughter of that monstrous Kaido. So, why did you save us? Marigold inquired. We weren't expecting to find any allies on this island, and this girl's motives were still a mystery, despite her help. It was then that Odin's expression turned serious. Because this country needs a savior, and it can't be me. Your husband is Dracul Veyron. I've read the newspapers my father leaves behind every day, and I've heard of his achievements, as well as yours, although I can't remember you now. I know everything about him, including the fact that he has severe mental heat. That's a lie. I interrupted, though oddly, Marigold and Sandersonia didn't support me this time. Really? I've also read that he's incredibly strong, and many consider him as dangerous as my father. His bounty is even higher? So I was thinking, maybe he could help us. I didn't know what to say. What exactly did she need help with? She was Kaido's daughter, after all. Veyron is going to come and save the 3 of you, isn't he? We don't know. I'd like to say yes, but given how troublesome this Hobi no Mi is, I can't be certain. Can't you take us out of this castle or wherever we are? This is an island called Nagashima. I can't take you away. These shackles are actually bombs. They'll explode if I leave the island, or at least that's what I've been told. I can't take you away from here, that's why he even allowed me to keep you. She showed us her shackles. So, Kaido has his own daughter imprisoned on his island. We were starting to understand her situation a bit better. Maybe Kaido was actually an overprotective daughter like a male version of Mihawk. But that still didn't explain her 2 names. And you have no one here who can help you. Everyone here is part of the Beast Pirates. Sorry, but we're on our own. But I'll do my best. She's cute. I smiled inwardly. It seemed the situation wasn't entirely hopeless. We had met this girl who happened to be interested in hubby and was willing to help one way or another. Hubby, somehow, I haven't lost this battle yet. There might be a way. What is it, big sis? I can turn those shackles into stone and then we can flee together, Odin, but for that, I need to return to my human form. Kaido is despicable. I never thought someone could do such a thing to their own child. I'm Kaido's son, not his daughter. Once again, we were left utterly bewildered by this girl's revelations. Now she claimed to be a man? Our first reaction was to stare at her ample chest, which could rival mine. There's no way you're a man. Be big sis, maybe she's one of those, Marigold whispered to me, and I recalled the kingdom of Kamabaka we had passed by. I had set foot on that land once before hastily leaving when we encountered its inhabitants. She's an Okama. I asked my sisters, who began nodding. It was the only plausible explanation. I can't be. I'm not an Okama. I'm 100% a man. Odin retorted, going so far as to remove her clothes and display her manhood. We gasped in disbelief at how impressive everything was down there. I couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. And I'm telling you that you're 100% a woman? I can recognize an elephant's trunk when I see one, and you don't have that. Anyway, we can discuss this later. Odin, please put your clothes back on. Humph? You're convinced now, ain't ya? Why yes I lied, and they say hubby has mental health issues. Tell me your plan. The key to all this is sugar. I don't know how her devil fruit works, but we can't risk killing her. If her fruit is like mine, then unless she personally wills it, her toys won't turn back into humans. That means if we kill her by mistake and her fruit works that way, we'll stay like this forever. It was indeed a tricky situation. We don't want that, Odin agreed. So, it's better to just knock her out or lure her to our location, then we can blackmail her with something. I declared, bringing up another question. But what can we use to blackmail her, big sis? About that, I don't know, let's capture her first, and then we can figure out the details. Sis. Then how about I try to bring her to you? Odin seemed confident that she could accomplish this task, given her familiarity with Kaido's operation. But that might alert Kaido, Sonia added, and she was right. If this plan failed, we might not get another chance. Kaido would surely take us away from Odin and we're powerless to do anything on our own. This is complicated. I don't even know if hubby will come if he doesn't remember us. The best we can do is somehow return to our normal forms and survive on this island until he comes. If he can remember us, he'll know something went wrong and investigate. Why you really trust him a lot? Do you think he can defeat my father? Odin asked. Odin, my beloved would never lose in a one-on-one fight. There's no way Veyron would lose. In this, we all agreed. It wasn't just about winning a one-on-one battle. We knew that hubby would be furious about such a personal attack straight into his memories. This island might not survive his anger. Even when he destroyed Eni's lobby he wasn't angry. Does that mean he could really save this country? Odin asked, her eyes filled with hope. What's wrong with this country? We don't know much about Wano since its borders are closed, and even news from it rarely reaches the outside. The general assumption is that this country is completely loyal to Kaido. That's not the case at all. This country despises my father to the core, and so do I. I'll tell you about the horrific and inhumane acts and crimes committed here. Since you're not familiar with it, I'll recount the tales of the legendary shogun of Wano, Odin, Ninjahime, Shirahoshi. Fishman Island, Ryaga Palace. Are you okay? Thank you, my lord, but I don't think it was necessary to use this many bandages. The massive and beautiful girl was in her room with her parents and Veyron. However, at this moment, there was no beauty to be seen because the young man had levitated her body and wrapped bandages all over her like he was preparing her for an oven. What remained was not the beautiful mermaid princess, but instead, the beautiful mummy princess. What are you talking about? You received a discharge of 20 million volts. It was enough to fry any fish in the sea. He worriedly checked her up, his astonishment only growing upon realizing that this girl was only 12 years old. She certainly didn't look her age, but he had a lot of experience with that. Is that a lot? She cutely leaned down, moving away the bandages that covered her mouth as it was uncomfortable to speak. Her body had been burned to the point that she had gained a tan on her skin, and her supple scales had been scorched as well. But he was reassured to learn that those scales naturally replaced themselves throughout the year, like nails. 20 million volts is an enormous amount of electricity? I'm surprised you're even able to speak. My Shirahoshi is a strong little girl Jaemon. The gigantic, bulky man with a big beard approached his daughter to rub her head, but by then, the girl's eyes were fixed on the young man who had made her float as if she didn't weigh anything. In a corner of the room there was also a massive shark that went by the name of Megalo and was the princess pet. He didn't know who in their sane judge would allow her to have such a dangerous pet, but this was the One Piece world. Even now, Veyron was levitating, albeit unconsciously, as he needed to do so in order to reach her because she was so large. For a moment, it made him think of two people who were also quite large. When he tried to recall them, a void feeling returned, souring his mood. Thanks for helping us, Lord Veyron. The blonde mermaid noticed that something was not right with him, and they thought they had done something wrong. Please just call me Veyron. It is my fault that she got shocked anyway, and I should be the one apologizing. He bowed slightly, making them anxious. Please don't. We told Shirahoshi she shouldn't have gotten into the water, right, girl? The mermaid princess pouted and nodded. Thankfully, she's a really strong girl Jaemon. Nothing catastrophic happened, so let's forget this incident. Are you sure it's okay for us to call you that? To be honest, we already knew you were on the island, but we didn't know how to address you. Are you sure you'd not prefer if we address you as God? Veyron was already sulking, and Otohim was making things even more awkward. Her problem was that she didn't know how to behave around humans in general, and dealing with powerful individuals made her even more clueless. It was the same with Whitebeard, but due to the old man's age and experience, he was a lot easier to handle. Shanks, on the other hand, was always drunk. Then there was Veyron, who looked like the most rational person among the three. Overall, she didn't want to disrespect him in any way, and her anxiety was starting to affect Neptune as well. Please, no. Veyron is okay. It is my pleasure. He stretched his hand, and Otohim grasped it as if expecting something. Veyron's eyebrows twitched, and he kissed the back of her palm, making Otohim smile brightly. The pleasure is ours, Veyron. I'm Otohim and this is my husband, the king of the Fishman Island. I go by Neptune Jaemon. You can release my wife's hand now, Jaemon. It was amazing how quickly his mood changed just from half a sentence. Sorry. He realized by the time he tried to take his hand away, that it had been Queen keeping it in place, much to his confusion. Otohim giggled and gestured to her other children. They introduced themselves one by one. Fukabashi, announced the oldest son. Manboshi, it is our pleasure, Akamanbo, chimed the youngest son. Ryuabashi, hope you enjoy your stay on the island, Liasaidu, added the middle son. By the end of their introductions, Veyron was more than a bit confused by their mannerisms. They truly seemed to take after their father. Then there was the last one, the biggest troublemaker but also the family treasure. Shirahoshi was behind him, passing her arm underneath and above him as if to confirm that there was nothing holding him in place and there were no tricks to this magic. When he noticed what she was doing, she flinched a bit before hiding her face. She's so cute it's dangerous? I have to stay away from her. This is our little treasure, Shirahoshi, please take care of her in the future. Sure. He didn't know what Otohim meant, and Neptune was looking at him as if he were a corpse, but affirmation seemed to be the only answer. Otohim giggled and invited Veyron into the main palace now that Shirahoshi had been treated. The girl was told to stay in her room and rest, but she still followed them around. The palace, unlike the rest of Fishman Island, was underwater. Each individual room had a bubble protecting it and making it waterproof, but all the halls were flooded with water. It was a bit odd, but Veyron still marveled at the intricate patterns and colors of this palace. It was gorgeous. He was taken to a table, and they gave him a device with which he could create his own bubble, but he waved his hand in refusal, using his own powers. His existence was a mystery to them. He clearly had a devil fruit power related to lightning, but that still didn't explain how he could perform all these seemingly fantastical feats. All the princes took their places at the table. As for Shirahoshi, she lay on her back and picked him up with her tail before placing him on her stomach, smiling. Girl, I'm not your toy. Even then, with how cute she looked, it was just impossible to decline. One would need to have the harshest stone heart to reject anything she did. Without saying anything, he just took a seat on her stomach and faced the king and queen nonchalantly. Once again, the family laughed, except Neptune. The fishman wasn't laughing at all. We had wanted to talk to you, Veyron. Would you allow us? Otohim started, asking her subordinates to prepare some appetizers. There is no need to be polite. Your palace truly warms one's heart. I may try to create some underwater facilities in Rusukena after coming to this island. Do you wish to create an artificial underwater island? I have a sky island, so I'd only be missing an underwater island, he declared as if it was nothing. But his proud declaration was met by a slight retort and suggestion by Otohim, who first gave her husband a furtive glance. Why create another one when there is already Fishman Island? Why not join us in there? Ho! He wouldn't say he didn't expect it, but after spending a bit more than a week in Fishman Island, he couldn't understand why this woman was so adamant about taking them to the surface when peace reigned here. It is as she said, Jaemon. I believe you must be wondering why Whitebeard and Red Hair Shanks asked you to allocate some fishmen on your island, Jaemon. Indeed. That was my personal request, Jaemon. Otohim blushed a bit. My husband seems to be doubtful about whether I can accomplish my task or not, to take us to the surface. You know that's not it, Otohim. Mom, don't be angry, Liasaidu. They tried to appease her. Veyron's forehead sweated a bit. These two were having a row in front of a guest. Context. Neptune coughed a bit before beginning his explanation. My wife has an ambition. She hopes we fishmen can achieve our long dream of living on the surface together with humans. We receive sunlight but merely through the roots of the tree Eve. As you may have noticed, we love water, but we also love spaces where there is plenty of air to breathe. It would be a dream for us to receive the sun directly. Why do you want this? Veyron tilted his head in confusion. Because the surface is more spacious? Also, we want to receive the sun, he stated again as if Veyron hadn't understood that part correctly. You fishmen are a race that thrives in water. I'd understand if you want this island to be located closer to the surface, but why would you want it to be on the surface at all? There are many ways to achieve this dream of yours without necessarily handicapping your natural habitat. The king and queen were left speechless. You're truly like Whitebeard, said Jaemon. What did the old fart say? Old fart. They've never seen anyone speak like that about Whitebeard, except for Shanks. But even he wasn't that disrespectful. He said you're not one to keep your tongue in your mouth. If there is something that you have to say that could cause animosity in other people, you'd still say it, Otohim declared. I've been fighting for the fishmen to live on the surface for 7 long years, and now you tell me that it is not necessary. But it is the truth, Otohim, you fishmen are hated on the surface. The way humans see sea kings is the same way they see fishmen, he declared without the slightest bit of tact. They soured, depressed just like their children. But this is not a bad thing, it is the natural process of things. Everyone is afraid of what's different from them. If anything, your heart that's capable of accepting humans despite their differences is the bigger one, the more condescending one, Otohim. I'm telling you not because I want to shatter your dreams are honorable and beautiful, Veyron's voice carried sincerity. I'm telling you because, it may not be as you expect up there, and your long fight to achieve this dream may leave you with a bitter taste once you realize that you were way better off staying here. His words resonated with truth. On the surface, there were wars and anarchy perpetuated by a government that sought to control its subjects. The only reason places like Rusukana, Amazon Lily, and Shandora were able to flourish as technological powerhouses in the world now was that they had a protector, a guardian, a deity, a god. And he wasn't the only protector. He knew if he were to be absent, Primrose and Mihawk would do the utmost to keep that place safe. Otherwise, a buster call would have ended everything, just like they tried to do with Rusukana. Otohime gasped, her eyes moistening with unshed tears. No one had ever told her that wanting to live in peace with humans and respecting their existence was a noble endeavor. Similarly, no one had ever acknowledged that her dreams were indeed honorable and beautiful. If anything, it had often felt like she was fighting this battle alone, as if everyone else was against her. While many fishmen wished to go to the surface, few were willing to put in the work and effort required to achieve it. Sob thank you. Otohime lunged at Veyron, embracing him tightly as tears flowed freely, leaving everyone in the room utterly speechless. Yeah. Veyron, somewhat taken aback, embraced her back. He resisted the scornful look from Neptune, Otohime's husband, who sighed and let the moment be. That said, I understand what your desire is, so basically, Neptune, you no longer believe the world government can make Otohime's dream come true. He then released the sobbing queen, who funnily enough took a seat on her daughter's stomach while Shirahoshi tried to comfort her. That's right, Jaemon. Instead, I believe that you can, Veyron, that's why we'd like to form an alliance with you. Are you sure? Aligning yourself with me is the same as going against the world government, Neptune, Otohime. I'm the enemy of this world. I don't know if I can shoulder this responsibility. At first, he had become the guardian of Amazon Lily. At that time, he had been naive and thought an alliance was nothing more than an exchange of goods. Then, when he slaughtered Enel and Peter, the natural order of things was to become Skypia's god. He had never deliberately conquered any place. If there was such an example, it would be Rusukana, but that was him and Mihawk just looking for a home in which many other races ended up converging. It was one thing to become the guardian in the name like Whitebeard had, it was a different matter to take a whole island under his care and be responsible for their safety, even if they served him. He'd even have to move the Fishman Island away from the Red Line, which he didn't even know if it was possible. This island was just gargantuan. Way bigger than anything he had moved before, with his psychokinesis at least 3 times the size of Amazon Lily, and lifting up that island 10 kilometers into the skies had been a nightmare. If he ever tried though, due to the island being underwater, the task was bound to be easier. We understand, Jaemon. But if it is too much weight on your shoulders, please tell us. Whitebeard is the protector of the Fishman Island in name, and we are also allied with the Red Hair Pirates. But in reality, if any troubles were to arise, we'd have to deal with them on our own. That's how it has always been. All we wish is to see the sunlight one day, straight from the source. She took his palms and begged him to understand. It was like the childish dream of a little boy who once longed to see the skies and fly without the need for an aeroplane. One dream he had ended up achieving in this world. I'll see what I can do. Right now, I have other matters worrying me, but allowing you fishmen to live in my islands is not an issue. Is there anything we can help with, Jaemon? Anything. The children joined in. He was about to reassure them when a fishman came to the table where they were having their conversation. He was like a seahorse. Minister of the Right. My king, it is just to announce to you that a massive fleet with 11 ships has arrived on the island. They're the Kuja fleet. Wonderful, Jaemon? Isn't that what you were waiting for, Veyron? The man slapped his back, but Veyron held his head in apparent pain for a second. Whenever he tried to remember the girls, his mind felt like a fiddle, to the point he was even getting worried at how unnatural all of this was. But that's not all, sir. Another single high-speed vessel has arrived. It is Admiral Shironiko. Ugh. This one he remembered, and he knew she was about to give him some headaches. Note, at this point in canon Shirahoshi is supposed to be way younger because there are still about 7 or so years before canon starts, but I'm going to change that in this FIC as there are not many remarkable events in those 7 years that will affect my story. Hence why I'll rush it and make canon start in 2 years. That's why Shirahoshi is 12 years old, she is supposed to be 16 after canon time skip. Sunaheim, Nefertari Vivi, the Kingdom of Alabasta, the Royal Palace in Aluberna. 2 days had elapsed since the insurgents' offensive had waned, and the reason was clear: Crocodile had altered his tactics. It was evident that our recent clash had left both of us in a more vulnerable state. As long as I'm here, he and his group will never lay claim to the throne. At night, when darkness shrouds us most, Crocodile cannot defeat me, just as I cannot defeat him during the day, given this country's composition of pure sand, which gives him immense advantage. Crocodile appeared to have grasped this, opting for a different, and arguably more sinister, approach. For the past 2 days, the city had experienced tremors varying in intensity. Now, this is a significant concern, I murmured, removing my glasses and pushing my chair away from the ancient Nefertari records I had been reading. It was challenging to concentrate with the ground shaking every few minutes. I don't think we should take this lightly, Lady Robin, Princess Vivi admonished. Princess Vivi, her father Cobra, Pell, and several guards stood beside me, their expressions fraught with anxiety, awaiting my response. Well, in a way, this might be a positive development, I suggested. Crocodile believes that the ancestral weapon is somewhere underground, so he's focusing on digging rather than attempting to overthrow your family. Isn't that a good thing? They exchanged glances, uncertain if this was a fair trade-off. Nevertheless, I sensed their ongoing concerns. The military was struggling against the insurgents, but with Baroque works no longer involved, they had some breathing room. Understanding Crocodile's tactics, I suspected he still intended to attack the capital to divert my attention from his excavation. I rubbed my temples, feeling the situation grow increasingly complicated. Although I could clone myself, I couldn't be in two entirely different places simultaneously. Is there a way to alleviate the burden on the citizens? Nefertari Cobra voiced his main concern. If this continues, we won't be able to meet the national tribute this year. The prospect of failing to meet their obligations disgusted me deeply. I had contemplated annexing Alabasta into the alliance with Veyron, but I had reservations. The main issue with aligning Alabasta under Veyron's banner is its geographical location. It's too far away, I thought. Rusukana served as Veyron's primary base of operations, and he spent most of his time there. While Veyron could move between islands at lightning speed, his army of liberators couldn't. Amazon Lily, Shandora, and Rusukana each had their own armies, primarily handling minor matters. Veyron rarely got involved unless they faced an enemy they couldn't handle alone. He spent most of his time in his workshop, and we all respected that. Alabasta was different due to its remote location, making it challenging for Veyron's army to reach in a timely manner. Furthermore, I couldn't discern any significant strategic interest Alabasta held for Veyron. Exploiting laborers or taking advantage of the situation didn't align with his principles. He liberated the oppressed, not exploited them. He'd be proud of me if I liberated this country, regardless of the method, I mused, my doubts mounting. It was never my intention not remain this long in Alabasta. My original plan was to read the poneglyph and sail back with Crocodile, but that seemed impossible now. Someone approached me and broke off my train of thought. Big sis. I want to become stronger. Vivi. I don't want to remain weak forever. Please, help me get stronger. Vivi's voice brimmed with determination, though it lacked depth. In her eyes, she was the only one in her family who could step forward as the heir to resolve the crisis. Becoming stronger is no easy task, I cautioned. It requires self-sacrifice, cunning, and sometimes, challenging your own moral standards. It's not something a princess like you can achieve overnight, Vivi. My words seemed to strike a chord with her. I've never been afraid to get my hands dirty, big sis. I don't want to, but I have to. It's not fair for you to bear this burden that doesn't belong to you. You're helping us because you want something from us, right? I fell silent, admitting to myself that I sought their historical knowledge. While I had uncovered essential information about the Nefertari family, the Void Century remained shrouded in mystery. There were hints that cast doubt on their true intentions. You mentioned that you're allied with the lightning god of the east, you're and Crocodile's teacher, yet you haven't called him to aid us. That makes me think you have reservations. Vivi's astuteness impressed me. I don't know the extent of your ancestors' involvement in the Void Century, I confessed. Your Nefertari family is part of the D-clan, but they were also the only D-clan family that joined the 20 kingdoms that formed the world government today, overthrowing the ancient kingdom. My concerns were clear. Did they safeguard the poneglyph from evil or hide it from those seeking true history? The poneglyph held the location of the ancestral weapon, Pluton, in Wano. This information was invaluable, and concealing it could have dire consequences. Lady Robin. As I turned to look at her, Vivi knelt in front of me, her father, and even her pet, expressing their desperation. Flames of civil war continued to ravage their land, and they were helpless, unable to find solutions for the war, drought, and impending financial crisis that might prevent them from paying tribute to the world nobles. I don't know what my ancestors may have done, Vivi said, but I want to prove that the Nefertari family is worth saving. Please help me become stronger. If you're not planning to save my people entirely, at least allow me to become strong enough to do it myself. Robin sighed and helped her to her feet. Her determination was undeniable. Once spoken, my words couldn't be taken back. There was once a boy who saw potential in me, just as I see potential in you now. Very well, but I won't go easy on you, I warned. If I want to reach greater heights, perhaps it is my time to stop working alone too. Vivi's expression shifted as she hugged her pet, Karu, filled with happiness. I'll do my best. I smiled faintly, placed the records back in the darkness, and donned my coat. Let's go. Where are we going? Vivi seemed surprised by my swift action, but time was of the essence. Delaying further would only result in more suffering and death in this drought-stricken land. I needed to contact Stussy and ask for a favor on behalf of her beloved master. We're going to try to stop Crocodile, I replied. He's digging underground in Aluberna, and if he creates a massive hole, the city could collapse. Aren't you going to help me stop that? Vivi gulped, realizing this was no game. It would be just the two of us against Baroque works. I would teach her everything I knew and help her obtain a valuable devil fruit. We won't return to this palace in Aluberna until the civil war is over, I added. We have numerous issues to address, including the drought. If anything happens, you know how to contact me via Den Den Mushi. With that, I bid my farewells and began walking away. Since Crocodile had no immediate plans to attack Alabasta, we could focus on other pressing matters. Vivi collected her belongings and placed them on her pet before turning to her father with a charismatic gaze. "Dad, I'm leaving now. Travel safely, my daughter. I'm proud of you. With determined steps, she followed me into her new destiny. The next time Vivi returned to this palace, she would be forever changed. Deep remembrances. The Fishman Island docks. There were 10 ships. The Kuja fleet's secondary vessel was similar to the traditional model except that this one was made out of strong steel instead of wood, and there were also 2 Yuta serpents pulling it just like before. There were 10 vessels of such and they arrived on Fishman Island after passing the protective layer, intimidating everyone. It was not every day they saw such a massive fleet, but this one in particular they were already used to. The beauties. That's what the fishmen called them, a fleet of more than 100 women, not a single man among them. Most of them were gorgeous beyond measure. They had become famous after passing by the island once or twice, but something was not right. There was a ship missing, but they also had 2 extra ships. There were 2 celestial dragon vessels among them. One of them was wrecked, clearly having suffered a lot of stress. Mihawk and Primrose reached the coast first together with the Jimmy from the Sun Pirates. The rest of the Sun Pirates and even the Red Hair Pirates chased soon after. Celestial dragons. That was their reaction to seeing the infamous ships. Shock. Not 1 but 2 of them. To the fishmen they were like the supreme royalty that shouldn't be touched. While the Sun Pirates watched that ship with utter anger and disgust, it was Fisher Tiger who stopped them from marching forward to wreck the hell out of it. 2 ships. Mihawk was confused. As far as they knew there was 1 tribute ship. How come there were 2 of them now? Compared to the Kuja Pirates vessel, the Celestial Dragon ship was at least 10 times bigger and more regal in design. Clearly, those bastards had all the budget in the world, but since the ship was made out of wood, the difference was obvious. A group of Kuja ladies departed their docked ships and approached the coast where they met Mihawk and Primrose. In front of them was the beautiful giantess, Afelandra. Elder, boss. They saluted their tribe elder and the wife and mother of their god. To them, Mihawk was the boss. Although she wasn't the Habai or elder of Amazon Lily, they'd still follow anything she said to the T. In the odd case she did feel like giving orders. Girls, what is going on? Why are there 2 celestial dragon vessels? Primrose asked. Afelandra went on to explain that when they were coming to the Fishman Island they happened to find this wrecked ship making its way down. It was not a profit they could let go of and thus, they invaded the ship and found several interesting things. The girls pulled a man who looked like a celestial dragon with green hair. He was tied up together with a bunch of other subordinates but unlike them, his face was all swollen. When the Sun Pirates looked at him they were even more forced to take action. This bastard was their owner when they were still slaves in Marigiosa. I will kill that bastard right now. Let me do it. Fisher Tiger and Jimmy had to stop everyone else from charging straight up at him, recalling the years of terror this bastard had subjected them to. ****, let me go ha. It didn't help that the man was cursing out loud at Afelandra, but alas. Slap. Silence reigned the whole dock when a slapping sound resonated, although it was as merciless as a fist. The fishmen all saw justice firsthand. He got slapped by Afelandra so badly that a few of his teeth scattered on the sand, shocking the staring fishmen. Isn't it a sin to hit a celestial dragon? Are you going to shut up now or not? If you keep talking I'm going to slit your disgusting throat. The cute girl spoke so coldly that even Primrose and Mihawk were left flabbergasted. She couldn't recall why, but in her heart, there was a lot of enmity against the celestial dragons. They were already holding back on not killing him there and then, and the little B***TCH still felt entitled. After that slap, he didn't dare talk anymore. For the fishmen, it was like utter justice that felt better served by a third party than their own. Afelandra threw the man on the ground and stepped on him with a sigh. As you can see, he's quite bad-mouthed. There were several servants in his ship and a lot of treasures. We have taken all of them prisoners. We don't know what we're going to do with them yet. If you have any orders please state them, elder. Girls, you really don't fear consequences. They heard a boat in the distance, another docking ship, a speedboat, and aboard it was a gorgeous white-haired lady with tiger ears whom Primrose and Mihawk groaned to see. In a sense, she was another one of the mommies whom their husband was quite acquainted with. But she was not a wife, she was a mistress. Admiral Shironiko and Veyron's relationship was complicated, but he'd not hide any details of his romantic life with them. For all intents and purposes, they were lovers, only that love would usually get in between Jun's responsibilities as an admiral and hence why their relationship was secret. Jun. Mihawk, Primrose. Please, just this once, make things easier for me could you? Jun wasn't particularly friendly with Mihawk and Primrose and it was exactly for the same reason. They were all in the same age range. Mihawk lazily pointed at the celestial dragon with a swollen face and missing teeth. Admiral Jun covered her face and realized it was already too late. You stole the national tribute. You also have a celestial dragon as a hostage. Donquixodim Giscard. You girls are really adamant about undertaking the world's gravest sins all at once. We aren't holding him hostage, Shironiko. Cough, we only saved him and took all his treasures as compensation, Afelandra declared, followed by all of her nodding crew. The shamelessness all the onlookers thought simultaneously. When the admiral was about to curse out loud, another group of newcomers arrived, and the fishmen all gaped and made way for them. The royal family is here. Jun. Veyron. The admiral blushed a bit. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, not precisely because she didn't want to, but because both had their responsibilities and rarely coincided. Just then the young man arrived, eyebrows twitched because he was standing on the mermaid princess joint palms as she carried him. She was still all bandaged, and behind them were Neptune and Otohim. The latter, upon seeing celestial dragons, it was as if she saw a chance, but she then thought about the conversation she had earlier with Veyron and decided to stay her hand. You're with another girl. As always, Jun's eyebrows twitched upon seeing the young yet breathtaking mermaid princess carrying him, all too happy. Even when covered in bandages she was still beautiful. Shirahoshi put Veyron down. Long time no see, you two girls. My god, it is lovely to meet you. The Kuja pirates greeted their god and boasted the treasures and hostages they had brought with them, hoping for some praise. Veyron regarded them and thought something was not right, something was missing. I think this is not the right place to have this conversation. Prim, could you prepare some quarters for the girls to sleep in? They must be tired after this long journey. Ifelandra, what is your next step? He wasn't the captain of the Kuja pirates, they were free to take their own decisions. This question thought struck a nerve in Ifelandra that left her momentarily frozen. What was the next step? She didn't know, but she recalled something very important. Oh, we were supposed to be waiting for the main vessel. Main vessel. His eyes then widened, recalling there was indeed one ship left from the Kuja fleet that hadn't arrived. The same happened with Primrose and Mihawk, who started to recall one by one the members that were missing from this convoy. They didn't know all the names, but they knew who the top ranks of the fleet were, and they weren't all here. How could I have forgotten that? Veyron questioned himself. No, that's the point. I would have never forgotten. Lately, I feel as if I'm forgetting a lot of things. I have a photographic memory. Even if I were to forget things, there wouldn't be these many. The three of them were about to voice out their concerns, but someone else did first. I'm telling you she's not here. A group of yells called for everyone's attention. It was Fisher Tiger who had been discussing with Arlong and Jimmy I. What do you mean, brother? Arlong had just asked him a question which prompted this answer. The women that saved us, they're not here. I can't remember them. No, I can't remember her, the one that turned him into stone. I don't know why I can't remember her, but she's not here. What are you talking about, Tiger? Shanks interjected. He hadn't seen him this altered in a long time. 1 year ago we went to paradise. Our journey with little Koala was over. We found her home island and intended to deliver her back to her parents. We did so and dropped her amidst tears, but when we were leaving, there was a vice admiral ship stationed in our way. They attacked us. We were surrounded and they were stronger than us. What is he saying? Veyron flinched, not recalling any of this from the manga. That was when they appeared, the Kuja fleet? That woman, she turned the vice admiral into stone and saved us. I must remember her name, she told me. Fisher Tiger was even sobbing and crying as he recalled what for him was a deep encounter that he'd never forget. Just the fact that he seemed to be forgetting it caused him endless pain. She told me that her gratitude to me was incommensurable, that back then when I climbed up the red line, I had saved her and her sisters. They hugged me and thanked me for that. The feeling of pride I felt at that time when I realized that I not only had saved fishmen but humans too, and that among them, three of them grew up to be such gorgeous and powerful women. I could never forget that. I refused to forget it. Deep remembrances. Fisher Tiger's speech was filled with profound sadness, and his heartfelt words moved the entire Sun Pirates crew to tears. They all knew that if it weren't for those mysterious women, they might not have their captain with them today. Veyron and the onlookers were left bewildered by this revelation. Who were these enigmatic women, and why was it that no one could remember them, no matter how hard they tried? The question that lingered was deceptively simple. Who was the captain of the Kuja fleet? It wasn't Ifelandra, and it wasn't Primrose. How was it possible that these two key figures couldn't recall the captain? You're telling me that these women saved Fisher Tiger a year ago? Veyron asked in disbelief. Desperation filled Fisher Tiger's eyes as he searched his memory. After a moment, he retrieved 3 neatly folded wanted posters from his pockets and presented them to Veyron. These wanted posters bore the names and pictures of 3 gorgeous and audacious happy women. Boa Hancock, dead or alive, 2.000.000.000 bellies. Boa Sandersonia, dead or alive, 1.000.000.000 bellies. Boa Marigold, dead or alive, 1.000.000.000 bellies. Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold, and Boa Hancock? It is them, they're the ones that saved me, Fisher Tiger declared. Veyron took the wanted posters from Fisher Tiger, his eyes filled with uncertainty. How was it possible that he couldn't remember these 3 beautiful women, who were also Boa sisters and captains of the Kuja pirate ship? Mihawk and Primrose reacted with equal concern. Mihawk, in particular, was deeply troubled by the realization that someone had tampered with their memories. But what struck them as even more absurd was the idea that somebody had tampered with everyone's memories. These women had been forgotten by the entire world. What kind of twisted power could achieve such a feat? Veyron delved deep into his memories, recalling the events from the manga. He remembered the woman he had met in Amazon Lily, who had initially been an antagonist and had even kicked a kitten aside. She later fell in love with Luffy and played a crucial role in the events at Marineford. She had 2 sisters, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia, although their appearances on the wanted posters differed slightly from what he remembered. Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia were almost completely different, but those distinguishing features of them were still there. There is no way I could have forgotten. Someone made me forget. Veyron realized, his anger growing as he clenched those posters. Rumble? In his frustration and confusion, Veyron released his conqueror's haki, causing a shockwave of power. Shanks and Jun rushed to his side, trying to calm him down. Mihawk stepped forward, holding Veyron's cheeks gently. Something is amiss here, Veyron, Mihawk said with concern. I know, Mom, someone has done something incredibly wicked, snatching away our memories, Veyron replied. But how could this be possible, affecting all of us? Jun wondered, finding it difficult to believe such a power existed. Veyron questioned Shanks and Jun about any knowledge of a devil fruit or power capable of erasing someone's memory completely. Despite their extensive knowledge of the One Piece world, they couldn't recall any such power. I don't know of any devil fruit like that, but if it exists, it should be eradicated. It's too evil, Shanks declared. As the onlookers observed Veyron's distress, Shirahoshi looked at him with concern. He seemed like a different person from the kind and compassionate young man she had met earlier. Neptune and Otohim exchanged glances, realizing that they couldn't assist with this deep-seated issue. They recalled their past encounters with the Kuja pirates but were baffled that they, too, couldn't remember the captain and the vice-chiefs. Primrose continued to gaze at the images on the wanted posters, her hands trembling. These were Boa's sisters, and their apparent age indicated that they might be her daughters. I can't remember them, no matter how hard I try, she admitted. Veyron made a decision. I'm going to Dressrosa right now. There are too many things that don't make sense, and the source of everything seems to be that island. Jun, do you have an eternal pose to reach that island? Having never been to Dressrosa and lacking any Vivre cards from individuals in that location, Veyron's best chance was to rely on Jun. Jun sighed, looking into her speedboat. She had a collection of eternal poses in various locations, a privilege of her position as an admiral. This one will take you to Dressrosa. I hope you'll return it to me when you have the opportunity. Thanks, Veyron replied, leaning in for a kiss. However, Jun put a finger to his lips, flustered. I told you, not in public, she reminded him reluctantly. Even just a kiss on the cheek would have been unacceptable given both of their positions. Spoilsport, Veyron playfully remarked. He turned away but then reached back, holding Jun's wrist and whispering in her ear. When I return, we can share that kiss. Jun blushed but maintained her stern demeanor. Focus. There are important matters to attend to. Make sure to come back safely. Veyron nodded and gave Jun a kiss on the cheek before turning to Primrose, his official partner. Jun sighed but eventually smiled, looking forward to his return. Mom, Prim. I'll contact you too in case I find something. Keep an eye out in case that another vessel arrives. Mihawk sighed, noting that Veyron had once again referred to her as Mom. However, given the circumstances, she couldn't blame him. Please get to the bottom of this, Primrose urged. I will, Veyron assured them. He gave Primrose and Mihawk one last kiss before separating from them and levitating away from the crowd. Lord Veyron, have a safe journey. Shirahoshi waved, hoping he would return soon for more adventures. Good luck, Jaemon. Neptune called out. Please come back safely. Otohim added her well wishes. As everyone cheered for him, Veyron nodded and enveloped himself in a dense layer of red lightning, reminiscent of his battle with Shanks. I'm going. In a flash, a streak of red lightning shot out at incredible speed, leaving a trail that was too fast for the eye to follow. It pierced through the protective layer and ascended to the surface, leaving nothing but a faint red haze in its wake. Boom! The thunderous boom that followed was deafening, and everyone had to cover their ears. He's truly a lightning god, this movement speed. I only know 3 people that may be able to keep up. But none of them could do so inside water. It's just incomprehensible, Shanks remarked, marveling at Veyron's abilities that seemed to defy logic. He already told you, he can repel the sea energy. It doesn't matter how much you tell me, it still doesn't make sense. Let's go, girls, we have a lot of things to unravel while he's away, Mihawk said, taking Primrose's hand and gesturing for Jun to follow as they returned to the Ryago castle. There was still a major issue to sort out. Who was going to keep this national tribute? Who would bear the ire of the world government? The Knights Marigioase, Pange Castle, basked in the calm, sunlit day. The garden, perennially adorned with flying butterflies, held a certain enchantment. A figure stood there, seemingly in awe of the wonder that physical sensations and touch could exist in this world. Did you summon me, Lord Imu? A silhouette materialized next to this person, a man clad in knightly armor of pink cloth and golden plates, his golden hair cascading down, reaching his back. Cervantes, it has been a long time since you stood before Mew, the enigmatic figure spoke. Cervantes, the 7th Knight of God and member of the Don Quixote family, raised his gaze to meet the dark silhouette and those dull red eyes. I believe your extraordinary power surpasses the need for someone like me, the 7th Knight. Nevertheless, I have come promptly at your summons, my lord. Cervantes' humble words seemed to momentarily appease his lord. Another figure soon appeared in the room, seemingly materializing out of thin air. It was the commander of the knights, Saint Figarland Garling. As the red silhouette of the knight appeared next to him, Cervantes realized that he hadn't been summoned for mere pleasantries. It's good to see that you remember your place. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case only when you're in Mew's presence. At other times, you appear to be unruly and defiant, the enigmatic figure remarked. Cervantes' eyebrows twitched, confirming his suspicion. I believe your Don Quixote family has ceased to serve the highest purpose of us ever since Homing's betrayal. They no longer identify with us, the gods of the world above, the enigmatic figure began, but Cervantes fiercely interrupted. That's not true, Lord Imu. Just as 800 years ago, I remain loyal. Is that so? Then why did you reveal the location of the national tribute to your descendant, encouraging him to steal it? Cervantes found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Choosing the typical Don Quixote way, he attempted to lie his way out. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lord Imu. You have no idea. The tribunal was not a place where lies could easily pass. Garling's sword edge rested on Cervantes' neck, and he groaned not out of fear but out of apprehension. Evading the sword would be seen as disrespecting the commander's decree, a sin that guaranteed not just death for the offender but the extermination of their entire family. Do you now understand what Lord Imu is referring to, Cervantes? Garling asked for confirmation. I do. Cervantes realized that speaking the truth was his only option. It was a choice that would save his family from dire consequences. Good. Mu is a merciful ruler. Therefore, Mu will grant you another chance. Turbulent tides are stirring in the New World, and Tu Yonko intend to secretly eliminate one of our adversaries. Mu wishes for you to assist them in this endeavor. If you can accomplish this task, Mu will forgive the Don Quixote family's transgressions. The enigmatic figure picked up a wanted poster with a dagger lodged in it, depicting Dracul Veyron, one of their biggest threats outside of the D. If that is your order, Lord Imu, I shall comply. Please instruct me on where I must go. Cervantes knelt down once more, his choice limited by the circumstances. Do not waver. You will have assistance, the enigmatic figure stated, though Cervantes understood that this assistance was more akin to surveillance to ensure his compliance and prevent insubordination that would lead to his family's execution. Being a member of the God Knights came with significant privileges but also tremendous responsibilities that only a select few knights, such as the second knight, chose to disregard. Mostly because she held no family left they could threaten. A man materialized out of thin air, clad in black and gold armor, with long black hair that trailed along the floor, and dull, machine-like eyes. He knelt down, and upon seeing this figure, both Garling and Cervantes concealed their internal frustration. Lord Imu, your orders. Dumas, please assist Cervantes in this task. Mu will leave the preparations to both of you. The enigmatic figure dismissed the wanted poster. However, it was clear that Dumas was the one in charge of the operation. The eighth Knight of God, Saint Dumas de Monte Cristo, accepted the order with a simple acknowledgement. As you wish, Lord Imu. We shall depart immediately. TCH. Taking the reluctant Don Quixote de Cervantes by the elbow, Dumas disappeared as if through a black hole, leaving only Garling behind. The commander bowed and prepared to leave. Garling. Yes, Lord Imu. If they were to fail, you know what to do, the enigmatic figure hinted with a malicious tone. Garling gritted his teeth but nodded obediently, like a subservient dog. Yes, Lord Imu. As he exited the main garden, Garling encountered a woman leaning against the gate. He initially ignored her presence. She had long gray hair, a flawlessly beautiful countenance, and a purple dress adorned with metal plates and leather. When will this end, Garling? She inquired sternly, but her question was met with silence. He continued walking. Will it only end when none of us remain? Not even you. If that is the will of the crown, Isabel. His words held a venomous undertone as if daring her to answer anything other than no. As commander, he had the authority to judge other members, and anyone deemed a traitor, even in the slightest, would face dire consequences. However, the other knights collectively held the power to judge him and expose his actions to their lord. That was why he needed to play his cards carefully, especially in front of the right individuals. The woman frowned, still with a choice she could neither confirm nor deny. The ninth knight, Saint Isabel Esquivel, chose to remain silent. Where is Dracul Mihawk? She is on her own mission, far from Marigiosa. Her task is of utmost importance and should not be interrupted. The woman's eyebrows twitched as she watched her commander retreat deeper into his own commitment. Important mission? Or is there something you don't want me to see, Garling? It seems you have forgotten what my power is. Kingdom of Mercy BOOOOOOOOOMMMMMMMM. The deafening sound reverberated like a primal call to curiosity, an insatiable thirst that drove researchers in the world of science. But for Veyron, it was a different kind of hunger, a relentless need to know. Who was responsible for this explosive chaos? Why had it occurred? And most importantly, what would be the consequences? Who was going to pay for this? He shot through the inky depths of Fishman Island, submerged 10 miles below the surface, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. It took mere seconds to ascend. Breaking through the water's surface, he left behind a trail of crimson thunder, coming to a halt before the formidable red line. Carefully, he extracted an eternal pose, protected by a shimmering force field to withstand the incredible speeds he had just achieved. Studying the compass's direction, he followed the path at a more reasonable pace, gradually shedding his electrifying transformation until he resembled a typical bluish lightning. His journey included intermittent stops to verify whether the islands he encountered were indeed Dressrosa until he finally reached his destination, the island where the chaos had originated. There were no other ships in sight, except for a marine warship docked at the port. A furrow formed on his brow as he descended towards it. The island bore the marks of devastation, yet it remained eerily intact in many areas. As his foot touched the soil, he found himself in a field of flowers, marred by the presence of sunflowers stained with blood. He levitated once more, descending upon the streets, where a gentle breeze brushed against his face. However, there was an unsettling absence of life. It felt like a ghost town, though he knew better. His senses extended to their limits, detecting the presence of people within what appeared to be a colossal coliseum. He generated several electric clones that departed from his body, taking on an appearance distinct from his own electric bodies. These charged currents covered in kinetic energy roamed the area, searching for clues and anything of interest. Amidst the fallen bodies, shrouded in cloaks, lay dozens of individuals scattered throughout the main avenues and plazas. As he lifted each one, he discovered that most were citizens of the city, while others had a more nefarious air about them. Don Quixote pirates, he muttered, recognizing some of them from the wanted posters. Diamante, Pica, Treble, among the fallen was a young woman in maid attire, an arrow piercing her heart. He grimaced and gently returned her to her resting place, covering her respectfully. The next body, however, left a bitter taste in his mouth. It was a member of the Kuja tribe, someone he hadn't interacted with personally but had trained alongside his group, aiding Primrose in her endeavors. The lifeless form of the young woman lay before him, her eyes wide open. Gently, he closed her eyes and instructed one of his doppelgangers to carry her. He vowed that all of them would receive an honorable burial in Amazon Lily, with their families duly compensated. This place was no fitting resting ground for these souls. One by one, he continued this solemn duty, the count of fallen between a dozen and two. Veyron, what brings you here? A voice rang out, reminding him of the person he was. He froze in his tracks, as did his clones when they saw the speaker. It was none other than Admiral Aokiji, a presence he hadn't anticipated encountering here. Typically, matters like these were handled by vice admirals or rear admirals. What do you think, Aokiji? I'm not having a good day. Don't provoke me, Veyron responded with a tinge of annoyance. Aokiji's gaze softened. I mean no offense. Did you come solely for these bodies, or do you seek answers? He realized that Veyron was certainly not having the best day, seeing the corpses of the women who worshipped him and considered him god. Veyron halted, the urgency in his eyes apparent. Do you have any answers for me? I may not hold the answers, but I know someone who could provide them. Come with me. Aokiji led the way back to the Colosseum. Veyron ended up directing his clones to continue their search for the fallen, gathering them in one central location on the avenue. Within the massive structure, wounded individuals filled the space, attended to by marine medics. Thousands of them queued up, seeking treatment. The Colosseum, while not large enough to accommodate everyone, provided an efficient refuge from the elements and facilitated swift movement between patients. Veyron's demeanor remained composed, but the tense atmosphere weighed heavily. This country had endured a series of mutinies, a nation scarred by recent events. Allow me to introduce King Riko Dada III. Aokiji presented a wounded man whose countenance bore the weight of loss. Admiral Aokiji, who is this? The man inquired. This is Dracule Veyron. In a way, he has ties to the pirates who saved your people. He's here to ensure their fallen comrades receive a proper burial, I presume, Aokiji probed. Veyron nodded and extended his hand. It must have been an ordeal. You cannot fathom, young man. This is a nightmare from which I'll never awaken. Their hands met, but Veyron noticed the tremor that still lingered in Riku's grip. The king led them to a separate area within the Colosseum, where tables awaited them. I have many questions. You could say I have a connection to the Kuja pirates captain and chiefs. I must understand what transpired here. Please, King Riku, enlighten me, Veyron implored, his impatience thinly veiled. Please, have a seat. I'll recount how this nightmare began and how it concluded. Upon hearing the brief yet harrowing account, a seething anger brewed within Veyron. However, the primary culprits behind this catastrophe had met their end, dealt with by the Kuja pirates warriors who had unknowingly sacrificed their lives for a greater cause while stealing the national tribute. They had liberated the country from centuries of tyranny without even realizing it. Veyron pondered why they had remained rather than departing after securing the tribute. He had emphasized the importance of freeing oppressed nations while cautioning against sacrificing their lives. For him, the latter was more important. The king, manipulated like a puppet to slay his own people, had narrowly escaped being framed for the atrocity as the true culprits sought to claim the throne, led by Doflamingo. During their conversation, several of Veyron's clones returned, and to avoid alarming Rika, he had them assume appearances similar to his own rather than their electric avatars. However, even this did little to ease Rika's unease when he saw someone who mirrored Veyron's likeness approaching. Aokiji, too, furrowed his brow, recognizing the depth of Veyron's mastery over his devil fruit, though unaware that it involved both his devil fruit and the fourth haki. He reassured Riko and accepted the items they carried, a trio of devil fruits discovered by the clones during their investigation. These are for the Kuja pirates. They deserve them, Veyron declared, though he questioned whether he would permit the Kuja pirates to set sail again once this ordeal was resolved. I apologize for my inability to assist further. They are our saviors, Riko lamented. This wasn't your fault. It was not your mistake, so your daughter Scarlet? Veyron inquired gently. The man's eyes filled with sorrow as he spoke, struggling to contain his emotions. A girl with pink hair approached him, appearing to be in her teenage years but still quite young. Grandfather. This is my granddaughter. Her name is Rebecca, King Riku introduced. Veyron offered a warm smile as he ruffled Rebecca's hair. Nice to meet you, Rebecca. You have to be strong for your grandfather's sake, all right. Rebecca nodded with a soft, hesitant response. She then returned to her grandfather's side, seeking comfort in his embrace. King Riku, who is Rebecca's father. Veyron inquired further. Both Aokiji and Riku seemed taken aback by this question, wondering if it was necessary to delve into such personal matters. That. I don't remember. Perhaps that man was never in her life from the beginning, the king replied, his voice distant. Veyron frowned deeply. This was precisely the kind of information he sought, and though the king's words might hold some truth, he couldn't shake his skepticism. I don't yet have all the answers I need, but you mentioned that after the events unfolded, another group of pirates arrived. Yes, it was a big mammoth. Rebecca interjected enthusiastically. The beast pirates, I pursued them, Aokiji added. Who specifically? Veyron pressed. One of the all-stars, Jack. I can't divulge more than that, Aokiji responded cautiously. Aokiji, I've made it clear that I'm in no mood for half-truths. Give me every piece of information you have. Veyron's voice thundered, causing the entire Colosseum to fall into a hushed fear. Another conflict was the last thing they needed. Please, Admiral, we owe the Kuja pirates at least this much, Riku pleaded, recognizing the potential danger of Veyron's agitation. Aokiji sighed, leaning back as he prepared to share the information. It is like this. Big Mom and Kaido working together? To take something. That's correct. We suspect it was the national tribute, Aokiji confirmed. It was not. The national tribute is currently in Fishman Island. It was stolen by the Kuja pirates, Veyron clarified. So he wasn't lying. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. I see. In that case, I assume you're willing to hand it over. Admiral Shiro Nico is in Fishman Island dealing with my wife. If you value your position, I suggest you hope they reach an agreement, Veyron remarked before preparing to leave. Thank you for everything, King Riku. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me through this Den Mushi address. We have both suffered from this catastrophe. We will surely reach out when necessary. Just so you know, Veyron is also the king of God over 3 massive islands in paradise, Aokiji revealed, leaving Riku astonished by the weight of responsibility borne by such a young man. How is that possible? He possesses the power to back it up. Do you think just anyone can address me in such a manner and leave unscathed? You're right, Riku conceded, and Veyron smirked at Aokiji's feeble attempt at challenging his authority. One last question, King. You mentioned that during the chaos, a mammoth arrived, and you were all protected by a toy. That's correct, but none of us remember the toy from before the incident. We assumed it was one of Doflamingo's crew members. His voice even contained anger. I need you to take me to where that toy is. It's crucial. The truth. Veyron and Aokiji followed Riku to the location where everything had unfolded. It was one of the most heavily devastated areas, second only to the port and situated adjacent to the palace on the main avenue. Buildings lay in ruins, bearing the enormous footprints left by the rampaging mammoth. It was here that it happened, and here is the toy. Riku pointed to the shattered figure still lying on the ground. The toy resembled a soldier, but it was missing a leg, an arm, and its head. It remained motionless. Veyron furrowed his brow as he picked up both parts of the toy, the body and the head. You mentioned that this toy protected you. It was moving before, correct? Veyron inquired. Yes, Riku responded. I see. He sighed and rubbed his brow, his thoughts taking a dark turn before he gently returned the toy to the ground. He then gave a brief glance to the pink-haired girl who tilted her head curiously. Is there something on my face, sir? She asked. No, nothing. I'm finished here, but I'll stay for a while, Veyron replied. Please take your time, Riku said, bowing slightly before leading the pink-haired girl away, her eyes occasionally returning to the broken toy. Have you uncovered any answers, Veyron? Aokiji asked. I think I have, and I don't like them at all, Aokiji, Veyron admitted. What is it? Aokiji inquired. That toy there was once a person who was transformed into a toy, and that person was subsequently forgotten, Veyron explained with a hint of skepticism. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Aokiji crossed his arms, expressing doubt. It could be, but I can't think of another reason why this toy would protect people or why it moved before but not now, Veyron reasoned. Is it dead? Veyron nodded with grief. I will head back to the Colosseum. What are you going to do? Aokiji questioned. I'm going to try to find more clues before reaching a conclusion. If my suspicions are correct, then I may have to head to Wano. Veyron voiced his opinion. Based on the circumstances, it appears that what Jack took from here wasn't the national tribute but the 3 individuals I've been searching for. However, I can't confirm it yet. Don't be reckless, Aokiji cautioned, surprising Veyron. I didn't know you cared about me, Veyron remarked with mock amusement. I don't, but Nico Robin does, Aokiji responded, then departed for the Colosseum. Veyron briefly contemplated whether Nico Robin and Aokiji had crossed paths in recent years, but he set that thought aside for another time. His destination for gathering clues was the main palace, which now stood abandoned and reeking of blood. Oddly, there were more Kuja tribe corpses here than anywhere else, piquing his curiosity. Amid the wreckage, he noticed a shattered sculpture. Picking up a fragment, he recognized the face from a wanted poster. Don Quixote Doflamingo, turned to stone, petrified, he muttered to himself. She turned him into stone, he recalled Fisher Tiger mentioning during his story. In the One Piece manga, Boa Hancock could turn people into stone, he remembered, trying to piece together a narrative of what might have occurred in this place. Darling/little brother/Veyron. Ugh. He was suddenly struck by an excruciating headache, causing him to drop to his knees. It felt as though something was devouring his brain. H. Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold. He recognized the names and appearances of the women, but that was all he knew. There had to be more information locked away in his memories. As he rubbed his forehead, he sensed a faint presence, not through haki, but as a subtle movement at the edge of his vision. He readied his hand, imbuing it with lightning, and the entity that had approached him quickly retreated into the darkness. Stay fearless. Go. He heard voices whispering. He wasn't sure if he was hallucinating, but a toy was pushed out of the darkness by two small figures, perhaps dwarves. For a moment, he wondered if his headache had distorted his perception. Hello. The toy stuttered, confirming that she was a living being and not a vision. Veyron leaned down to get a closer look at her, realizing that she was the key to his search, a living toy. Who are you? The toy hesitated, but eventually, she opened up. I'm not a toy. I'm not a toy. Veyron examined her closely, noticing her numerous wounds from being thrown and hit. He picked her up and began tending to her injuries with bandages he found nearby. He wasn't certain if it would work since she was just a toy, but he had to try. I believe you. I believe you. Really? Yes, you need to tell me everything you know. It's crucial, Veyron urged. Viola continued to sob but managed to speak between her tears. My name is Viola. I'm the first daughter of Riku Dado III and a native of Dressrosa. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. Veyron saw progress in her willingness to open up. Riku Dado had previously mentioned only one daughter, Scarlet, which meant that Viola had also been forgotten. What happened, Viola? It was my fault, because I asked for help, they were transformed into toys. Those women, our saviors. Viola exclaimed, recalling the nightmarish events. Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia. Veyron pondered, and Viola gasped. Huh, you know them? You remember them? No, but I'm really trying hard to. My name is Veyron. Tell me everything you know, Viola. He had finally found the key to the truth. Her tale was heart-wrenching. She had been turned into a toy by a green-haired girl named Sugar inside the palace. Their maid had opened the gates and allowed the pirates in. She had witnessed the transformation of her saviors into toys while her subordinates were mercilessly slaughtered. The executive treble had been struck by a torrent of lightning from one of the Kuja ships. Viola had been held captive with the other three women. Unlike the others, she had not been placed under a contract by Sugar and had enjoyed a degree of freedom. What followed was a harrowing nightmare. As Veyron had suspected, the shattered soldier had once been Rebecca's father and Riku's son-in-law, Kairos. He had tried to restore order, but the confusion surrounding him being mistaken for a pirate had made it impossible. Viola remained captive under Sugar's influence, unable to help. The mammoth's rampage had caused chaos, with the soldier toy, which had shattered into pieces with a single swing of its trunk, symbolizing the destruction. She had witnessed everything but had held back her tears. Jack had taken the two green-haired girls and the three toys with him as he left, leaving Dressrosa in ruins. Viola had fled in fear for her life and sought refuge with the Tontada tribe on Green Bit. She couldn't forgive herself for inadvertently causing the capture of her saviors. Are you the lightning god? She exclaimed, and Veyron's eyebrows tilted up in surprise at being addressed like this by her. I am. Then you must know, those three are your wives. The green-haired girl kept musing over and over that those three were the wives of the lightning god. Veyron grit his teeth harshly. Wives, and he had forgotten them, every single moment, completely forgotten. Someone really had to pay with this with dear blood. My father will be able to do something on his own, he is capable, Viola said, her voice filled with determination. But I have to help you save them, or I'll never forgive myself. How can you help me? Veyron asked, concerned about her safety. Viola explained that she had consumed a devil fruit that granted her unique sight abilities. Even in her current toy form, she could see distant events, and she offered to use her powers to assist in the search. Her powers were limited, but they were present. That's how I managed to sense you. I sensed the turmoil in your emotions and knew you were looking for something. You're not inherently evil, she mused. Recognizing her potential value, Veyron agreed to let her help but emphasized that she should avoid combat at all costs. With Viola as his newfound ally, Veyron prepared to embark on his quest to rescue the captured women who were his wives. On his own, however, his plans were abruptly interrupted by a call from Stussy. Master, something important is going down in the underworld. What is it now? Kaido wants a meeting with you. He wants to make a deal with the Emperor of the Black Market. So that bastard is making his move now, huh? Veyron thought with vengeance-craving eyes, bracing himself for a new challenge that would surely be the toughest he had ever faced. The strongest creature alive. He placed Viola on his shoulders. Since you want your island to be shattered so much, Kaido, we can arrange that right **ing now. Negotiation with rising tensions and the fate of the world hanging in the balance, though no one knew it at the time, a crucial meeting took place in the Ryago Palace on Fishman Island. Two opposing sides sat facing each other, despite having shared many good moments in the past. Duty remained duty. Admiral Shiro Nico sat alone on one side of the table. Due to the urgency of the situation, she couldn't travel on her official warship and had to rely on her private speedboat. She would have preferred to have her crew's support, but it was impossible. She represented the entire marine side. On the opposite side of the table, Mihawk sat casually, even putting her legs on the table, much to the Admiral's irritation. Next to her was Primrose, who wasn't feeling well but had to attend as this matter concerned her Kuja tribe. Behind them were the main executives of the crew below the vice-chiefs, Rindo, Ran, and Afalandra. On the neutral side, with sweat running down their foreheads, were Neptune, Otohim, and Jimmy. Shanks, on the other hand, wanted nothing to do with this situation. The moment national tribute was mentioned, he and the red hair pirates ***ed off, retreating to some filthy corner in the new Fishman district to hide. As a provisional celestial dragon, he knew better than to meddle with the tribute, just as Mihawk did. However, since they had already involved themselves in this matter, there was no turning back, and with her son's absence, she had to respond. You're free to use the palace for your negotiations. Do you need us to leave Jaemon? Neptune humbly offered. Although he wanted to know what was happening, he understood that this matter was not solely his concern. Why would you need to leave your own palace? Primrose smiled lightly and even invited Otohim to sit down with her. We have brought this problem to your doorstep, so you have the right to know what will happen next, Neptune, Mihawk explained. If the Celestial Dragons decided to send their forces to retrieve the tribute, they would target Fishman Island and cause extensive destruction in the process. Therefore, this was Neptune's concern as well. With all the stakes laid out on the table, the negotiations began. So, what will it take for you to return the national tribute? Jun knew better than to delay the inevitable, understanding that there was no need for indirect methods with Mihawk. Having helped each other on numerous occasions, they shared a certain level of understanding. In response to Jun's request, Mihawk lazily crossed her arms and replied, "Why should we give it away? The Kuja pirates risked their lives to obtain it. Are you suggesting that after all they've been through, I should simply hand it over?" Mihawk's position was clear. First, the Marine held nothing of interest to them to exchange for this, and second, she recognized the potential consequences of this matter, including the sacrifices made and the tampering of memories. Giving away the tribute felt like an affront to all they had endured. You don't understand, Mihawk. Primrose, I beg you. Realizing that Hawkeye's pride might hinder a resolution, Jun shifted her focus to someone she believed to be more rational and less inclined toward battle. Unfortunately, both of these mature women were in agreement this time. I agree with Mihawk, Jun. Why should we give it away? By now, you should know that some superior force manipulated us into this state. Returning the tribute would make everything we went through seem meaningless, Primrose added. From her perspective, only a superior force could wield such overwhelming power as to make everyone in this world lose their memories. If you don't return the tribute, the only ones who will suffer are the civilians all over the world, in every kingdom affiliated with the world government and even those that aren't. Trust me on this, if Dragon was aware of this situation, he would urge you to return the tribute. But we're not Monkey D. Dragon, we're not the revolutionaries. We're the liberators. I do things Veyron's way, not Dragon's way, Primrose declared unabashedly. The way she saw it, the revolutionaries were a bunch of cowards with little to no advance in their endeavor, at least not compared to her husband. Jun tried to clarify further. Okay, let me explain. Mihawk already knows, but she's too stubborn to say it out loud. Seeing Hawkeye's frown, Jun continued, if we don't return the tribute, Marine salaries will be reduced as a penalty, and this goes to every officer under the world government. I couldn't care less about my own salary, but the families of lower-ranked Marines will suffer. And that's not the half of it. Do you think they'll accept this loss? Next year's tribute will increase or even double to compensate for this loss. Kingdoms that can barely afford it will suffer more, while the wealthy ones will take even more from the lower class. In this scenario, the rich and powerful will lose the least, and the citizens of struggling kingdoms will suffer the most. As Jun spoke, her frustration grew, culminating in a forceful strike on the table, creating sparks of white lightning. Her anger wasn't directed at Mihawk, it was frustration with the world structure, a reality she had come to understand after becoming an admiral. The Celestial Dragons never lose. Everyone turned their attention to Mihawk, waiting for her response. Jun's argument seemed fair and realistic to them, to the point where even Primrose began to have doubts. Neptune and Otohim remained silent, but they, too, leaned toward returning the tribute. It's good that you understand the state of anarchy in this world as a Marine Admiral, Mihawk mocked, given their long-standing acquaintance and Jun's unwavering determination. The more frustration Jun expressed, the more she realized that her resolution could only take her so far when faced with the harsh reality. I'm already doing everything I can. This isn't something I can resolve with brute force, Mihawk. If it could be solved with power, Veyron would have already done it. Jun released a slight growl, directing her frustration inward, realizing that becoming an admiral had brought both benefits and constraints. She had been forced to witness all the cruelty in the world and yet remained powerless, whereas as a rear admiral, she had been powerless but ignorant. There was no straightforward solution to this problem, even if one day Marie Geoise disappeared. I understand your predicament. Now, what would Veyron do in this situation? Mihawk pondered. Should we call him? Prim suggested, recognizing the gravity of the decision. She imagined him to be extremely busy, but this was a crucial matter. No need. I know exactly what he would say, give it back. We can't allow the world to sink even further into poverty. Liberators forever? Dark mantle out something like that. Mihawk declared, even mimicking his voice to Otohim's amusement. Jun's face brightened momentarily while the others saw the respect and prestige of the lightning god diminishing slowly. But I'll be stubborn and selfish this time around. That's not what we're going to do, Jun. We're not giving back, at least not all of it. Never had a face transitioned from happiness to sadness so quickly. Jun seemed puzzled. We're keeping a part of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. This statement left the room confused. If it were that easy to resolve, why were they even here in the first place? Only Primrose and Jun knew Mihawk's secret and that she possessed the power to handle this, apart from being one of the warlords of the seas. If that's the case, then I don't mind. You shall bear the responsibility for this outcome. I'm not involved, you hear me? Not in the slightest. The conversation had turned and the Mistress Jun was no longer dealing with the wife Mihawk. The scope was different. Admiral Shironiko was dealing with the second Knight of God, someone way above her rank. And she could do nothing but accept the verdict. You just have to be obedient and bear with Sengoku's scolding, I'll do the rest. Operation Sugar 2 looked left and right, it was all cleared. It has been 2 days and I, Odin, am going to embark now on a very important mission that could determine if the country of Wano is saved, or, if I'll die a pitiful death once these blow, one or the other. But if I let go of this chance, I wouldn't be the legendary Odin indeed. Be careful, Odin. They whispered to me. Leave it to me. I showed my thumbs up, to no one in particular. Inside of my kimono are 3 toys, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. I'm taking them with me as leaving them in the prison cell may not be secure enough as they can't move. The first part of my mission is simple, to find sugar. I'm able to move around the palace without issues. The problem is that I'm sure my father is going to put a lot of security around sugar because keeping these 3 as toys is fundamental to his plan. It is easy for me to scavenge through the floors because between each of them, there is an attic-like space. I have lived here all my life. The first place I went, as it is most obvious, was to my father's room. Surprisingly enough, there is nobody here. Thankfully, I can only kidnap Sugar if the security isn't too strong. Kidnapping her in front of my father would have been impossible. The next spot I searched was Who's Who Nico Cafe. He's one of the most recent Tobai Rappo and my father's subordinate. There are cats all over, but not a soul in sight. What is going on? Is everyone asleep or something? Did I wake up too early due to my eagerness? Everything okay, Odin? Hancock asked me again, perhaps a little impatient. I can't find Sugar, let me keep looking. There was another place that I hadn't yet checked, Black Maria's Pleasure Hall. I left that place for last because I don't like it, but seeing as everyone's gone, that's my next destination. Yamato. Somebody's voice stopped me in my tracks. It is one of the people that stay away from the most. One of the Tobai Rappo, Altai. She was wearing her attire as usual, her massive golden spike club. Altai, what are you doing? She looked me up and down. Does my kimono look a bit bulky? I'm looking for my father, do you know where he is? I tried to act as friendly as possible. Usually, she and I would argue all the time. I didn't want trouble. She glared at me for a while before answering. He went to the docks to receive the Yonko, Big Mom, and her crew for tomorrow's operation. Were you sleeping the whole time or something? Big Mom is here. I wasn't the only one shocked. The 3 toys nearly let their voices out and exposed themselves. It seemed as if my reaction was unnatural. Altai frowned again. Is that so? Do you know who went with him to get Big Mom? King or Queen? Why do you want to know? You're acting weird. Usually you're more disobedient. She swung her club a couple of times. I had to say something very fast or she'd realize. I'm not a good liar or actor. A sudden love for father has grown in my heart. That was the only thing that came to my mind. Oh, that didn't work. Altai frowned at me further, even going as far as to approach me while bumping her club on her palm. You're acting suspicious. Where are the toys, Yamato? They're still with you. Let's go Golden Kagura, Queen, Funk. Can't wait for it this year. Altai smiled and patted my back rather harshly. Ouch, the one that groaned was not me, it was Hancock. It seems you're finally learning, Yamato, getting rid of all that Odin nonsense. Don't listen to that guy for too long though, it will dull your ears. Altai laughed and started walking away from me after being convinced that there was absolutely nothing awry in this situation. I exhaled a deep breath of relief and shivered in disgust. Those were words I absolutely thought I'd never say in my life, but just like me, the legendary Odin never thought he'd walk naked and dance on the streets for the sake of his people. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. What was all that about? What is Golden Kagura? Marigold asked. Forget it. It is nothing important. We need to hurry up, if Big Mom is here. They're really trying to set my little brother up. 2 Yonkos in one place. We can't delay. Sandersonia hurried me and I nodded. We didn't have enough time to linger. I hurried to Black Maria's lair of pleasure, her brothel. Black Maria is a woman with 2 faces. She could show you one of them and completely mislead you before engulfing you with the other. She can be either extremely kind or extremely vicious. I have experienced both. There was a time and she was thoroughly trying to convince me that I was a woman. Those that enter her eyes she treats kindly. Those who don't. Stop. I peeked through the door's edge and saw it all. There she was, holding both green-haired sisters while mercilessly lashing at the younger one. For her, anyone that didn't enter her eyes was nothing but a toy for her own entertainment, and she'd use those toys to profit in every situation. Even now, she was likely tasked to guard those 2 girls, and yet, here she is, enjoying it. What is the problem, little girl? As long as you don't faint there shouldn't be an issue, right? PAWAA? By now the little girl was sobbing and crying with her bottom all swollen. She is like a little girl getting punished by her strict mother, or at least, that's the roleplay the naked Black Maria was trying to pull out. This is exactly why I didn't want to come here. This is what she does every day, sometimes in front of my father to entertain him. You know, I'd never seen anything like this in my life. A true woman in the body of a little girl. Do you know how much those shameless bastards in this world would pay for a night with you? You're what they'd call a legal one. She snickered viciously and even liked her lips, thinking of all the endless possibilities. I don't know what you're talking about. Sugar groaned and struggled to move. Her hands and legs were tied, but it wasn't Seastone. Unlike Monet, who was naked and held in place by Seastone chains. Her eyes contained fear and regret as if they hadn't thought this through. What is in front, Odin? Hancock asked me, but I didn't answer. Perhaps this is their retribution. Are you telling me that Joker didn't have his way with you? What a fool. Now I'm really starting to wonder, Sugar, should I make you into a peak courtesan, or keep you for my private use? The dilemma. After all this is done I may even get that pretty boy too. She crawled on the ground, approaching Sugar, who had been desperately trying to get away from this room. Sadly enough, she had been crawling towards me at the other side of the door. Please let go of my sister, you can do whatever you want with me, Monet pleaded. With you? I already know what to do with you, Monet. She grasped the girl's hair and smelled it. It smells exquisite, like winter. I'll transform you into the peak courtesan of winter. Both of you don't need to worry, I'll make sure to get a lot of profit. Welcome to the Beast Pirates. While all this scene unfolded in front of my eyes, I covered my mouth and muttered to Hancock, I don't think we're gonna need to blackmail her. Amidst their despair, there is a light of hope for us. Could we work together to flee from this place? After what she did? It was a tough question, but it is up to them. There is no need to even think about it. If that is our chance to return, I won't think twice. Operation Sugar II. It was going to be difficult to extract Sugar and Monet under these circumstances, not with Black Maria present. A battle between the two of us would get attention that I didn't want. I had two options, one was to stay here and keep an eye on them, and the other was to go to my father's room to see what was happening. Big Mom working with my father? Although I haven't been to the outside world, I haven't heard him speak kindly of the other Yonko ever for them to suddenly become allies. What should I do? I asked for advice. I really want to know what they're planning. Two Yonkos working together might be too much, even for Veyron, Marigold stated with concern. I still think Darling can win, but since they've gone as far as to unite, there may be more at play than just them. They intend to use us to take Darling down, and they'll use everything at their disposal to ensure it works, Hancock added. Knowing my father, he may not necessarily want to kill him. My father might have another purpose for him, I said, as my father wasn't the type to go to such lengths to lure someone to a Nagashima just to kill them. He certainly was never the type to lure, he'd always face his foes head on. If he was using such a method with Dracul Veyron, there had to be something else underlay. I think it's best if we wait for Black Maria to leave Sugar alone so we can make our move. There's no use trying to decipher their plan if we can't stop it. We're just toys, Sonia suggested. Let's recover ourselves first, then we can try and aid little brother. Remember, he's coming here for us. The best assistance we can give him is to not be as powerless as we are now. Sonia is right, both sisters agreed, and so did I. I was sure they would start looking for me soon, as I was the one who had the three of them, and I wouldn't be able to remain hidden for much longer. Then let's stay, I began, but then I heard footsteps approaching from the corridor. Someone's coming. I quickly removed some wooden planks and jumped inside a division between floors. The person approaching the door was another member of the Tobirapo, page 1. He entered the room without hesitation, only to find Black Maria in a rather revealing display. You bastard! How many times do I have to tell you to knock on the door first? She cursed loudly. Black Maria, we're being summoned, page 1 said, covering his eyes and speaking nonchalantly. It was clear he didn't want to witness what was happening in that room. TCH, ruining my fun, can't you wait half an hour? Sure, do whatever you want but mind the consequences. Have you seen Yamato? No, why? Is the little girl in trouble? Not for now. We're looking for her. The negotiations are about to begin, and we need those three toys to convince him. In any case, just hurry up. All the Tobirapo need to be present. Big Mom didn't come alone, and at the end of the day, this alliance is just temporary. Page 1 completed his task and left the room, and I knew better than to ignore him. Black Maria, too, understood the situation. That little bastard. I don't want to get scolded, so we'll see each other in a bit, Sugar, Black Maria purred. She licked Sugar's trembling cheek before dressing back into her kimono and leaving, closing the door behind her, leaving behind a sobbing duo. I heard her footsteps above my head. This was our chance. Odin, now. The North Blue, Germa Kingdom. Do you have everything you need? I apologize for the inconvenience, Judge, but this is a precarious situation. In one of the massive rooms of the enormous castle, a blonde woman with a cat mask and white attire sat in front of a massive projection created by a Den Mushi. She removed the mask and her coat, getting ready for a meeting. Standing beside her was a tall man with long blonde hair and armor, and behind him were two individuals. One was a pink-haired young woman, and the other was a red-haired young man, both dressed in unique attire that depicted them as novelty. Stussy had been conducting business, primarily selling her master's new invention, the air combustion engine. Her most important client was none other than one of the world's geniuses, Vinsmoke Judge, one of the people responsible for her creation and a scientific powerhouse associated with the world government. One of the most notable characteristics of this kingdom was its mobility, but that was a story for another time. Presently, a chaotic situation was unfolding. On the table next to her was a den mushi, and connected to it was a person crucial to her. Master, we're going to be connected shortly. Okay, Master. Judge frowned upon hearing the unusual term, and even the young man in red appeared irritated. As for the woman, she calmly analyzed the situation. If possible, Stussy would have preferred to conduct this conversation in private. However, given the circumstances, there was no time to make preparations. On one end of the line was her master, Veyron, who was currently situated in the besieged kingdom of Dressrosa, waiting for her. On his shoulder was a toy. After a few seconds, the call finally connected, and the den mushi projected what appeared to be a meeting room. Sitting in the center of this room was someone who took Judge by surprise. Yonko Kaido. And he wasn't alone. King the Wildfire, Queen the Plague, and Jack the Drought. Judge realized their identities one by one. Behind him there were even more. His display looked like an act of power. Father. The red-haired boy whispered, intending to ask something. SHH. Judge hushed his son. They needed to listen attentively. He realized that something significant was about to happen. It hasn't been long, Empress. The strongest creature on the other side greeted her lazily, a can of booze in his hand. Queen, the corpulent one, even waved his hand continually as if trying to get her attention, but a disgusted Stussy completely ignored him. Indeed, Kaido. Could I know why you wish to have a meeting with me and my darling together? Have you thought about my proposal? It was no secret that everyone in the underworld considered the Empress of the Pleasure District and the Emperor of the Black Market a couple after a certain incident during a meeting at Grand Tesoro. When Kaido requested the meeting, he did so unexpectedly, wanting both of them to be present. What Kaido didn't know was that, in reality, Stussy represented both of them. Veyron only made a show of his presence when necessary. The young man couldn't be bothered to handle the paperwork. I didn't even think about that *TTY proposal. I'm not one to beat around the bush. Where is he? I'm here, Kaido. Veyron's voice came from the den mushi, grabbing everyone's attention. He had been listening. So, the little rat finally shows himself. Why don't you make an appearance, Lightning God? Those left in shock this time included Judge and his children. They had no idea that the Lightning God and the Emperor of the Black Market were the same person. One was a menace who repeatedly defied the world government, even going so far as to destroy the City of Justice, an ice lobby. He also had one of the highest bounties in the world. The other was an underworld broker who had been selling cutting-edge technology for the last 4 years, technology that typically only the world government could afford due to their vast budget and connections to Dr. Vegapunk. Upon being exposed, Veyron didn't flinch. He had expected this moment, just as Stussy, who already had contacts, like Judge, aware of her position as a member of CP0, knew her day would come. But they couldn't care less. I hope you didn't call me just to waste my time with trivialities, the young man stated, eliciting growls and howls from Kaido's side. Who dared to speak to their captain like that? Only the other 4 emperors and the oddity known as Dracul Veyron. Kids these days are quite audacious. They quickly forget their past when they were nothing, while I was already at the top. Of course, I'm not calling you for trivial matters. I'm calling you to threaten you. You're clever, so you should have realized that by now I have something that you want. I already know you have 3 people important to me. You've made a massive mistake. What are you going to do about it? If you have a problem, come to me, and we'll sort it out personally, Kaido hiccuped and challenged. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Destroying an ice lobby set an example for the Marines and the world government not to mess with me. It seems it's time I set an example for the pirates as well. Thanks for postulating Wano, Veyron snickered. Bayong? I'm looking forward to that, kiddo. Stussy, Judge, and the scientist's children were flabbergasted to see the negotiations turn into a battle of words, with blatant insults, threats, and confrontations between 2 emperors who, had they been face to face, would surely have resorted to violence. Mama, that's why we never allowed you to do the talking, Kaido. The room's atmosphere shifted as Big Mom entered the screen, leaving everyone, including Veyron, momentarily stunned. Veyron had anticipated this moment from the instant Aokiji mentioned Jack's involvement with Charlotte Cracker and Charlotte Smoothie. However, he hadn't expected Big Mom to venture all the way to Onigashima. There's no need to scare the boy, Kaido. You see, Lightning God, we're in dire need of energy, and you have exactly what we need. But this subscription of yours and meddling in our business, Mama, that's not how things work around here. You're too new to this game to be imposing rules. You're undoubtedly powerful, but don't think for a second that everyone in the seas fears you, brat. The negotiation had shifted into a declaration of intent. Kaido had confirmed that he possessed something crucial to Veyron, and he intended to leverage it to the fullest. It was no longer a fair exchange. Kaido was determined to ensure Veyron never left Onigashima alive. However, Veyron had his own plans. You two better stop wasting my time. Tell me what you want, place and time. I'll be there. Judge gulped, realizing that Veyron was a force to be reckoned with. The young man was lawless. To the side, Ichiji snorted, and Reijo couldn't help but giggle, their thoughts known only to themselves. Worororo, I like straightforward lads like you the most. Then come to a Nagashima in Wano in 2 days. You're as fast as lightning, so this shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Bring an air combustion engine, the original schematics of the machine, and your pitiful self. Hand all of that over, and you can get your girls back. If you don't come on time, then I guess you'll find their heads on sticks. Don't worry, Kaido, Linlin. I'll be there. Expect me, not even a second late. We will have a lot of fun together. The transmission ended, and by that time, Judge was already sweating bullets. What did I just hear? A war between Dracul Veyron and 2 Yonkos? Stussie's master is the lightning god. Does Vegapunk know about this? He had too many questions that needed answers, but Stussie was already packing up her things. She never expected things to escalate like this. Her master was going to fight 2 Yonkos. She knew for a fact that he wouldn't make any concessions. He wouldn't hand over an air combustion engine, schematics, or anything else. It was going to be an all-out war, and she was worried. I'm currently in the North Blue. Is there anything I can do to help you? Don't worry, Stussie. You've done enough. Leave it to me. Master, you can't go by yourself? Please don't go by yourself. It's not just going to be the 2 of them, I assure you of that. It's a trap. Funny enough, she was not worried that Veyron would fight against 2 Yonkos. She believed in his capacity to flee the scene if things turned awry. But the way things looked, Kaido and Big Mom looked so confident that there surely were other cards under the table that weren't shown during the meeting. Contrary to what she believed, Veyron had already considered the possibility. From the moment he learned that Kaido and Big Mom were colluding, he knew. Don't worry. Kaido isn't the only one with friends. I have a few people owing me favors. I wonder if I should use them. Kasha. Avengers. Assemble IHE Kingdom of Alabasta, Alyaburna. In this world, one of the most prominent characteristics of every major capital is its elevation above sea level. The capital of Alabasta, Alyaburna, was no exception. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, arguably one of the most formidable among them, Crocodile, firmly believed that beneath this massive aggregation of rocks, there had to be something hidden, something ancient and powerful, the Pluton, an ancient weapon. Bastard, make sure to stay away from here. I don't want any funny business, he growled at Mr. 5, a member of Baroque Works specialized in explosions. After days of excavation, a simple explosion in the wrong place could set them back by weeks. Deep underground, half of the Baroque Works members had spent the last few days tirelessly digging. Crocodile had acquired considerable experience in digging, having been enslaved for a whole year and tasked with constructing a massive underground complex on Rusukana Island, an underground laboratory and workshop. Sable's Court Ante. Crocodile created a tornado of sharp sand edges, efficiently carving out a tunnel. It was a technique he had been taught, albeit one primarily designed for battle. The tunnel, which he had already created, was illuminated by various light sources, including candles and fires. He refused to allow darkness to prevail, especially as that woman, Nico Robin, continued to interfere with his plans. He had divided his group into 3 units, a decoy unit, a defense unit, and a digging unit. Unfortunately for him, Robin had already discerned his strategy. Don't leave shadows big enough, make sure the place is properly lit. That woman can transport through darkness, it's her domain. As long as we don't leave large shadows, she can't suddenly appear here out of nowhere like she always does, he instructed, and his followers maintained a well-lit environment to counteract Robin's powers. He sure understands how my power works, even though I haven't revealed anything to him. Just by observing me, he knows that much, Robin thought. Inside one of the shadows, Robin grimaced at how accurately Crocodile understood her devil fruit power. They had become acutely aware of each other's secrets. She, too, had deduced that his fruit's weakness was water. Too bad for you, I don't need to use my whole body in this situation, Ali. She extended her hand out from one of the smaller areas of darkness not covered by the light and planted a small bundle of lit TNT. She repeated this process in multiple spots before retreating. By the time Crocodile detected the unusual scent, it was too late. Damn. Boom. Outside the newly excavated underground facility, a girl shielded her face with a towel to protect herself from the sand. She was eating a sandwich with some fruit and had a small portable telescope trained on the entrance of the cave, which was now emitting dust and smoke. A tent nearby was shrouded in multiple towels, creating an artificial cloud of darkness during the daytime. Robin emerged from the tent, brushing off the sand and coughing lightly. There was a stern expression on her face. It might have been for a second, but I think I saw Crocodile's sand break through the rocks. There was something on the other side, she mumbled. Are you okay, sis? Vivi asked as she helped dust Robin off. It's all in a day's work. This will slow down their progress a bit. Any news? My father called me to inform me that Bone Clay and Galdino are causing a commotion. They captured the latter after he impersonated an old woman selling vegetables, but he was selling them at a much higher price than they should be. He was never the brightest. I thought he'd send 2 more agents, but it doesn't matter. It seems the explosion worked, Robin said as she settled down to eat a sandwich, traversing through the cloud of dust and debris left behind by the collapsed tunnel. Now I don't know if anything is really down there, but if there is, it better not fall into Crocodile's hands. Are you sure? This may kill Crocodile. He won't die from this alone, but as for his associates, I can't say. He should have known better than to walk into a death trap. Mihawk taught us that a good strategy is worth more than endless strength. It seems he wasn't paying attention. Let's wait for things to calm down, I have a call to make. Before she could even decide who to contact, her den mushy began to ring. It caught her off guard because nobody ever called this particular den mushy, and very few people knew the address. Pero. It took her a moment to answer the call, leaving Vivi surprised. Robin exhaled deeply before answering. Kuka. Robin, a voice from the other end spoke, causing her heart to flutter. Veyron, it's been a while. There are many things I'd like to say to you for disappearing on me. I'm sorry. I promised I'd call, but you know how I am, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. In truth, she had wanted to call for a long time, but she didn't know how. Initially, she left for the thrill of adventure, planning to return to Rusukena on her way back to the New World. However, her expedition to Alabasta had taken much longer than expected, filled with secrets to uncover and unexpected animosity toward her former crewmate, Crocodile. Even so, it wasn't an excuse for not calling. Vivi noticed that Robin's carefree and disinterested demeanor had vanished. Her voice now sounded flustered, and she moved to a more private spot to talk. I may need your help, Robin. Something big is happening, but I'm in the New World. Where are you? I'm in Alabasta, and... do you need my help? No, I can manage just fine, she tried to reassure him, but it was clear he wasn't convinced. I'll come and help you anyway. I won't let this happen to me again, but not now, there are other matters at hand. First, tell me, do you know who Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold are? This question. An unsettling feeling welled up within her. Veyron's question made her realize that Crocodile's ranting wasn't a mere coincidence. Of course, I know who they are. They're your wives. There was a brief silence on the other end. We have 2 days. Follow my Viver card and come to me during the night. This is going to be big. Got it? Who's the enemy? The Yonkos Kaido and Big Mom. Kuka. It took her a while to process it. Not one Yonko, 2. A part of her was expecting the enemy to be an admiral and a vice admiral, or a fleet, but it seemed Veyron had exceeded himself once again. Instead of being scared, a sense of thrill welled in Robin. She walked back up to Vivi with a wide smile. Something came up, Vivi. I'm going to be absent for a while. The girl was surprised by the sudden turn of events. Can't I go with you? Robin sighed. I can drop you somewhere safe in the meantime, but you can't come with me. This is going to be extremely dangerous, even for me. Even for you. She couldn't conceive what was it that could deter even her, who could go toe-to-toe against a powerful warlord like Crocodile. She was yet too innocent. We're going to travel during the night where I'm the fastest. She took out a piece of paper and sighed in relief when she saw it wasn't burning or anything like that. This may be convenient for us as well. Where I'm going to leave you is where we're going to get what we need to stop the drought in this country. I only hope Crocodile is going to be quiet for a while after this. She could only sigh in helplessness. Who knows how much this operation is going to take. There may be a new king of Alabasta by the time we return. Who knows? Avengers. Assemble the country of Wano, Onigashima. The day had adjourned. It was a day in which Kaido and Big Mom's plans were to be fulfilled, or so they believed. A deep scheme lay within. The promise of enough energy to produce a near infinite amount of smiles and a ridiculous amount of candies. Code trademarks that only both emperors understood. But before that happened, there was a last hurdle. How do you even know what I planned, bastard? There is no need for a back and forth. Me and Doflamingo contacted each other, so I was naturally aware of what you intended to do, Kaido. So the first time you fiends descend from that sacred land, it is for the sake of a brat. Mamma, I'm genuinely surprised. Dracul Veyron's threat goes far beyond what you can imagine. This is an alliance that benefits us both. Sitting opposite to both Yonkos were 2 royal men. One of them had a dull expression and long black hair with gold and dark armor, while the other was quite brazen and behaved in a way that made the crew of the 2 Yonkos believe that this castle belonged to him instead. 2 of the infamous Knights of God. They were a secret to the majority of the people in this world. But it wasn't a secret for the 2 Yonkos who had first witnessed this elite force during the incident in God Valley when they were still under the banner of rocks, a tragic incident which ended with the deaths of the previous second knight. The 2 had materialized in this room with a suddenness that would have made all of their crew attack them. That is, if they could move. Aside from both Yonkos and a few members of their crews like King and Katakuri, everyone else was standstill. They had difficulties to even breathe. Was it Conqueror Haki or some other power? They had no idea. But it established a general though, the Knights of God are not to be messed with. Kaido and Big Mom frowned. These 2 didn't come with bad intentions, but their appearance on its own was already suspicious enough. Their proposal was simple, to ally against Dracul Veyron once he arrived. It made Kaido even more irritated. How far was the world government willing to go against the brat? If even the Knights of God, a faction that would never involve themselves in worldly matters, is making a move against him and even taking advantage of their whole plan, he couldn't help but think there was something under the surface he wasn't privy to, and his thoughts mirrored Big Mom's. What do we gain? I don't need the 2 of you to take care of a measly brat, Kaido protested. He didn't consider Veyron a threat at all. He didn't even feel interested in having a row at him one-on-one. As far as he was concerned, a brat that wasn't even of age was not worth his attention, and the world's headlines were surely exaggerating everything about him to a disproportionate degree. Defeating the strongest swordswoman Dracul Mihawk? Then surely the woman was not as powerful as she let off. Destroying the city of Eni's lobby? There had to be something else that wasn't shown, like a weapon, an ally, a stratagem. It wasn't possible that a mere boy was capable of such feats. But the presence of 2 knights of God, not even 1, 2, contradicted that belief. It meant the world government held him in an even taller pedestal than previously envisioned. You do seem to have a huge misunderstanding on what sort of individual you're dealing with, Kaido. Dracul Veyron is a threat indeed, but he's not alone. The 7 knights stood up and prompted the 8 knights to stand up as well and follow him. What do you gain with this alliance? You get to keep your life and your island. TCH? So what if I die? That's what I actually want. The creature growled, much to the blonde-haired man's distaste. That's what they all say, until even breathing becomes a struggle. If you wish to die, so be it. Just make sure you die after Dracul Veyron is gone. With a subtle move of the 8 knights' palms, the 2 of them disappeared, releasing the ridiculous pressure exerted in the room. Their purpose was clear, to let the 2 Yonkos know they weren't enemies. They're monsters. Smoothie declared, gritting her teeth. She had been one of the few who hadn't been able to move, and for someone as strong as her, that was quite the feat. Damn bastards. I'll crush them flat if I get the chance. They better not get in my way. Someone quickly go and find Yamato? We need those 3 dim girls from the Kuja pirates. Kaido bellowed, urging the members of his army to search around the castle for his troublesome daughter. Kaido, however, hadn't realized that he was now well aware of who his hostage was. And not too far away, leaving the castle and running to the shores of Onigashima, were a group of women dressed in rags. I need to tell darling. Hancock was running, now back in her human form together with Sandersonia and Marigold. Yamato was chasing right after, her shackles gone, and she was carrying someone on her back. It was a child still swollen and injured after a deep torture. Flying next to them was Monet, whose body looked like a gust of winter snow. There are 2 Yonkos and even those 2 monsters. One of them had Conqueror Haki. Sandersonia in her awakened form surveyed the area. It was all barren and desolate. All of Kaido's forces were assembled in the castle, but the faint noise behind them served to tell they were being chased. I felt like I was standing in front of an endless ocean while I was nothing but a droplet. How can that level of prowess even be achieved? It felt like Veyron, but with an unprecedented degree of control, Marigold remarked. If Darling comes on his own. Hancock didn't feel very confident. She felt that she needed to tell him about this threat before he adventured into the island to find them. Now that you're all back to normal, he should be able to remember you. Do you have no way to contact him? Monet bellowed, earning the ire of all the girls. Marigold and Sandersonia even hissed at her like snakes. Don't act too friendly with us just because we allowed you 2 to live. Their poison left Monet breathless and silent. They had no choice. Going to Kaido proved to be the worst choice for them, and the last group they expected to extend a helping hand was precisely the 3 girls they had aggrieved the most. Please don't fight. We don't have time for that. What can we do next, Hancock? Odin urged. The running Habihime bit her lips, clueless. The forces in Onigashima were too strong for them to fight against. She didn't have a Den Mushi or even Veyron's address to tell him what was going on. They were secluded on an island, fugitives separated by a good few miles of deep water between them and the next land, with not a single boat ashore, all of them devil fruit users who couldn't swim. The situation looked bleak, but at the very least she rejoiced in their capacity to defend themselves if threats were to arise, unlike when they were toys. Quickly chase after them. Irritated, she turned around towards the people chasing after them, a group of men dressed like barbarians. Mellow. With a single beam, a group of at least 20 members of the Beast Pirates were petrified, but there were even more chasing after them and even setting the alarms. Amid this despairing situation, she'd always see hope. Her dearest would always give her new lights. They reached the coast and Hancock gasped, looking at the skies far away from Onigashima. The whole weather seemed to change, becoming a strong breeze as a single light blue thunderbolt fell right from the skies and into the sea. They all stopped. Marigold and Sandersonia both also had their eyes fixed on that single bolt of lightning. It was dead in the night and their hair began waving with the strong gusts of wind. What is going on? The weather. Monet stuttered, and they heard more voices behind them, an even stronger group. There was no way out, but they didn't need to leave. Someone was coming. The second one gave way to even more thunderclaps, until the thunderstorm brewed in, descending in Wano. It was then that Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia smiled uncontrollably. For them, it was like a message. I'm here. How dare they make me forget them, my 3 little snakes. He wasn't happy, and it was being reflected to the whole region. Once the memories were recovered and the void was gone, what remained was a deep anger and resentment towards the one that caused all this. The nights of Wano were dense, cloudy, and filled with despair. The soundless shrieks of a country that thrives for change and justice. 2 days ago the landmark was made for one of the greatest confrontations in history. 2 days later, the battle is imminent. The moon is barely hanging on to the skies as if afraid of what's to come. Beneath, there is an island high above a cliff with a monumental cascade. One of the oldest countries in the world and one about to experience a major turning, but the residents of this place were not prepared yet. That was the first lightning strike, revering in the skies like an anthem of victory. More and more lightning began to resurface as if out of nowhere. Before anyone could even know what was happening, in the distance, far into the skies a flying vessel materialized seemingly out of nowhere, appearing from the darkness, carried by two gargantuan dark arms that merged with the night. Those two arms, more than holding the vessel mid-air, seemed to be pulling it out of the darkness that overshadowed the cloudy sky. The size was gigantic, the color, pitch black, but one could see lines of coursing energy through the frame of the massive ship. It was powered by electricity. At the side of the ship, there was a lining made out of lightning that symbolized the name, the Liberators. This world was not prepared for what was going to go down tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 missions tonight. Let's hurry up and get this over with. Shucky thinks I'm having an affair leaving all of a sudden during the night. Gururera way to ruin the moment. That's why I don't hang out with pirates, you all reek of injustice. Coming all the way here without reporting yourself to the G1. How righteous of you, Ms. Admiral. Oh shut up, Akagamai. You're drunk and stink. Is any of you going to shut up and let my son talk? Ha 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 ha. Gururera, sorry, I forgot he was also your son. Snort? As I was saying, we have 2 missions. Save my wives who are somewhere on this island. Viola and Robin, I leave that to you. As for us, we're going to make sure this island ceases to exist. Don't leave even a single rock sticking together. I'll deal with Kaido. I leave Big Mom and their crews to you all. That's all. After this is finished, let's have a good banquet. As you wish. Let's go, Viola. Why yes, I have already seen something, that direction. Baby, should I go with Robin? If you want to, go ahead, Prim. But be careful inside there. Give me a signal once you and the girls are out so I can know that I have the green light to turn this place into dust. I'll buy you all some time for now. How are you going to buy time? Hehehe, how else? I'll go and fall in their ambush. Emperors of the world. It wasn't only the inhabitants of Wano who wondered why the weather had suddenly switched so dramatically, venting a deluge of rain onto their pitiful selves with more than 10 lightning strikes resonating every second. The kiddo sure does like to be flashy. Go and get him, Black Maria. As you wish. Veyron descended from the skies with a massive wooden box levitating next to him. The box was at least 30 feet in height, surprising the onlookers gathered at the entrance of a Nagashima castle. A certain blonde lady with horns and a beautiful kimono was waiting for him. Veyron had to admit he was astonished by her beauty. She was also a giantess, which made her more exotic in his eyes. A pity, she was the enemy, and this was not an enemy he was going to spare. He already knew from her wanted poster that she was one of Kaido's main associates, one of the Tobirappo. She was captivated by his figure descending from a lightning storm in the skies and imagined the massive box next to him was the air combustion engine. It is a pleasure to have you here, dear God. She bowed down like a proper courtesan to receive him. Next to her stood her entourage of at least 20 men and women wearing barbarian armor. Though they were not part of her division, they were tasked with ensuring the prey walked into the trap. Veyron smiled and nodded. The pleasure is mine, Black Maria. His voice sounded a little sluggish, and she noticed. Are you okay? It is all right. I've been a bit stressed lately. I imagine I'm honored that you know my humble name. Please follow me as I lead you into our premises. Would you like to walk, or do you prefer to mount me? There seemed to be a hidden message in her seductive tone, but as a focused man, he decided to ignore it and carry on with his mission. It is okay. I prefer to float. Black Maria seemed to hope that she'd get mounted, but seeing the boy who could effortlessly fly, she had to give up and began leading him inside. Veyron looked around. The castle was gorgeously designed. There were members of the army all over, all looking at him as if he were a lamb heading into the den of lions. I heard that you're a swordsman. Sweetie, where is your sword? I left it at home. This is supposed to be a peaceful negotiation, isn't it? Phew, sure, I must admit you do look way older in person. Suppose I wanted to eat you whole, you'd be nice and ripe, isn't that wonderful? Not many have the chance to eat me, Black Maria, he snickered, and she shrieked. Her subordinates were even mumbling and wondering what the heck was going on. She was being way too brazen for someone he had never met before. And you seem to be behaving rather friendly. Does your captain know about this? I'm a humble courtesan. What's wrong with me offering my services to a distinguished lord? He didn't know what sort of relationship Black Maria and Kaido had, but given how beautiful she was and how she declared herself a courtesan, it couldn't be anything serious. I have too many lovers already. I'm afraid if I took your services, my life may get forfeited. What is the problem with a last naughty rendezvous with this lady, sweetie? Your life is about to be forfeited anyway. Ha ha ha. Phew. Veyron laughed heartily while she giggled coquettishly. The members of the beast pirates around him laughed as well. The door far behind had already closed, and as far as they were concerned, he was trapped here. Black Maria flashed him an extremely seductive yet vicious look. To be honest, I've been your fan ever since I first saw your wanted poster. So young yet so strong and strong-willed. It is a bit of a pity that I can't keep you for myself. I'd be more than willing to take you away with me as we fled together. I'd keep you in my little basement as my little pet. We could have so many nights of pleasure. Veyron gulped a bit. This woman was getting a bit too intense for his tastes. Thankfully, neither of his girls was present, or the plan would have already been spoiled as they'd not kept quiet after what she just said. He smirked and looked at her. Then why don't we do that, Black Maria? I wouldn't mind entertaining you for a bit. She gasped and looked back at him, even stopping in her tracks. It was as if she didn't expect this answer at all. When she turned back to look at him, he was serious, even committed. The woman bit her lips harshly and looked around back and forth. But there are plenty of eyes on us. I can't act, sweetie. This woman, she's not joking. Her eyes looked so obsessed as if he had already accepted her nonsensical proposition. Which he hadn't, at least not truthfully. A cold breeze swept through her body, and all of a sudden, she felt like the whole darkness of this corridor was looking at her. Even if she looked back, there was nothing but an abyss on the other side. Even Veyron gulped a bit. That pressure wasn't focused solely on her, and for him, it was as if the darkness was saying focus. It was just a bit of banter, Robin, nothing more. Cough, I guess it can't be helped. This is the place, right? Veyron coughed a bit, and the pressure receded. In front of them was a massive door that the giggling but sweating Black Maria opened. She didn't know what was that just now but figured out it could have been one of their special guests from Marigiosa. The boy looked around the main hall where a party seemed to be going on, and the main attendees were the elite pirates of this world. Kaido, Linlin, Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, King, Queen, Jack. He resisted the urge to whistle. Every single one of them was a force to be reckoned with, and the moment he entered, all of their gazes focused on him. Oi, the boy's here. Jack. Look what we have here. The lightning god in the flesh. Kaido. Happy to see you're already in the middle of a banquet, Veyron. Mama, come in, let's have a last meal together. Big Mom. With such a jovial introduction, the smiling Veyron laughed heartily and entered the lion's den. The doors behind him closed and locked as he put the massive box to the side. You're as beautiful and big as ever, Linlin. He flirted with the gargantuan woman who more resembled a mountain with the toxicity spitting out her mouth. Mama, what a little gentleman. Did you bring the stuff, kiddo? Kaido downed his sake and erupted. He wasn't beating around the bush. Here it is. Now, do you have my stuff? Veyron took a seat and pointed at the massive box. He was served directly by Black Maria, who struggled due to their difference in size. His jovial attitude and happy-go-lucky self left the invitees stupefied. Does the brat really not know what's going on? Is he that gullible? Or maybe it is because he's young and naive. Smoothie sat with her legs crossed, watching him. She was supposed to get engaged to this boy, but it seemed like that wouldn't be possible anymore. A pity. He's rather charming but seemingly not as clever. They couldn't understand who could be so happy while walking into a death trap. Naturally, I'll bring them to you once I verify that this is what I want. My daughter should be playing with them right now, so you don't need to be worried. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Oi, Queen, go and check it out. Bonk. Yay, the all-star mashed up the box to see what was inside. He was a scientist and engineer, so he naturally wanted to know about the gigantic and odd-shaped device in front of him. Oi, this doesn't look like the one in the projection, he growled, but his eyes flashed with genuine curiosity at the device. I wanted to be a good guest and give you an even more advanced version of my air combustion engine. Wanna know what it is called? Ho ho, as expected of you, brat. What gift did you bring us? Veyron walked up to the gigantic droplet-like object and patted it a few times with the most flawless and innocent smile ever. You will be quite happy, Kaido. I call this baby Fat Man. I promise you will be so satisfied with its performance, you will want more of them right away. Emperors of the world seeing their comrades turned into stone so effortlessly made the Yonko's infant army believe that those three sisters were not someone they could just chase after and catch. The hostages are free. The captain and chiefs of the Kuja pirates? They're too strong. Now, they recalled who exactly it was that they were chasing, and the realization of their identity dawned like a sledgehammer in their heads. One of those women had a bounty of 2 billion berries. Aren't we a bit too weak to chase after them? Hurry up and contact the castle so that they can send one of the Tobirapo here. The group of barbarians chasing after Hancock and her sisters then divided into two groups. Some returned to the castle to inform about the incident, while others kept chasing after them to avoid losing their track. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold were well aware of Veyron's presence on the island. They wouldn't ever confuse that lightning for anything else. They didn't know exactly where he was, but he was close. Should we wait here, big sis? Sandersonia, now transformed into a gigantic anaconda, had her tail sweeping through the hordes. Marigold was much the same, releasing clouds of poison that kept the enemies at bay despite the heavy rain pouring down on them. Monet helped by creating a snowstorm while Odin stuck to their backs, carrying a fainted Sugar. The smile on Sugar's face was unmistakable. She was enjoying this conundrum. We can't wait. Mari, shoot a barrage of flames into the skies, Hancock ordered. Marigold understood it was for the sake of catching Veyron's attention wherever he might be. But before that could happen, they heard a voice. That won't be necessary. We're already here. Whoosh! A gust of darkness swept through, and the night itself seemed to take the shape of a gigantic woman with horns and wings. She was downright terrifying, and if not for her voice being familiar to Hancock, she would have attacked right away. Robin. The darkness spread like a sea that engulfed all the enemies. From this darkness, two more figures emerged. One of them was Primrose, who weepingly jumped at the gigantic Sandersonia, scaring her off. My babies. The mother cried like she had never done before, cracking Sandersonia's heart. But even then, right now was not the time to get sentimental, not with a rain of water and snow falling on them. Mom, right now is not dash. I thought I had lost you? Sob sorry for forgetting you, I'm so sorry. The woman kept weeping, tears and mucus flowing freely. The three Boa sisters wept and hugged their mother back. It would be a lie to say they hadn't been worried or even despaired for even a second. Their only real hope had been Odin's appearance. When they learned that they were forgotten, the worst thoughts came to mind. Some in which they'd never be recovered because no one remembered them to begin with. It was in a way a worse situation than being enslaved in Marigioase, where at least their suffering wasn't anonymous. What they didn't expect was for Veyron and their family to arrive so quickly. They hadn't spent more than 3 days in Onigashima, and he was already here. More so, they had only just stopped being toys a few hours ago. "Mom, how did you find us so quickly?" Hancock asked Primrose, holding her cheeks. The elder stopped sobbing and pointed toward the last lady who had just come out of the darkness. She was a gorgeous beauty with trousers and a jacket, long auburn hair, and a body to die for. Even Hancock felt slightly jealous after seeing her. The beauty's eyes, however, were fixed on Marigold with complex emotions and regrets. "Ha, this princess here is Viola. She has a very convenient power that allows her to oversee the whole island. Finding you girls was very easy thanks to her." Viola. Marigold, now back into her base form, recalled who this woman was, the princess of Dressrosa who had requested help back then. A sobbing princess bowed as low as she could. "Lady Marigold, I apologize for everything. If I hadn't dashed, she wasn't allowed to finish." Marigold put her massive arm on her shoulder and shook her head. "Say no more, it wasn't your fault, Viola. Let's go. Veyron has a plan, doesn't he?" "That's right, we have to leave quickly, he intends to destroy this whole island," Primrose reported, and Odin's ears perked up. "He's going overboard again." Hancock sighed, seemingly forgetting a small detail. Wait, destroy the whole island? You mean Wano?" Odin jumped in, and it was then that Hancock recalled the story that she had told them. The story of the legendary shogun of Wano, Kojiki Odin, a story in which Kaido had taken control of this island through an iron fist, betrayal, and deceit. The country of Wano was innocent. "That's right," Primrose confirmed, that was indeed what Veyron was going to do. He didn't intend to destroy just Onigashima. Even Robin, who eavesdropped on the conversation, gasped, "He can't, if he destroys this island, then Pluton." "Mom, he can't. We have to stop him. This country is not at fault, it is just Kaido," Hancock insisted, even shaking her mother's shoulders. "Listen, all of you, I love that we have finally reunited, but hurry up and enter my darkness, we don't have much time. If you have something to say to Veyron, go ahead and say it in person." Robin needed to speak to Veyron right away. She knew that he intended to obliterate this land, but she thought he'd limit himself to only Onigashima. It was not convenient for her if he destroyed the whole country of Wano. She manifested a dark pathway. The girls were initially filled with apprehension, but they already knew how Robin's power worked. "Just go in, everything will be okay." "Who are these girls?" Primrose frowned when she saw Odin, Sugar, and Monet, the only ones she didn't recognize. "It is a long story, Mom, let them come with us." Viola, Sandersonia, and Marigold entered first. Monet followed right after, with Odin carrying Sugar in tow. But before Primrose and Hancock could enter, the darkness was suddenly erased, and the pathway closed. Hancock landed on the wet muddy soil, confused. "Robin." "Ugh." A gnashing groan was heard, and they looked in disbelief at the gigantic woman, who had a spear protruding out of her chest, bleeding. "Robin." The devil child Nico Robin, and 2 descendants of that disgusting woman. "Tonight, I'm the luckiest man alive." A man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Hancock and Primrose both guarded up, his shining golden spear effortlessly impaled Robin's chest. "Who the hell are you?" Hancock jumped with the intention of petrifying the sword and breaking it. This couldn't be some common attack. Although Haki-imbued attacks could indeed injure Robin's darkness body, they wouldn't leave her in such a petrified state. "Bayog?" Before Hancock could grasp the spear, it retreated, and the man flickered in a pink haze. Robin coughed blood and fell heavily on her knees, still in her gigantic form, but the wound was gone. Like she hadn't even been injured from the start? What just happened? She gritted her teeth. There was no visible injury in her chest, no flowing blood, but the ridiculous amount of pain was there, and it felt like nothing she had ever experienced before. Regardless of past, present, or future, devils shall always kneel in front of a holy knight, Saint Don Quixote Cervantes, the 7th knight. Emperors of the world. Inside the castle of Onigashima, Veyron was having the time of his life, though he seemed to be the only one. He downed a bottle of booze on his own and handed it back to a sweating Black Maria. "Another, Heek." "Sure, sweetie. How is it, Queen? Can you decipher yet how that engine works?" While waiting for his private courtesan to give him another bottle, Veyron laughed audibly and glared at the confused engineer and scientist of the Beast Pirates. The All-Star looked at Veyron with a lot of resentment and anger. He had tried to reverse engineer this object, but it was closed tight and almost impossible to decipher. He had wanted to boast in front of the new genius that he could create the same invention with enough insight, but as it turned out, without the scheme and plans, it was impossible to even work out this thing. "Where are the schemes, brat?" Queen lost his patience and towered over a hiccuping Veyron, who wasn't too appreciative of someone talking in his face, spitting and yelling. Bang! The next thing the man felt was like 10 tons were weighing on top of his body, crushing him to the ground to the astonishment of everyone present. "You, dash." Bang! Veyron stepped on him, irritated and uncaring of Kaido's poisonous glare. "I'm afraid I'm not very fond of people speaking to my face out loud. Who do you think you are, trash? I will kill you." "Mama mama? Wororororo?" Both Yonkos laughed audibly, stupefied at the boy's audacity. In truth, Kaido could no longer ensure that they still held the 3 girls as hostages. His group of mercenaries had long gone to seek Yamato, and although she was still on the island, since the shackles hadn't exploded, he couldn't tell where she was, which meant his only leverage against Veyron was gone. The boy took a good sip of his new bottle that was given by Black Maria. The courtesan was genuinely clueless and even looked at her captain for advice. Let him go. Where are the schemes of the engine? This is the last time I'm asking you, Kaido growled, but even at this point, Veyron still didn't let go. There was a broad smile on his face and a challenging grimace that peeved them. You know something, Kaido? Linlin, I'm the sort of person that will answer to challenges straightforwardly. And sometimes I can also be magnanimous, he declared, finishing the whole bottle in one go and tossing it aside. His mannerisms switched completely from hiccuping to a completely sober person. What are you trying to say, brat? Big Mom scowled. What I'm saying is that you two messed up. You no longer have Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia, my dear wives, with you. In fact, they're no longer toys, hadn't you noticed? Both Yonkos and all their commanders gasped. It was the truth. They could all clearly remember the identity of the captain of the Kuja fleet, Boa Hancock, and her sisters, the vice chiefs. Veyron floated away from Queen's body, which was still being pressed to the ground even when the man had already adopted his hybrid form, shattering the ground intending to stand up but unable to. In fact, the tables have turned a bit. I have your daughter, Kaido. I have Odin. That marked the end of negotiations and everyone in the room knew that blood would be shed tonight. Bang! A trap was triggered, and a load of sea stone shackles appeared out of nowhere to try and apprehend him. But they phased through his electricity body, leaving everyone around dumbfounded. It is an avatar, King remarked. Awakened Logia. Kadakuro confirmed while whistling. It was not you from the start, bastard. Queen growled. Being fooled as such, the King of Beasts stood up with his club in hand. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. You won't fool me twice. Get out and face me like you have actual balls, strongest creature. Whoosh, boom. The swing of Kaido's club obliterated the avatar and shattered half of the castle's main floor. The dragon was pissed off irredeemably. As they clashed, high above the skies, the real Veyron stood in front of the ship's deck. Next to him were his companions and some newcomers. And nice to meet you. Odin bowed down at a still angered Veyron up at his vessel. His eyes were glaring at Monet and Sugar with poison after he heard the explanation and their involvement in all of this. A devil fruit that could turn people into toys and erase the memories anyone held for that person. He couldn't believe such a ridiculous power existed. Then there was Kaido's daughter, a breathtaking beauty that went by the name of Odin. Nice to meet you, Odin. Thanks for helping my girls. He genuinely thanked her, even bowing down. Odin took the chance to propose her notion. Please, you have to reconsider. The country of Wano is not associated with Kaido in the way you think. I understand, but right now we have no time to chatter. Boys, let's go down and crack this up. Veyron could hardly hold himself back. All preparations were set. The only problem was that for some reason Hancock, Primrose, and Robin weren't there yet. They'd have to descend and fetch them back. Viola, thanks for your help. Stay on the ship. And you too, if you try to flee. We won't. Monet confirmed, holding the fainted Sugar. They didn't know what their fate would be, but it couldn't be worse than being with Black Maria. Then let's go. Veyron jumped first, and he was followed by a set of individuals, each of them with an identity loud enough to shock this world. He wanted to extend his hand forward to give a greeting toward Onigashima, but someone beat him to it. Gururera? About time, Whitebeard. The old man retracted his fist before punching forth toward Onigashima with all the strength only a legendary Yonko could muster. Boom! Even Veyron felt pressured under the strength of that shockwave that destroyed space itself, just like the manga, and spread a wave of quaking destruction hurling toward the island. It has been a while since I was involved in a big event like this, Rayleigh. Don't overwork yourself, old man. Shanks. Look at the things you make this old man do. I'll charge you for this, brat. Whitebeard. Ugh, I know this is going to be expensive. Darling, I told you not to invite all these psychos. Veyron. The old man owes us a favor, Veyron. So don't sweat it, Mihawk. Nanny? Damn brats, how dare you scam an old man like me, Whitebeard. I'll go and look for Hancock, Primrose, and Robin, leave you all with the rest, Veyron, Jen. Evading all the hard work like always, Admiral Shironiko, Mihawk. Boom! Whitebeard's shockwave was stopped midair by a sudden lightning storm that appeared out of nowhere. They saw someone flying toward them. It was precisely another Yonko. Long time, Linlin. You have changed. Whitebeard laughed and prepared his spear, coating it with another wave of quaking aura. On her part, Big Mom groaned with her hair imbued in a blazing fire and a lightning sword that made her look threatening, completely unlike the friendly woman Veyron had met at the party. Old fart, what are you even doing here, involving yourself where you're not asked? Whitebeard's spear descended, and Big Mom's sword ascended. Boom! Sword and naginata didn't touch. The clash between two powerful excromates split the skies in two with abundant conqueror haki that created another separate barrage of red and black thunder. The clash of emperors had begun, and the world would never be the same afterward. War of Dragon, what a troublesome situation to be in. Mihawk, looked side to side, and there was just war, destruction, and perhaps the greatest and most destructive event since God Valley. Bang, bang, boom. Each strike caused unprecedented destruction in Onigashima. The common folk had long since thrown themselves into the sea, trying to swim to the other provinces of Wano and away from this catastrophe, though that was not going to help them. The old man was going at it with Charlotte Linlin like they were both a pair of kids playing in the grass. Except this was no grass field, this was a battlefield, and their conqueror Haki was going rampant. I imagined he didn't have many chances to show off his power as of late, and his disease must also come with a ton of frustrations. Whoosh! I felt a gust of energy brush past me, and my countenance changed considerably. This had just stopped being a common war between pirates. I brandished Yoro and loaded it to the highest extent with my fourth will, a massive green flaming aura manifested, and I sliced forth. Whoosh! The world stopped and turned green, but my slash didn't spread forth as it usually would. Instead, it sliced something that resembled a massive yet invisible wall in front of me. Boom! The wall shattered into millions of pieces, revealing the true world. This had been a domain cast on me, and I already knew who the other party was, someone that shouldn't be allied with either Kaido or Big Mom, and yet. What are you doing here, Second Knight? His voice was dull and unexpressive as he manifested in front of me as if he had been there the entire time. This was one troublesome individual, though he didn't exactly look like the last time I saw him in God Valley, back when I was just a little girl still training. Saint Dumas de Monte Cristo, if you're here, I take it you're not alone. And I also take it the Lord has his hands in this, I smirked. It seemed this is where my path ends as a knight of God. During the last 5 years, there were many things I knew and a lot of information I gathered. It is a rule that, except for Garling, the other knights are not allowed to get or preach in each other's way. Let alone, I'm the only one of the knights that ever leaves Mihawk and even lives outside of it. They didn't know Veyron and I not only are not enemies, but we're also married. His being married to me is not a secret, but also not public knowledge. After all, his proud official wives are Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. But that would end today. We both fell on the ground, and he brandished his weapon against me. It was a deep black estoc. One of the 12 supreme weapons, the Black Blade, Dante's. The sword was coated in an invisible but catastrophic energy, the one that belonged to his devil fruit. He sliced forth towards me. If you don't retreat now, Second Knight, I'll take this as your betrayal of the Saint Order. As far as we understood, you and Dracul Veyron were enemies. Rumble? His attack was not imbued in Conqueror Haki. Instead, a powerful aura sliced forth, destroying, no, erasing anything in its path. It was one of the deepest energies in this world, as Veyron once explained to me. I always thought the powers of this knight were mysterious until I learned a lot from my little husband. His devil fruit was the void fruit that made him a void person. It was a paramecia. I slashed forth with my own sword intent. As long as I had this power, I wasn't afraid of anything in this world. There was nothing I couldn't cut, and the only limit was my imagination. Now that I knew how void works, even void could be cut. Whoosh! He gasped when my green slash pierced through his powers, heading towards him and destroying and cutting everything in the process. Then count this as my resignation. The current throne is not worthy of my Dracul family to keep protecting. I shall uphold the values my father once taught me as the heiress of this family. Bang! He disappeared before my attack could hit. My strike sliced all the way through Onigashima, splitting one of the gigantic skull's horns in the process and disappearing on the horizon, leaving a characteristic green haze. And what are those values, Mihawk? Even at my resignation, his face remained nonchalant. This person, he was indeed not the same as back then. Loyalty, transparency, and uprightness. I serve no emperor who hides himself in the shadows and rules a blind world. His facial expression finally changed to one of contempt, unexpected from a person I could have previously characterized as jovial and easygoing back during my childhood. Then die. Dystopia in emptiness. Our swords clashed, and I found myself retreating in comparison to his physical strength and also, his void. Boom! The world beneath us shattered, and my sword intent struggled against his void. A Knight of God was still not a pushover. They were existences that had lived for almost a millennium. Among them, I was the youngest, but that didn't make me the most inexperienced. I know from Veyron how it works. This void exists everywhere. Just like darkness is the absence of light, the void is the absence of matter but far beyond. Even in matter there is void. Each small particle is divided by a seemingly endless expanse of void. I may be the most inexperienced and young around them, but I'm also a saint genius who has a demon genius son. As long as I know what is it I have to cut, there is nothing stopping me from cutting it. Sword intent. Using my Conqueror Haki as fuel, my defensive position switched, and he groaned, retreating slightly as the world behind him crumbled into 1,000 pieces. I sliced through his void, leaving a gnashing scar on his chest. Slash! Unable to resist my power, he was sent flying like a rocket, blasted through Onigashima and back into his void world. He was going to come back again once he recovered. God Knights once deployed out of Mihawk for specific tasks would never do a mission on their own, which means he's not on his own. Who and where is the other knight? Veyron, the Knights of God. I wanted to tell my husband that Kaido and Big Mom were not the only ones we had to deal with. Whitebeard was having a row with Big Mom. Shanks was facing King, Queen, and Jack on his own. I saw Rayleigh fighting with Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker, holding his ground really well and even having fun. As for Veyron, he was busy. Hey. He was in his lightning god form, shrouded in red lightning and holding Kokyutoyabi, while on the other side, Kaido held his club imbued in abundant advanced armament and conqueror haki. Both weapons didn't touch, but the destruction they caused brought all other battles to an astonishing standstill. Boom! The lightning storm only increased in destructiveness, with new red lightning sparkling through and remaining fixed in midair, lighting up this world in a crimson blood color. I felt a pull of energy trying to make me levitate as all the rubble in the area started to float. This happened every time Veyron let loose his fourth will, psychokinesis. That little monster that is my dear son and husband had ideated a way to surpass the limits of this world, pushing his powers to the limit. I knew I couldn't defeat him anymore, but I wanted to see how Kaido would fare against him. I was not ready to see, though, that their battle was going to be way more brutal and personal than imagined. Bang! The conclusion of the crash was the gigantic Kaido hurtling towards his island, blasting through his palace, while Veyron was similarly blasted to the sea. Close and personal. This bastard was damn strong, I'm not going to lie. When I came to fight Kaido, I wasn't expecting it to be one-sided. I knew he was strong, but his physical strength was just off the charts. I used my lightning god form, and he still blasted me into the sea. Of course, I sent him flying as well, but I don't think any of us dealt considerable damage to one another. I resurfaced, holding Yubi, outraged and enraged. I had been so angry the last week that I just needed some sort of release. I saw Sandersonia and Marigold, and I was so angry that I couldn't just hug them right away. I'll destroy this goddamn island, and then I'll punish Sugar and Monet. Perhaps after that, I'll calm down a bit. Che? 1 billion volts discharge, Zeus. A gargantuan red lightning strike manifested in my hand, the same technique I used against Shanks. Without even thinking twice, I released it towards Kaido. This battle was just momentary. Once I knew all of my girls were safe, I'd unleash Fat Man, and this fight would be over. The lightning strike traveled at literal lightning speed, arriving at Kaido, who had just left a gigantic pile of rubble. Boom! He didn't evade it. It seemed he felt confident enough to take that thing head on. The explosion of red lightning took over the skies and created a gigantic ball of plasma that lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Kaido. Big Mom worryingly shouted at her companion, while Whitebeard kept her company. The strongest creature walked out of the explosion with a charred body in a pile of smoke. Damn kid, that actually hurt. I can feel my whole body tingling. He growled with a thrill of battle instead of outright fear. I noticed the discharge still flickering through his body, but he was still intact. We all gasped in disbelief, even more so me than them, considering I already knew how dangerous a billion-bolt discharge was. I smirked and levitated all the way to the top of Onigashima where he had landed. Chaa? It seems basic methods aren't going to be enough to deal with you, I remarked with a dark look. Worororo. Rumble? Chaa? With my lightning storm in the background and Whitebeard's tremors shaking the world, his body began transforming right in front of me into a gigantic eastern dragon with 2 pairs of horns. He was massive, truly the king of beasts. What are you going to do, kiddo? You look like your trump card just failed. I'm merely buying time. Kaido, do you think I'm stupid? After using a billion volts of lightning and failing to decimate you, I realized that my strength alone won't be enough to deal with you. So you're acknowledging death. You're hilarious. I never said you'd be able to kill me either. But unlike you, I have other means to end your life. Che? The concentration of red lightning around my body surged even more, creating a ridiculous pressure to fall into this world as the storm in the area increased in intensity, from 10 lightning strikes every second, to 50. The sky was literally lit up in red lightning. 2 billion bolts discharge, Amaru form. This was the top discharge I could reach without external sources, a mixture of psychokinesis, conqueror haki, and my devil fruit together. Boom! A wave of power was released from my body that began to increase in size. I turned into a 20-meter giant with a gigantic body imbued in tyrannical red, almost black lightning. This much voltage could literally disintegrate someone's body to dust if they were struck. I grasped Yubi in my hand, but ironically, it was too small. It was almost hilarious when I recalled the first time I grasped Yubi and it was me who was comically small in comparison. I created a discharge of lightning that imbued Yubi and essentially wielded a lightning sword with the same shape as my legendary weapon. Kaido opened his big mouth towards me, not uttering a sound, and started charging what I imagined was a breath attack if the pressure it emitted was anything to go by. I smirked and opened up my own mouth. Rumble? Whoosh. 2 gargantuan breaths made out of fire and lightning respectively left our mouths, traveling at ridiculous speeds and crashing right in the middle of Onigashima. Boom! TCH, these two are going wild at it. Shanks smirked with his sword clashing against King's sword. Being disregarded like that by the newly appointed Yonko made the masked gothic man go berserk. Where do you think you're looking, Akagami? Humph, I'm just here to have some fun and help the brat and his emo-cough wife. He kicked the ground and with a swift move arrived next to Jack, who was preparing to slice down Baeog. With his knee imbued in powerful armament and conqueror haki, the giant was sent toppling down while Shanks stabilized himself. The explosions and destruction going on at the top of Onigashima were like a spectacle that could be seen as far as 1,000 miles away. Did you enjoy the chapter? Leave a comment. Alternatively, you can leave a review. It really helps my book get positioned on the platform. For every 500 stones in web novel, I'll deliver an extra chapter. The schedule is 3 chapters a week, Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, in Web Novel and Scribble Hub. The schedule on Patreon is 1 chapter every day plus extras. http://pod-trade-on.com/photosp here. In contrast, Whitebeard's battle was perhaps more intense and personal. Klongug, 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 how are you faring, old man? He shouted at Rayleigh, who seemed to be having the time of his life. The Dark King was wiggling his sword back and forth, smiling. Next to him were 2 knocked down Smoothie and Cracker while Katakuri remained in front, astonished at the old man's strength. Shanks gasped, he had already dealt with 2 commanders? You should focus on your own fight, Shanks-kun, otherwise I'm going to beat you on this. Bastard, are you even taking us seriously? Katakuri transformed into a big ball that rolled faster than the eye could see, heading towards Rayleigh. His fruit was the Machi fruit, a paramecia, although it also granted him abilities similar to a Logia. Instead of outright answering his question, Rayleigh smirked and flickered, kicking the ground and chasing after Katakuri. I respect you, Dark King, but your age is finished. My age may be finished, but you should still respect an old dog's tricks, boy. Realm suppression. Rumble? Katakuri felt a wave of Conqueror Haki wash over him. He knew it very well because he was also capable of using Conqueror Haki. This, however, was not a common release of the art. Instead, he felt like Rayleigh was actively suppressing his own will, making him weaker. What the hell is this? He felt his movements grow sluggish, slow, and even lacking in energy as he moved inside the realm of Rayleigh's perception. What a goddamn monster, worthy of the Pirate King's chief. Buzzcut Machi. Katakuri lunged at Rayleigh, who was eagerly awaiting, regarding him with just one eye and his ever-smirking face. His arm took the shape of a gigantic spiky club that he smashed forth. Rayleigh already saw the future of the sticky Machi gluing itself to the sword and instead, decided to evade, but the attack chased after him. Thanks to the realm suppression, the attack was slow enough for Rayleigh to carefully evade with his eyes closed in utter calmness. But he was the only one that was calm. The gigantic mass struck Queen, who was in the process of attacking Shanks again, sending him hurling towards the sea with a single strike. You. Rayleigh laughed heartily at the irritated Katakuri, who kept chasing after him relentlessly. You're all working together, but you're not a team. Whoosh. Rayleigh gasped and evaded quickly a gigantic quaking shockwave that was heading towards him from the fight between Whitebeard and Big Mom. Damn it, you old beardless geezer, look at what you're doing. Guararera, get out of the way if you don't want to get crushed, weakling. The Dark King and the legendary Whitebeard began having a row at each other, much to the stupefied Big Mom and his son. The boa's trump card while the battle raged vividly on Onigashima, and the inhabitants of Wano looked on in wonder at the distant island. Another battle unfolded in the eastern region of Onigashima. This battle involved 4 ladies and a single man. Chie, a hybrid woman, resembling a white tiger mixed with a human female, slashed forth, her attacks imbued in sacred white lightning and moving through the battlefield at ridiculous speeds. The man she was fighting against remained nonchalant as he readied his golden spear to counter whatever she had to offer. Clonk, clonk, the clash of their weapons produced sparks and destruction. Jun frowned when she realized the man had advanced Conqueror Haki imbued in his weapon. He was certainly not a pushover, not like she expected him to be. Admiral Shironiko, I don't appreciate your presence on this island, he spoke coldly, fully aware of her rank and designation. However, Jun was no different. A pity. I don't answer to you, Knights of God. Unless the 5 elders order me directly, nothing stops me from facing you right now. You may be acting at your own personal behest. Unless you get Sengoku or those 5 to call me, I'm going to stay involved. Clonk. She clashed once more before retreating swiftly, opening her mouth to release a howling scream of white divine lightning. Unlike normal lightning, Byaku's lighting could shock the enemy's spirit, making the man grit his teeth and evade the barrage of incoming white lightning. He technically disappeared and materialized somewhere else, but Jun had already seen that future. She was waiting there, katana in hand, and so was Hancock with her leg imbued in her pink love energy. Boom! Both Hancock's kick and Jun's sword sank the Knight of God deep into the collapsed ground as they clashed against the man's golden spear. Much to their shock, he didn't back down. Instead, his smirk remained. He swiveled his spear back and forth intending to impale Hancock first, but a kick from another lady deviated the strike. Bongug! Primrose's slender leg blasted the strike away, shocking him for the first time. Incredible display of Conqueror Haki, even more than your daughter. I'm impressed, Boa Primrose. Hancock, take care of Robin. She ignored him and stepped forward together with Jun. They didn't even need to be having this fight. Once Robin recovered, they could just flee, and Veyron would take care of the rest. But sadly, Robin was having a hard time. On the ground, the woman of darkness was still spitting blood and was back to her base form, clueless as to why this was the case. There was no wound, but the pain was almost unbearable. Don't allow that spear to touch you, it has poison or something like that. She warned her companions. Hearing those words, the man smirked and disappeared from his spot, appearing far away with a guarding posture, walking back and forth. He didn't seem to be able to produce flashy attacks, but his mastery of the spear, his strength, and tricks definitely placed him in their hearts as a genuine threat. All he needed was one strike, and Robin was already panting in unbearable pain. Jun, who is this bastard? Primrose asked. She never let him out of her gaze even once. I don't know much about the Knights of God. Only his appearance, name, and rank. Don Quixote Cervantes, the 7th Knight, Jun clarified, her silhouette growing bulkier as she discarded her coat, remaining just in tight trousers as the white lightning continued to spark in her hybrid body. Is he strong? Does he look weak to you? All knights of God are said to be around the same strength, so we can assume this bastard is more or less as strong as Mihawk. Primrose's eyebrows twitched. That alone already made him a pain in the arse. That woman is indeed very troublesome to deal with. She even murdered Leonidas, but I'd say I'm stronger in many other ways, he boasted, earning their scowls. Jun growled. He has been moving oddly for a while now. His movement is not fast. He must have some means of teleportation or something like that. As long as Robin recovers, we can leave, darling. Can you manage? Primrose looked back at Robin, who was struggling to even stand up. If she had to describe the pain, it was as if the spear was perpetually being stabbed into her chest over and over and over. Done analyzing. He laughed and spread his arms forth. They prepared for whatever he was about to do, but instead of an outright offensive technique, everything around them started to change and become something completely different. They disappeared from the cold thunderstorm rain in Onigashima and popped up in a mysterious world, a complete grassland bereft of mountains. The bright sun blazed in the sky, almost blinding them with its shine. What the dash, Primrose mumbled. It was ridiculous. She could even feel the heat of the sun and smell the freshness of the grass. Instead of answering, he moved two of his fingers together. Bongug? Jun and Primrose gasped. Their bodies crashed into one another with a mere gesture of his fingers. Both of them fell to the ground, rubbing their foreheads and clueless as to what was going on. However, they had seen power like this in someone else's arsenal. Is that Veyron's power? Primrose didn't voice it out, but that looked a lot like his psychokinesis. It can't be. Jun growled back and charged forth. She refused to believe she'd have to deal with someone with a power as troublesome as Veyron's. But it was all for nothing. Her body moved on its own, crashing far away. The man kept playing, waving his fingers back and forth and sending the two of them flying like rag dolls. Hancock and Robin were both visually stupefied by what was happening, but then, it dawned on them. They both regarded one another and then at Robin's wound, and everything made sense. Mom, Jun, his power is illusions? Nothing of this is real. The man's amused countenance dropped. Robin groaned and stood up before she took on her demonic form once again. You have some very strong illusions. She spat blood and smiled, still feeling the pain, but one way or another, it was receding bit by bit, as if a realization she imposed with her will. But someone with a weak will would definitely be unable to escape from this power. Thank you. So what if my trick has been given away? You're still feeling pain. Illusions aren't only visual. A person's suggestion is also a form of illusion. He created a butterfly flying around his palm and then crushed it. They groaned in disgust. Did you know that a person's will could be strong or weak, but at the end of the day it is all subject to the person themselves, and what they experience? What are you trying to say? Stop using cheap tricks and come forward. How audacious of you to talk about cheap tricks when it is a 4 against 1. Hihi, what I was trying to say is that your will is very strong, Nico Robin, worthy of a descendant of that woman. The archaeologist frowned, wondering who he was talking about. Was it her mother Nico Alvia, or was it where her conjectures were leading her, her mysterious father's ancestry? I have eaten the fruit of illusions and nightmares, like this one. He waved his fingers again and instead of messing around with them, everything changed to a place Robin knew very well. She gasped in silence while Hancock and Primrose wondered what this place was. As for Jun, she knew very well that she wanted to tell Robin something, but before she could even do it, a woman with white hair appeared in front of the archaeologist, trying to reach her. Robin. She was there, just like the time she left. And Mom. Robin's hands could never stretch long enough. Nico Alvia's throat was sliced open, much to her and the lady's shock, splattering blood all over in a disgusting fashion. Mom. For her, it felt like her heart was stricken through. That's not your mother, Robin. It is an illusion. Hancock held her shoulders, trying to convince her otherwise, but for her, it wasn't that simple. Ha 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 ha. So what if my trick has been given away? You're still feeling pain, just like the wound in your chest. Just like the wound in your heart. Primrose crushed a rock with a mere step in utter anger. She showed a protective stance in front of Robin, the one she considered her surrogate child after years of relentless training and teachings. I'm Don Quixote Cervantes, the master of nightmares and 7th Knight, at your service. And I'm Boa Primrose, Robin's surrogate mother, and I'll make sure to kick that disgusting face of yours at least once. Nico Robin, stand up. I won't allow you to fall just for this nonsense. Didn't you want to stand next to Veyron? He discarded his past and walked forward. Now you do the same? Either embrace your future or be shackled to your past. This is not reality, it is just an illusion. Those that are gone will never come back, remember that. Primrose exhaled a deep breath and spread her hands forth. Rumble? A grey aura spread in the world around her, and she smirked when she finally saw a surprised expression on the man's face. You're a devil fruit user? Moreover, that fruit. Boo-ah-um. The illusion itself began to melt like droplets of lava, giving way back to the brightest night of Onigashima, thunder all over, earthquakes and destruction. This is my secret trump card. I have always wanted to be hubby's secret weapon. Now that you know about this, I better kill you, Cervantes. That's Leonidas's devil fruit, the rotting fruit. Klungug. His spear clashed against Primrose's kick and then, it began to melt down and decompose. The golden color in the weapon receded, taking it back to an appearance of rust and decay, further enraging him. Boom! The kick impacted square against his face, sending him hurling against a rock which, considering the amount of strength she had put behind that kick, Primrose was surprised she didn't do any more damage than that. Even then, she was satisfied now that she saw his bleeding, decomposed nose. You dash. He flickered away from Primrose's power as more dark arms than he could count protruded from the darkness, intending to grasp him. Don't underestimate me. Rumble? Whatever he was going to do, it was going to be catastrophic. The four ladies sensed a gargantuan death aura invade the area, but Primrose wasn't going to allow that. The same grey aura irradiated from her body. Before the illusion even formed, it had already started to rot. *TCH. Primrose smirked and landed. As long as I know what is it that I'm rotting, I can continue to do it all day. In a way, perhaps my powers are the bane of yours. A dome of darkness manifested around the irritated Cervantes, who thought they'd attack him jointly. A big mistake. Let's go. As long as he's there, Veyron can take care of it. Robin, still clutching her chest, created a pathway for them to cross that led to Veyron's vessel. Everyone crossed, but then Robin slumped on Primrose. Are you? Robin delivered a good kiss on Primrose's cheek, surprising the Boa ex-empress. Thank you, very much, sob. Robin embraced Primrose tightly. Perhaps during the last years, this family had been the closest remembrance to a family. Primrose's words just now had literally taken her out of the darkness. Anytime, darling. Primrose kissed her cheek back and carried her like a princess, making Robin blush. I'm not a little girl. Sure, let's go. You have worked too much. Leave everything to our boy. HHMN, that darkness dome won't last much longer. I used all of my powers to create it, but he's strong. Then we better tell him to hurry up. Headbutting dragons. The war in Onigashima was reaching its climax. A decision had to be made for all parties involved in a fight that was becoming unsustainable. Klongug? Damn you, Whitebeard. Big Mom's blazing hair waved. Her fight against the strongest man alive had reached a standstill, and she couldn't help but be immensely frustrated. Whitebeard was her crewmate, and arguably nobody on this battlefield knew the old man more than her. He had a ridiculous disease and the weight of age, and yet, he could still keep up. You have gotten stronger, Linlin. I guess the sacrifice was worth it, Guerrera. For his part, Whitebeard was having the time of his life, almost feeling young again, fighting against an opponent that could actually keep up. He knew very well Big Mom wasn't weak. He may be the strongest man in the world, but this was the strongest woman in the world. What sacrifice, bastard? She snorted. It had been at least 10 times in which Whitebeard had openly made fun of her appearance, and although most of the time she didn't even care, the criticizing coming from him of all people angered her beyond boiling point. As if there was a past involved there. Klongug? With each strike her sword dulled. The battlefield around them had already turned into a wasteland, and her powers were also compromised. One of her biggest weapons was made out of lightning. She had the Soru no Mi, a devil fruit that allowed her to manipulate souls, and using this fruit she could create several homies or inanimate objects that now possessed a soul. Her 3 biggest weapons were her sword Napoleon, Prometheus, her flaming hair, and Zeus, her lightning cloud. Weapons of mass destruction. But looking at the distance at the destroyed peak of Onigashima, where 2 monsters were relentlessly massacring one another, she knew she couldn't use lightning when the lightning god was present. The control Dracule Veyron had displayed and his power had left her speechless. It was supposed to be a quick fight in which Kaido would obliterate the kid, but that hadn't been the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation was that Kaido, the strongest creature in the world and someone arguably stronger than the current Whitebeard, had met his match. She looked at the battlefield where defeat was becoming more and more imminent. 2 of her children lay unconscious, unable to defeat the Dark King, while Katakuri was having a hard time keeping up with the past legend. The thought of retreating became more and more prominent until someone joined the irritated Whitebeard. He didn't want his fight to get interrupted now that Big Mom was at the border of defeat. The newest Yonko, Shanks, jumped in front of her wielding his sword like a rogue drunk pirate. You. She growled and checked up on his side. An unconscious Jack lay on the floor in a pool of blood. Whether he was alive or not, nobody knew. Queen had been blasted to the sea by Katakuri mistakenly. His status was unknown as he was a devil fruit user. As for King, his mask was gone, his right arm bleeding as he regarded Shanks with pure hatred. The Tobirapo didn't even have the chance to join this fight. This mashup was out of their league when even the All-Stars were unable to keep up. All they could do was hide and expectate a catastrophe in which all Yonkos were involved. It is better to end this battle quickly. Shanks remarked to Whitebeard, with Rayleigh also joining the 2 of them. They looked all around and Mihawk was nowhere to be seen while Veyron was still fighting Kaido on top of the island. Whoosh! A gust of darkness manifested in front of everyone like a passing river current. It created a dark wall that separated them from the rest of the world. From this darkness, 2 blue shining eyes protruded. Our job here is done, the girls are safe and we're all waiting in the ship up above, Robin uttered, creating a dark passage for them to go through. That had been the plan. So the fun is over? Spoil sports. Rayleigh and Shanks sweated at the old Yonko's clear irritation as he walked into the darkness. Oi, don't get upset, old geezer, we're still having a banquet. By the time the tornado of darkness receded and traveled to the top of the island, Big Mom, King, and Katakuri realized that nobody was left there. Whitebeard, Shanks, and Rayleigh were gone. What just happened? Where are they? King growled while Big Mom ignored him. She sighed in disappointment but then thought about something else. It is a pity that I can't use that brat as my personal battery, but this conflict could end up being profitable for me. Katakuri. What should we do, Mom? We're taking the air combustion engine. Big Mom. King bellowed in utter wrath. It was at this junction that Big Mom had decided to betray them. I'll take Smoothie and Cracker, go and bring the engine. She gave orders and the injured Katakuri heed her call, but things weren't going to be so easy for her. Rumble? A blazing breath of fire was conjured in her direction. Big Mom humphed and sliced it through with Napoleon as if it had been nothing, but the blazing breath destroyed the land behind her. Tobirapo? Don't allow the air combustion engine to be taken away. Boo-ah-um? Two foreheads crashed with imminent threat and resentment. Just being in touch with Veyron's body was enough for Kaido to feel a ridiculous discharge of electricity course through his body. This had been a difficult fight for him. It was an enemy that he couldn't touch. Every time he touched Veyron with either his spiked club or his bare hands, the result was the same. A merciless 2 billion volts discharge. Veyron's Amaru form was his most powerful form. A form he stole from Enel but maximized in every aspect. He was still astonished to see that Kaido could still keep up despite being constantly subjected to the most powerful electricity discharges in history. The dragon was now in a titanic hybrid form that matched Veyron's godly size. It was a battle of titans. Yubby was far away. At some point, the battle turned into one of fists, close and personal. Che. A fist from Kaido straight to his stomach sent Veyron hurling back as he spat blood. But similarly, the humanoid dragon's body scorched and he fell to his knees. Kiddo, you and I didn't have any enmity until today, but how I wish you had been born sooner. You're one goddamn fighter. The strongest creature alive was panting. He growled and stood back up, cracking his neck and releasing a tyrannical aura that made Veyron realize the monster still had some strength left in him. Oraaa. Powerful conqueror Haki shrouded the world in darkness. This was the will of the strongest creature alive. You have the fourth Haki, the pest of dreamers, while I don't. Yet my will is no inferior to yours. There was resentment deeply concealed there. A power he should have possessed yet felt unattainable. Watching the heights that Veyron at his young age could achieve with it, made him even more angry. Che. Veyron also stood back up, willing to go as far as necessary with his unlimited energy in order to defeat Kaido. He smirked and got on guard. While he prepared for his next strike, soft words were whispered to his ears by the darkness of the night. I've secured everyone in the ship. Veyron, it is time. He smiled broadly. It seemed the end of the battle was near and within sight. Thanks, Robin. Love you. Take everyone away as far as you can and don't look back. There was a brief pause before a voice with a much softer tone spoke back to him. Come back safe. Don't overdo yourself. I know you're doing this for your own satisfaction, but you can't destroy Wano. It is Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold's request. Don't worry. I can limit the destruction. Is my mom with you? She's not. The Knights of God were involved. I imagine she must have her own opponent. Having given her report, the darkness of the night once again turned silent, and Veyron saw the silhouette of a waiting Kaido, smirking with his body charred and gruesome after receiving hundreds of discharges. It seems I lost the war, kiddo, but I can still win this battle. Kaido regarded around his island. It wasn't completely gone yet, but Big Mom and Whitebeard had caused a lot of destruction. It would take a long time to rebuild everything back to how it was, if that was even possible. Veyron smirked. It is not enough. My mom once said to me, it takes more than just strength for a blade to be powerful. Now I say to you, Kaido, it takes more than will be a dreamer. You need imagination and you need purpose. Che. Veyron's body went back to his base lightning god form, the normal humanoid size, much to Kaido's confusion. What was the point of adopting a weaker form at this stage? Let's end this. You can't kill me. I can't kill you, but we're different, Kaido. My objective is not to kill you by any means. I just want to teach you what happens when you touch my things. My women, in particular, is a reverse scale not even the world government would dare touch. They learned their lesson after all. Stop blabbering and come at me, boy. Kaido released all of his power, unaware that what was to come was not something he could ever hope to cope with. No rush, I'm about to arrange that. Veyron created a common lightning bolt and Kaido prepared to receive it, although it looked common. He, however, released the lightning bolt in the direction of his castle instead. The crimson lightning bolt pierced through a Nagashima, rushing towards its destination. You missed horribly. Kaido ridiculed him, but Veyron tapped his finger on his wrist instead. I didn't, wait for it. Boo, Astrap and Bronte relativity is arguably one of the most important theories in human history. I have always been convinced that, at the time, due to the sheer limitations of us human beings, we were unable to fully harness the power of this concept. How much matter is needed to create energy? The answer is any amount of matter can create any amount of energy. The real question is which particle is available in great amounts in a human ecosystem to create a chain reaction enough for the energy to be worth the hassle. Hydrogen. My air combustion engine was merely one of the main possible uses of that theory in action. Instead of a nuclear bomb that divides atoms through nuclear fission to expel and irradiate energy, what if that energy could be harnessed and conducted? Back when the first nuclear bomb was created, one of the main scientists' fears was that it would create a chain reaction that would burn the whole atmosphere, as nuclear fission essentially splits particles one after the other, hydrogen particles, millions of them. That's why I needed Vegapunk to test it for me, to verify the chain reaction could be controlled and limited. Surprisingly enough, I could find several more uses for a nuclear bomb that could benefit me. Although they're quite destructive, in essence, those bombs are unable to kill someone like you, Kaido. Or maybe even your weakling Tobirapo members. A 2 billion volt discharge concentrated in one spot is no different in power compared to the weakest nuclear bomb, and here you are still. They could destroy cities, indeed, but powerful individuals are another story in this world, where Haki is king. Thankfully, atomic bombs produce something else which can certainly obliterate all of you if it is used by me as a medium, radiation. Or, as I like to call it for my own purposes, extreme kinetic energy. With extreme heat, particles move more vigorously, creating an extensive amount of kinetic energy that I can use to end your life. B-Brat, what are you even saying? Oh, this? Don't bother. I'm just having my villain monologue before I kill you, except that unlike most stories, you're no hero, so no one is coming here to save you. The eyes of the flying dragon humanoid Kaido were opened wide in surprise, and his reaction mirrored that of everyone for miles around Onigashima. A majestic explosion indeed, a gigantic ball of energy so big it could leave one blind. It consumed half of his castle before receding and remaining like a bright sun that lit up the world of darkness. Veyron, still in his lightning god form, extended his arm toward the explosion and contained it within a force field, as if stopped in time, essentially creating a sun that wouldn't last for long. The key to everything was kinetic energy. My power works with the use of energy. I'm always needing more and more energy. In my most primitive state, I used the energy generated by my brain and managed to deviate the bodies of people against their will, even lift up my sword, but I needed more. Then I used the power of my will, Conqueror Haki, which allowed me to manipulate magnetic fields. It took me to the next level, but even my will had limits. I still needed more in order to defeat my mother. Eating the Goro Goro no Mi became my objective. It was effective indeed. Initially, I thought Borsalino's fruit would be better. Light is, after all, an irradiation of energy, but at the same time, that is not energy itself. I have always known there is more potential for electrical currents and magnetic fields, so I risked it and ate this fruit. I even gave away the chance to eat 2 devil fruits just for this bet. It was a good decision indeed. This level of energy allowed me to manipulate magnetic fields and kinetic energy on a fundamental level to some degree. I'm even able to create discharges of lightning that are physically impossible. But you know, Kaido, in order to kill strong unkillable bastards like you, in order to protect the people that I love in this world that's against me, I need more. Rumble? The massive ball of lit-up energy began to float toward Veyron, its power and pressure surpassing even Veyron's capacity to isolate it, causing small tremors that reached all the islands in Wano. This power longed to be released. What is that? Kaido longed for an answer. What he was seeing was no different from magic. And although he knew he was about to experience the most devastating clash in his life, one which threatened to finally end his life, he couldn't help but be curious. Veyron ignored him and groaned in annoyance. Looks like many were caught up in the explosion indeed, but as I expected, not all of them are dead, he said, waving his other hand aside, and several bodies were separated from inside the force field. One of them was the charred unconscious body of Katakuri. As I expected. Being at the epic entree of an atomic bomb had only left him unconscious, not killed him. It was probably the shockwave. Before Katakuri's body could fall to the ground, Big Mom caught it, flying on her electric cloud. Zeus. Katakuri. A nonchalant Veyron didn't pay attention to them. Big Mom seemed intent on escaping, but he didn't even bother to chase after her. You wanted to die, didn't you, Kaido? Then let me present to you a weapon capable of destroying the world. If you survive this, then you're truly unkillable. This is the power I used to erase an ice lobby from the map. The smirking Veyron extended his hand forward, and the energy inside that ball of energy started to get sucked into his body, redirected toward his brain. Small droplets of blood began pouring down, turning into dust as they fell. Kaido noticed this and smirked as Veyron cleaned his nose. Wororororo, this is truly the greatest power I have seen in this world, but there is always a price to pay for power, kiddo. That red lightning, isn't that your own blood? You will die, kiddo. Mere blabbering. Do you think I'm afraid of death? I have already died once. Stay put and become an example for all the pirates in this world as to why they should challenge me directly instead of using those around me. I'm at my workshop most times during the day. All you had to do was knock 2 times and I'd answer the door, and yet you had to take the women I love madly, and even make me forget them. You can't blame anyone but yourself for this. Rumble? CHAA? After Veyron finished absorbing all of that energy, his whole body bulged up, and the crimson red lightning turned as white as the brightest sheet of paper. CHAA? Chae? Hey. Huge torrents of white lightning his body, creating 2 massive bodies next to him slowly. They were formed using the same principle with which Veyron used his clones, except that they were gargantuan in size compared to the previous avatars. In the City of Flowers, a certain lady with cyan-colored hair looked toward the horizon from the balcony of her window. It was impossible to see Onigashima from there, but even then, there was something else she could see. She gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. What is that? 2 goddesses. Judgment. The judgment is falling down on the evil dragon Gazuro. The citizens of Wano sweated profusely. They could see, literally reaching the skies, the silhouette of 2 gigantic women made out of white lightning. They were so bright that the night seemed to turn into day. They were so tall and beautiful that only a god of the heavens could have created them. Their heads reached far into the clouds, and they could be seen from as far as 1,000 miles away, standing above the small Onigashima as if to deliver punishment. Flying away from Wano was the Liberator's ship, where all the individuals involved looked at the happenings of Onigashima with a mixture of apprehension and thrill. What exactly was going to happen here? Would this be an event that would alter the course of history? Whitebeard looked at the growing silhouettes of 2 women ascending in all their glory, wearing togas. Roger. I don't know if this brat is the one you were waiting for, but he certainly has the strength to match. Aren't those? Sonia began. They're us, big sis. Marigold added. Both Snake sisters looked at the jealous Primrose and Hancock with slight amusement. The 2 ladies were modeled after them, it was easy to tell due to their hairstyles. Sonia even blushed due to the prominence of her figure's chest area. Everyone was standing on the camouflaged Liberator vessel that was moving far away, except Mihawk, who was oddly absent. The initial explosion had been a surprise, but this was an outright flash show with catastrophic consequences to unfold. That brat is going overboard, what does he intend to do? Rayleigh mused. His question would be answered right after. There. Shanks stuttered. The silhouettes then produced a pair of gigantic lightning strikes and raised their arms high into the skies, aiming toward their feet, more specifically, Onigashima. They're going to throw those 2 massive lightning bolts at Onigashima. Hancock's lips shivered. The lightning themselves were already bigger than the whole island? How can someone harness this much power? It is inconceivable. Our era is gone, but a monster has resurged in this one. Another individual regarding everything stupefied and expectant was Odin. It might have been indirect, but she never expected that the boy whose newspaper she read that day, and the one she decided to ask for help, was actually this capable. She felt fear deep in her heart. There was no doubt that this technique could destroy the entire island. Those 2 women looked like titans overshadowing the world. Did I bring salvation to this country, or its destruction? Kaido gritted his teeth. If there was something he hated, it was being looked down upon, and right now, he could feel it. Those 2 women regarded him as if he was nothing but an ant, holding a pair of lightning bolts with such potent power that he felt all his hair rising just by their mere presence. Veyron loosened his arms. Everything was ready and set. Time to finish this, Kaido. I present to you the new ancestral weapons, Astrap and Bronte, keepers of the godly thunderbolt. These are my 2 beloveds, they're each going to deliver a strike of 1,000,000,000,000 volts onto you. That's enough energy to decimate this whole Wano, but since I have been requested, I'll create a force field and only Onigashima will be affected. I hope you're ready, because I am. Rumble? Whoosh! Kaido transformed into his dragon form, and his overall size tripled. His mere presence created a fire realm around Veyron's already existing lightning realm. Even then, he pitifully resembled nothing more than a small snake in front of Astrap and Bronte. Perhaps in front of any other opponent, this display would have worked, and perhaps it would have been a bit intimidating. But the current Veyron had nothing to fear. If anything, he could only smirk at the futile attempt. If you think I'm just going to sit here and accept the judgment dash. Faster than lightning, the flaming gigantic dragon came crashing down from the skies and got splattered into Onigashima, destroying the top of the castle and sinking far inside, unable to even lift its head. It seems you haven't understood. I just told you I have the energy to spare. You won't be able to do anything, Kaido. Bastard. It didn't matter what he tried, all he could do was be looked down upon. The Yonko never thought in his life he'd ever fall this low. Right now, you're no dragon. You're just another snake on whose head I'm stepping. Even will is a quantifiable energy and your pitiful amount of will against this boundless kinetic energy is simple math. You can't match me. White pillars all of my life I only knew battles. Battles to drink, battles to eat, battles to survive, battles for love, battles for heartbreaks. Battle to live. I have always been the strongest, at the top of the food chain. If I moved somewhere and I wasn't the strongest, I'd quickly catch up. No one can beat me. That belief has been fiercely engraved in my mind for my whole life. There is nothing in this world I can't get if I fight for it. I have lived my life fighting for every single thing, and before I noticed, everything I ever wanted was already in my hands. The strongest creature. But at some point, everything just became boring. There are no opponents to face, no possessions to attain, no women to catch my interest. I can't even die. Perhaps the path battle to live wasn't the right one after all. But I'm already deep into the gutter, there is no way out. I'm already the strongest. Or that's what I thought. Che? In front of me, there is a level of power that I can't even describe. 2 gigantic women possessing each a weapon of mass destruction, both of them looking down on me. The same way one looks at a cockroach before stepping on it. Roger, Newgate, Rox, Odin, Garling. Those men were capable of fighting me, but this boy, he may be able to kill me. Right now, you're nothing more than a snake. What a wondrous dilemma. Now that I found someone that can face me, I don't want to die. Dracul Veyron, I want to fight with you again. Even if I die, I'll die giving everything I've got, to the last sweat. Rumble, it will take more than math and numbers to take me down, Veyron. Come at me. Kaido, Albert, take everyone and retreat. I'll him on my own. Retreat? Flee? When had that man ever fled a fight? No, he's not fleeing a fight. And King knew, there was such a determination to die in his captain's face, but if he had to describe it, it was more like a test for himself. I'm definitely going to survive this, so wait for me, bastards. Perhaps for him, it was like a challenge. So far he hadn't ever found anything that could kill him. Now that such a disaster had presented itself in front, he wanted to prove that he could still live. That Kaido of the beasts was truly an unkillable existence. Yes, Captain. Oi Linlin, I know you're still there. Take my guys away, you old hag. Kaido went back to his semi-humanoid bulky form, emanating a threatening aura that made Veyron's brows furrow. He looked to the side where indeed Big Mom was flying on top of her cloud trying to escape. But when she heard Kaido's shout, she stopped. The woman was not stupid. She knew if they were to be caught by this technique, there was little chance of survival. Those two goddesses holding the lightning already felt threatening enough without needing to release them. You got me into this, Kaido. There isn't even enough time. Veyron's hand had already raised, ready to descend. I will get that time. Kaido's body was engulfed in tyrannical purple lightning with a powerful unmatched will that consisted of the only thing he had ever done his entire life, survive. The will to survive. With a single step, Kaido's intention to stand up failed, but he still managed to kneel in front of the tyrannical pressure by supporting himself on his iron club, in front of weight capable of crushing the whole island. There is no doubt this bastard must have been a final boss or something. How can he even kneel? Veyron's eyebrows twitched. In a sense, this was borrowed strength. The kinetic energy released by a hydrogen bomb was his fuel, and even with this much power Kaido could remain stubborn. But it is all for nothing. His hand descended, and with him, the arms of the first goddess, Astrap. Time seemed to slow down for those who had just gained hope. The Tobirapo ran towards the nearest ship while King assisted, but it was impossible. They weren't faster than lightning. Kaido's arm lifted up, raising his arm to the skies with his iron club imbued in Conqueror Haki, Advanced Haki, and his unparalleled will to survive. Battle to live? Veyron gasped at his intention as a trillion-volt strike descended with the ferocity of godly judgment. In front of the astonished gazes of the emperors of this world. In front of the astonished gaze of the oppressed citizens of the country of Wano. In front of the despaired gaze of those same oppressors. It descended, so fast and yet so slow, like a white pillar, and due to simple laws of magnetism, headed to the closest positive-negative charge, Kaido's club. Ugh. For Kaido, there was never anything so painful. He may have compared it to the sensation of being injected magma right into his body, but such a thing had already been done to him, and it couldn't possibly compare to this. This was something else, but he refused to release his club that transmitted the discharge, charred all of his clothes, and destroyed his internal organs one by one. In his mind appeared one moment. One in which a man boiling in oil could still dance whilst on death row. He recalled that moment and smiled. Captain. The Tobirapo members saw this with utter shock, their captain feeling pain. Shivering? Something they had never seen. Stop wasting time and go. King hurriedly put all of them in a ship and transformed into a prehistoric flying creature, a pterodactylus. Catching the whole ship and chasing after Big Mom, he didn't look back. A barrage of lighting kept relentlessly crushing and destroying Kaido's body from the inside, but his club kept pointing up at all times. The ground around him started to melt, and his pupils went white, but he never fell. A Nagashima became a sea of magma. Veyron's cold eyes looked at him, slightly fluttery, his feelings complex. He had already killed countless people before in this world, but this was the first time he was torturing someone. Although it had been Kaido's choice to get subjected to this discharge to give his people the time to flee, it was still torture. Why would you choose to do this at this stage? Ridiculous. He never had the Yonko for one to be sentimental. Little did he know, this was Kaido's pride. After 3 minutes of a relentless charge in which only a massive white pillar could be seen shooting to the skies, half of a Nagashima had turned into molten lava, but it was merely the heat irradiated by Kaido's body after he absorbed a trillion volts of discharge. The white pillar slowly receded and finally, Kaido's body fell. Bayog. Far away from a Nagashima but still within the boundaries of his force field, the gigantic vessel containing all of the remaining beast pirates cried in unison. Big Mom too held Napoleon, ready to slice the force field apart and provide them with a fleeing route. But her eyes settled on her companion for what she believed would be the last time. Never had she ever thought that Kaido could possibly die, but now, she couldn't foresee him ever surviving this. Not when she looked into the skies and one goddess remained, turning the light into the day, ready to release a second discharge. Kaido had absorbed the majority of the first charge, but there would not be a second time. If that attack was to be released, they'd all within this force field die. But Kaido had gotten the time. You're really strong, Kaido. You have survived a single trillion volts discharge. I congratulate you on this. Are you conscious? Veyron could tell he was still alive, although the palpitations of his heart were so slow they were almost imperceptible. Kaido's body still remained. It was astonishing enough that it hadn't turned into complete dust. The creature's eyes went white. He fell into the molten underground with his body charred like carbon, his horns turned to dust and missing several limbs. Nevertheless, he smiled. Go ahead. I'm not dead yet. Send the next one. Even if his eyes had gone white, he could still clearly see the second goddess standing there, ready to release the other lightning. This time though, he wouldn't be able to receive it. All hope was gone after experiencing just one. There was no way he could survive another. It seems this is the end of my path, but if I manage to survive this next strike, even for just a second. Veyron lowered his hand again and the goddess Bronte heard his call, releasing the second lightning strike on Onigashima. This time, there would be no mercy. Boom! This time, without Kaido serving as the catalyst, the destruction let loose. Big Mom, who was far in the distance carrying her injured children away, saw this coming and used all of her power to slice a single opening into Veyron's force field to flee. Karyudon. King also used his remaining strength together with the rest of the Tobirapo to open up a path. He knew his captain wasn't going to survive, but he'd not allow his effort to go to waste. The one that defeats me, it must be Joyboy. He recalled his captain's words, but something didn't match. More than the god of the sun. This was clearly the god of lightning. A gnashing slice manifested in the force field, greatly weakening the whole structure. King fled together with the Tobirapo towards the south while Big Mom flew to the east. Boom! Inside the force field, a gigantic white pillar shone deep into the night, obliterating everything that existed within. The hole created in the force field barrier served as an outlet, and a gargantuan white beam shot from there straight into the skies, splitting it in two. This white streak of lightning would soon recede in magnitude, but never completely disappear. The country of Wano was forever fated to look to the skies during the night and see that white lightning as clear as one could see the moon, signifying the day they were free from the evil dragon who was once supposed to be their guardian but had transformed into their biggest oppressor. They'd come to know this astronomical event as the White Pillar of Freedom. Dark intentions. What a magnificent streak of lightning. All I can do is stare in awe, a white streak of lightning that would last forever, like his own signature engraved forever in the skies. There is so much power behind it. My son is very special. When I first started training him, I thought he'd reach great heights as a swordsman. As I lived with him, I realized that it is not that he's good with the sword. His swordsmanship is polished, but definitely not at the top of this world. He just excels at everything he does, and swordsmanship happens to be one of those things. At 3 years of age, he began wielding the sword. At 5 years of age, he could already fight me. At 10 years of age, he defeated me. At 15 years old, he has defeated the strongest creature in this world. I was tapping onto the air, watching the white pillar from the distance with a slight sense of apprehension welling in. Even for a genius, this is. I just hoped my worries were unfounded. Whoosh! A subtle presence flashed next to me, but there was no subtleness about it. In fact, this person was carrying on himself 2 bodies, one small and one of disproportionate size. Nevertheless, he was carrying them as if they were weightless. Garling. My first instinct was to wield Yoro. I chased and heavily injured one of the knights, Dumas de Monte Cristo. I'm also involved with a group that I believed had killed another one of the knights, Don Quixote Cervantes. But it seems that is not what happened. This time around your people really did things easier for me. The man smirked, albeit slightly. On his shoulder, he was carrying a bleeding person. No, a corpse. It was precisely Cervantes. You killed him. I questioned him threateningly, not understanding his intentions. Just now, Cervantes had been left inside Robin's darkness dome while using the night itself as her fuel. It was almost impossible for him to escape. But at the same time, that dome of darkness would have shattered like glass in front of Veyron's might. I had to. I'm afraid your son wouldn't even have left a corpse. Just like Kaido. The second body Garling was carrying was precisely Kaido's, if it could still be recognized as that, as what I saw resembled more a chunk of burnt flesh. This is what remained of the strongest creature after taking on this attack that would have destroyed the entirety of Wano if there hadn't been a force field to stop it. I turned to him, now with even more concern. He wants the corpses of those 2? He went as far as to finish Cervantes on his own just to guarantee this. What in the world are you planning, Garling? What is he planning? Does it have anything to do with why Dumas doesn't act like he usually did? He sighed and brushed my sword aside with his bare hand. I'll have to thank Nico Robin for creating that dome of darkness. This fellow would have taken a lot longer to take down without it. He ignored me, but I insisted. What do you plan, Garling? The way I see it, he, the commander of the Knights of God, just slaughtered one of the members of the Order, for no apparent reason. This was a huge crime. Orders from above. These will be given to Vegapunk to experiment. Where is Dumas? Dead. He looked around and found nothing. It disgusted me. It almost felt like he was looking forward to finding Dumas' corpse. Orders from above? There was only one person above. Vegapunk's experiments? Veyron isn't precisely the old man's best friend, but they get along. He never mentioned anything about experimenting with dead bodies, but then again, Vegapunk is like the dog of the government. As long as he's ordered, he will do so. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think he's involved in some sort of secret project related to this, as experimentation with living beings is already a thing. The question would be whether Vegapunk's moral compass allows him to perform this task. Veyron definitely wouldn't, but Veyron is not Vegapunk. Dumas fled. I managed to injure him, but you should know, if he really wants to leave, nobody can stop him. But he looked a bit different from what I remember. He's no longer the same man I met when I was a child. I emphasized. I imagine. Garling drifted. Congratulations on raising this monster. With power like this, even we have to think twice before attacking him. But that doesn't mean we will stop. With each astronomical event he pulls one after the other, the danger he radiates only increases. Soon you will start being questioned as well, Mihawk. You don't need to worry about that. I will stop being a knight, Garling. I'm out, I declared, unbudging. Being a member of the Knights of God came with many benefits. I could get Veyron anything he needed, things that even Stussy couldn't get him in the underworld. Some of the main components he used to create this bomb of his were attained by me. Vegapunk is also an individual under the direct orders of the 5 elders. Not even the CP0 has influence over Vegapunk. Scientists tend to be very prideful with their creations, and Vegapunk's isolated chamber is one of the things he's most proud of. I had to step in for him to lend it to Veyron to test his air combustion engine. Being the second knight definitely has its uses, but I need that no longer. Once a knight, you can never be out, he declared grimly. You have nothing to keep me in. The knights usually stay as knights because it represents an increase in status for their families within Mihawk, and leaving the order translates into a decrease in status or outright extermination in the oddest of cases. My Dracule family only has 2 members left, and neither of us lives in Mihawk. Moreover, Veyron is my adoptive son. He's not a celestial dragon or a Dracule by birth. If he was, they'd have tried to get him into their ranks at all costs. Have you forgotten your little friend Isabelle? He mentioned, almost mockingly. I resisted the urge to laugh and sheathed my sword back. Since he was uttering jokes now, clearly this wasn't going to deform into a fight. The 9th Knight Isabelle Esquivel, or as I used to call her Auntie. A deep friend of my father Dracule Maximus who looked after me back when I lived in God Valley. We hung out a few times when I was a kid. She may have been important to my father, but she's hardly my friend. Don't mistake things, Garling. I'm not on your side. I'm on my son's side. As long as he's safe, I don't care about anything else, and if I were to remain as a Knight of God, it may turn into a liability for him in the future. We may have to fight each other to the death for our ideals. Before that ever happens, I'd rather discard my ideals than turn my back on the man I love. Even if my father were to be disappointed by my choice, I know this is the right choice. A pity, the 2 of us could have benefited greatly from this alliance. Does this mean you discard your status as a celestial dragon? Yes. Are you aware this means your Dracule family won't ever be part of Mihawk again? As the matriarch, is this your choice? Yes. You aim to rule the world. I don't, now that the world government stands against my son in every form. I'll back him up in every form as well. Next time we see each other, we will be enemies, Garling. Thanks for everything. With mere words, I discarded the status my lineage had kept for almost a millennium as founding members of the world government. As of now, I'm just Hawkeye, Dracule Mihawk. A warlord and the strongest swordswoman alive. Also, a woman who happens to be married and madly in love with her adoptive son. But those are only details no one cares about. I have a home to go back to, and it is not Mihawk. Peace of mind BOOOOOMMMM, Che. A brilliant streak of white lightning shot through the skies, capturing the attention of Wano's citizens as it stretched far into the horizon. It was far from what they had expected. Most of them couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a colossal lightning storm had ravaged their island, making Onigashima the epicenter of this fierce onslaught. The land trembled under the impact of powerful shocks and earthquakes for several hours, all originating from the notorious island. Internally, they speculated. Perhaps Kaido had incurred the wrath of someone he shouldn't have. Divine punishment seemed to rain down upon him. Their suspicions were confirmed when 2 colossal goddesses descended, followed by a white pillar with tendrils of lightning that reached far into the night, transforming darkness into daylight. Confusion reigned as the people grappled with the inexplicable events unfolding in their country. Tomorrow seemed uncertain. Pero. Bongug. A Den Mushi was mercilessly crushed in the main palace of the flower capital. A man, his body adorned with purple hair and a pointed mustache, shot up abruptly, while a woman clutched her bedsheets in fear. What the heck is happening? Where is Kaido? He seized her neck, as if expecting her to hold the answers. For hours, uncertainty had loomed, initially perceived as an unprecedented meteorological disaster. However, the truth had become starkly evident. Someone had assaulted Wano's guardian beast, or rather, his guardian. And though he had placed his trust in the beast pirate's prowess, that trust shattered upon witnessing the appearance of the 2 goddesses. This was not Kaido's doing. Now they found themselves back to the night when the 2 white pillars vanished, with no responses from Kaido, his all-stars, or even the Tobirapo. Oh, Orokai-sama, I don't know, the girl stammered in fear, genuinely clueless. Slap. A single slap sent her flying across the room, crashing into a wall made of thin wood, shattering it. Useless? Utterly useless? Someone tell me what the hell is happening in Onigashima. It had been a grueling battle, far more challenging than I had anticipated. I assumed that since both of them were Yonkos, Kaido would be on par with Shanks. While both possessed immense attack power, Shanks' Conqueror's haki was superior. However, Kaido's defenses were otherworldly. 2 billion volts of discharge barely fazed him. I never imagined there could be someone capable of resisting a trillion-volt discharge. If not for the boost of kinetic energy I created, neither of us would have been able to defeat the other. Perhaps I had a slight edge due to my near-infinite energy, but even I had limits. My maximum output was 2 billion volts, a level of power that strained my mind, made possible only through the 4th haki. But now, it was over. Onigashima had been obliterated from the map. There was a minor miscalculation. Big Mom escaped with King and his group, causing a leak in my power. I could have eliminated them, but my goal was to save the girls and destroy Nagashima. Even Kaido, had he chosen to flee, I wouldn't have pursued him. But he chose death. What else could I do? My true wrath was reserved for the Donquixote pirates. Kaido was merely an opportunist who seized his chance. I used him as an example for the next aspiring supernova foolish enough to threaten my loved ones. It was the second time I employed Astrap and Bronte, the Greek goddesses bearing Zeus lightning. However, this time, I had to manipulate magnetic fields and positive and negative discharges at a fundamental level to create a trillion-volt lightning. To dispel it required an equivalent amount of energy, no longer within my grasp unless I detonated another hydrogen bomb to harness its power. I can't be bothered. I was utterly exhausted after the battle. I didn't feel like detonating another hydrogen bomb just to fix this, and the more I looked at the aftermath, the more beautiful it seemed. Let it be. This wasn't the first time I had altered the landscape. The dreamland near Jaya, created with my mother 5 years ago, and the White Lightning Well in an ice lobby were now mere recreations of this world. I suppose this would be another addition. I arrived at the Destroyer Mark IV, or as the girls fondly called it, the Liberator's ship, which Robin had now landed on the sea. Besides me, she was the only one capable of controlling all my vehicles. I had taught her, as she was genuinely interested. The others were more interested in getting into my pants. Tap. I landed on the deck, feeling a bit lightheaded, and was immediately engulfed by 3 pairs of arms that tackled me to the ground. Bang, darling, Hancock, little brother, Sandersonia, Veyron, Marigold. Before I knew it, I was on the ground, with 3 tearful beauties on top of me. All I could do was sigh and hug them tightly, embracing them so fervently that they gasped for breath. Words couldn't describe how relieved I felt. Though the hatred in my heart hadn't completely dissipated, I could breathe a sigh of relief knowing that these 3 girls were back with me. I remembered them vividly. Dee darling, that's a little too tight. Hancock groaned, but I didn't loosen my grip. You made me worry. I scolded them sternly. I now understood how Primrose must have felt when I first took them to Amazon Lily after their long period of slavery. If they had been taken away from me for 5 years, I didn't know what I would do. Perhaps I would have destroyed all of Wano, even if they pleaded otherwise. They hung their heads, fully aware that a severe scolding was imminent. I took Hancock's cheeks and pinched them. Darling, she cried, fake tears streaming down her face. I told you, if you needed help, you should have just told me, and I would have come. Why did you have to be so stubborn? I was genuinely angry with her. It wasn't that I doubted her abilities, but there were too many variables in this world. I knew exactly what kind of place One Piece was, and I knew there were devil fruits out there with ludicrous abilities. It didn't matter how strong you were, if you fell into any of those traps, it could spell your doom. And that's exactly what happened to them. They were far superior to Doflamingo and his crew, but within their midst was a girl named Sugar, whose power was unbelievably ridiculous. That's why they fell. If Sugar hadn't been there, the result would have been completely different. Little brother, please don't be upset with her. Marigold and Sandersonia stepped in front of me, seemingly angry with me for scolding Hancock but unable to voice it as they too felt guilty. I furrowed my brow but continued to pinch Hancock's cheeks. I loved her too much to inflict any other punishment, so cheek pinching it was. That's right, brat, what kind of man are you if you make your girl cry? Whitebeard jeered, sparks of lightning crackling between us. Don't interfere, old man. I'm scolding my wives. Guerrera, look at you, with wives and all. You shouldn't even be married yet. I released Hancock's cheeks and squared up to him challengingly. He smiled, it seemed this was his intention all along. I despised that this old man could be brash yet wise simultaneously. As much as I hate to admit it, he's right. I'm just glad you're okay, girls. But expect another punishment from me for making me worry like this. Ho, how heartless of you? How can you punish them for this? Primrose crossed her arms and mimicked my voice from before. I looked at her with profound shame. Yes, I understood how she felt back then, but I wasn't going to repeat the same mistake. I would punish them, yes, but in a gentle manner, on our bed. Sob. The 3 girls nodded at me, and I smiled, content with that. I hugged them again, and they reciprocated the gesture. Even Primrose joined in. I was simply overjoyed that my family was reunited. Odin, Yamato, Robin, Viola, and Jun observed us, with the Princess of Dressrosa even clapping and sobbing. It seemed she had found her solace after talking with Marigold. Now, we could put this chapter behind us and focus on the future. How would I tell Hancock that I didn't want them to sail again? I'm a legend. I used my electric energy to power up the destroyer and lifted off back into the skies. Flying would be easier. The engine this ship used was an air combustion engine with thrusters. It was actually just an unfinished prototype that I hadn't expected to use so soon. One of its issues was that it still needed my G batteries to work, instead of being able to use the engine independently like I wanted. I could have used the Mark I, but that one was unable to fly. It wouldn't have reached the new world so quickly. The course was set, and our next destination was to follow Whitebeard's Viver card of Marco, his commander, towards the location of Moby Dick, somewhere in the New World close to the Red Line. After a brief chat, I put on some music, and the atmosphere became warm and cozy. My mother still wasn't here, but I imagined she should be coming soon. The thought of her being defeated and in danger hadn't even crossed my mind. There might be people in this world who could defeat her, but there was no one who could kill her, not when she had the fourth haki too. We inadvertently divided into groups, the girls and the boys. I guess that's just how it is. Odin, Viola, Robin, Jen, Primrose, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. I had to cough a few times and get back into the guys' conversation because they all looked so stunning. How was it possible that there were so many peak beauties in one place? This must be the One Piece for sure. What was more amazing was that I was in a more than friends relationship with the majority of them. Primrose, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold were my wives, so no comment. The things I have already done to them and the things I'd do once things calmed down. Jun was my mistress. Don't look at me like I'm a bastard. She's the one who decided that title specifically, saying she didn't want to marry anyone as a marine could die at any time and us being married would cause me suffering if that happened. I don't know what nonsense she said though. I'd be sad if anything happened to her, regardless of whether she's my wife or not. But well, her common sense is as skewered as her sense of justice. Things changed forever for us after we had a bit of a drunken encounter during her ascension party. In one way or another, like everything in this world, we ended up in bed. Until that time, I never knew how dangerous a hungry and experienced mature woman could be. There was Primrose too, but she had a bit more control than a drunken Jun. She was single, but she had relationships in the past with different marines and was quite experienced, which explained why she never made a move on me until recently. She said back then I was too young and I still am, but somehow she can bear with the current me. Our relationship was still complex. She didn't live on any of my islands. Instead, she traveled all around the world as an admiral, solving issues. We didn't spend much time together, but when we did, things tended to turn a bit spicy. Then there was Robin, by far the most complex out of all of them. She loved me, I knew that much. I loved her too, but we just were not in a relationship. I wasn't in a situation where I could proactively seduce other women. I was married and treasured my life. I didn't want to be crippled, beheaded, or turned into stone. We somehow got into this polygamous arrangement where they accepted that I had other lovers and coexisted, but that didn't mean I could just go around adding people to this family as if they were free vouchers. Robin knew this and kept her distance. She respected all of them a lot, and I guess that respect acted as a barrier for us. There might have been something else that I was overlooking, but after years of training her, spending time with her, cuddling her, teaching her, and sleeping with her on the same bed, without doing anything, I hadn't expected her to just give me one kiss and leave. But she did, and she never called back until now. It hurt me a bit, but I let her go. I hadn't given her the yummy no me because I wanted her to become my slave or something. I did it for other reasons. From the start, I had expected her to leave. I just hadn't expected that she wouldn't even bother to call back or anything. Then Odin and Viola, my goodness, I had to remain a good husband and stop ogling them. Who would have thought that the toy would turn out to be such a breathtaking woman? Those curves were so massive, easily Primrose's size or even bigger. And then this ONI girl, she was so big and curvy in so many places, and her hair was so beautiful. Was she really that monster's daughter? Damn, they didn't look alike in any way. Stop me, stop. Veyron. Oi, brat, are you paying attention? Whitebeard. What's this brat going to pay attention to? Don't you know he's a pervert already? Whitebeard. Rayleigh. How disgusting. Shanks. You're looking too, Shanks-kun. Rayleigh. Aren't you looking too, Rayleigh-san? Shanks. Don't spout nonsense. I am a happily married man, Rayleigh. Guararera, more like a happily shacked man, Whitebeard. Talking about shackles. How's your wife, Whitebeard? Rayleigh. Ugh, don't start on that. She's not my wife and the son is not mine. Whitebeard. Veyron here likes taking people's girls, so how about you give her to him, Rayleigh? Oh really? That could be very convenient, Whitebeard. These guys were talking a bunch of nonsense I don't understand. Whitebeard wants me to take his woman. Does he have a NTR fetish or something? I heard in my previous life only the most wicked bastards enjoy that. I don't want anything to do with that. More interesting were the girls on one side, having their own conversation. It was odd because, for some reason, Odin looked uncomfortable. She realized I was watching her and greeted me, then stood up and walked over to us for some reason. We were all clueless. Rayleigh, Shanks, and Whitebeard looked at me oddly when Odin sat down with us, between me and Shanks. Even the girls looked at her, stunned until Hancock started explaining something in hushed whispers. As expected, I feel a lot more comfortable here. She laughed, crossed her legs, and extended her arms as if to stretch. Her kimono-like attire barely contained those massive curves of hers. Gulp. Guararera. I heard gulping in our group, with Whitebeard laughing out loud for some reason. I don't know what you're laughing at, old man. Are you laughing to conceal your boner? You ain't fooling nobody. You're bloody massive, so down there. I don't know who your wife is but I pity her. I would have never thought I'd see you, Whitebeard. The first person she addressed wasn't me, it was the beardless geezer who named himself Whitebeard and was now sitting cross-legged. See? You ain't fooling nobody, I know that trick too. Do I know you, girl? He tilted his head in confusion. He knew Kaido, but I guess he didn't know about his daughter or who the mother was. I'm not a girl, I'm a boy. My name is Odin. Boy, Odin. Confusion seeped inside all of us until finally, Hancock walked over to our group to explain everything before returning to her group. I see, so that's what happened to Odin. Whitebeard sighed, melancholy in his voice. We had heard the story of Odin. The legendary man Yamato was so enthralled with that she even decided to adopt his name and become a boy, even though she was technically a girl. I never expected to encounter a transgender person in this world, aside from the Okamas, that is, although they do change their bodies completely. Yamato, on the other side, was still a woman through and through. He was a good nakama of ours, to think he underwent such a destiny. I shouldn't have left them with Roger. Apparently, this Odin, who was the shogun of Wano before the current Orokai, ended up being executed by being burned in oil, a very barbaric execution method, if I might add. He used to be a nakama of Whitebeard. This Kojiki Odin had been traveling across the sea with a lady called Amatsuki Toki, whom he later married. The two of them left Whitebeard's ship and joined Roger's crew. Both of them were such bright souls and cheerful souls, to have met that end. There is no justice in this world. The unthinkable happened, and I saw Whitebeard shedding tears. This man, this massive unit of a person, seemed like nothing could ever shake his will. Yet here he was, tearing up for his past friends. I could imagine, if I knew a friend of mine had died such a gruesome death, to be burned in oil. It seemed killing Kaido was something good after all. But the main one to blame for Odin's death was not Kaido, it was the current shogun, Kurozumai Orokai. I had set that country free without even knowing. Yamato stood up and patted his arm. He died as the hero of Wano and with a smile on his face. Since then I have respected him to the utmost. You're a good girl, he patted her back, but she snorted. I'm a boy. Sure, girl. Yamato seemingly gave up on arguing with the old man and instead looked at me. We both groups of boys and girls were paying attention to her story. Right now, the country is undergoing heavy tyranny. The current shogun, Kurozumai Orokai, is a disgusting man who thrives on the suffering of his people. By killing Kaido, he now loses his greatest support. The people of Wano are not afraid of Kurozumai Orokai, they are afraid of the beast pirates. That's why, Veyron, please let me go back. As long as I can tell them that my father is gone, they can surely raise their backs and fight against Orokai. I don't wish to remain in Wano, but I must at least disclose the news. That man is so wicked and Wano is so isolated, that if they're not told, they won't ever know. But it is only Kaido who is gone, Yamato. My name is Odin. No, your name is Yamato. I crossed my arms, unmoving. This idolatry she had for this Odin guy wasn't healthy. It was good to respect someone else but wanting to become someone else and even usurping their identity. I could see that she didn't want to be Yamato. She didn't want to be Kaido's daughter, an ONI, or anything associated with that monster. Her response was what I expected. She gritted her teeth and refused to look at me. Kaido is gone, but the beast pirates aren't. I don't know what King and the Tobirappa want to do, but they'd most likely stay in Wano for the time being, supporting Orokai and trying to keep the people quiet. When they confirm that I'm no longer there, they must still be afraid of me. Oi, brat. Whitebeard spoke to me. I need you to do me a favor. I gritted my teeth. That's right, he came to help under Mihawk and Shank's request. We had done a favor for him in the past when we distracted the world government so Fisher Tiger could free the slaves. It was only later that I knew that during this whole ordeal with me fighting Garp, he had been keeping Sengoku and Sakazuki quiet. This time, he was asking me for yet another favor, getting indebted to me, and I knew exactly what he was going to ask me. But before that, I had already planned something for him. Whitebeard, I'm going to make a cure for your disease. They looked at me, astonished. I knew what this man's disease was, although, in this world, it was something unknown and had no cure. It was my plan from the start. I wanted to do this for him. I didn't really care about Wano. His disease was tuberculosis. I'm not a doctor, but I have read a few books and can tell the right person all this knowledge that could possibly warrant a cure. All I have to do is travel to the Drum Island. I have already gone there once. Veyron. He looked at me deeply. You know I can't dash. I'm not going to charge you anything for it. I respect you, Whitebeard. I'm merely making a cure for a disease, which you happen to have, that's all. You don't need to feel indebted to me for it. I sighed. How could I charge him when he's one of my all-time favorite characters? I wouldn't let him die, not from a disease, not in Marineford. He was like a friend, like Rayleigh and Shanks. I didn't have many male friends, but those I had, I wanted to keep. I appreciate it, kiddo, but I still need this favor from you. You're way faster than me. You want me to go to Wano and get rid of this Orokai, get rid of the beast pirates influencing the island. I know how much Odin cared for that country, I know how much Toki wanted to go and see it. If I had known this happened, I'd have resolved this way sooner, he grimaced. I knew he was going to ask this, but right now, I was just so tired, man. I really needed my holidays. I guess it can't be helped. Yamato and I are going to go after I drop you off with your crew. Robin, could you take Shanks and Rayleigh back? Then we can meet at Fishman Island. No problem. Are you going to take long? She asked me. No, why? I'd like to spend some time with you, but you know I still have to return to Alabasta with my companion. Is it Crocodile? Why isn't he here? Crocodile was quite strong now, way stronger than his canon self after he trained with me. I hoped that would change his mind a little. All I knew about them after they left was that Crocodile became a warlord just like my mom, just like in the canon. It is a long story, but I can tell you once we're in Fishman Island. Does that mean you're taking me to Wano? Yamato held my collar enthusiastically. Yes, Yamato. I'll take you there and get rid of those leftover issues for you and Whitebeard as I owe you two a bit. Yay, wait, call me Odin, dammit. Can't you see that I'm a bona fide man? Why your massive lumps are pressing against me? Insane love. The mood was settled. The ship flew back into the skies with Veyron providing it with his energy, and it headed towards the Moby Dick. They'd reach their destination in a few hours. Shanks, Rayleigh, and Whitebeard went into their own wavelength. They had clearly enjoyed their time in Onigashima. They also discussed the political repercussions of this event. Primrose, Robin, Jun were doing much the same with the Dark Beauty, telling them about Alabasta and how she had dropped a guest in Amazon Lily on her way to the New World. Viola and Yamato were with Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. The sisters were actually trying to convince them to join their crew. Yamato accepted right away, but Viola had her doubts as she was still a princess of her country, and although she left momentarily in order to save them, she still wanted to support her father during this hurdle. Please, let me wait until my kingdom's situation normalizes and then ask me this question again. She bowed down deeply, never expecting that the gate to become a pirate would ever open for her, and much more so surprised at how much she was actually looking forward to it. For his part, Veyron enjoyed this tranquility, but deep inside, he knew there was an elephant in the room, or better said, an elephant in the ship's basement. He had been waiting for Mihawk to hear her counsel on this matter. For the first time he thought he needed advice, and nobody was better than his mother for that. But she wasn't here and he was losing his patience. At some point, he just decided to go on his own, and that was when someone grasped his wrist. It was Hancock. She pulled him into a hug as if aware of where he was going and what he was going to do. Darling, stay here, Hancock, he stated sternly. Please don't kill them. I have forgiven them. Stay here. He repeated himself, this time a bit angry. He knew the backstory. They had forgiven Sugar and Monet, and in exchange for saving them from Black Maria and fleeing Onigashima, Sugar had turned them back to normal. Hancock and the girls may have forgiven them, but Veyron didn't. Hancock flinched and released his wrist. As she was now, she couldn't refuse anything he said. She felt just too guilty to say otherwise. With time, her hatred for the two sisters had been erased, and they went from enemies to allies, fighting back to back in order to flee from Onigashima. Veyron headed deeper inside the ship on his own. There was a section for prisoners where there were sea stone shackles. In one of the cells, there were two shacked girls wearing rags. Both of them remained silent when they saw him. The door closed behind him and he opened the cell, stepping inside and closing the gate too, locking it. They raised their heads to look at him. There were two different outlooks. The bigger sister, a beautiful girl with green hair and clear eyes, had a look of apprehension. This was Monet. The smaller sister had a challenging gaze. Her hair was greenish sky blue and her body made her look like she was less than 15 but more than 10. This was Sugar. Both of them were members of the Donquixote pirates who had committed the worst transgression that could be committed against him. It was safe to say that more than slaughtering Kaido, Veyron had wished to slaughter the whole Donquixote pirates. Making him forget Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold was perhaps worse than killing them. Do you two know, by all right, I should have killed you, he started, leaning against the wall and finding it in himself to forgive. If it hadn't been for Sugar turning them back to humans, the situation could have been way trickier. If Kaido really held them hostages, that would have been a devastating situation for him. So, in a way, they did help, but at the same time, they were the cause of everything to begin with. Monet remained silent for a while, but before she could say anything, her sister interjected with poison. Do it then, kill us. Big sis. The smaller sister challenged him to do what he said, and then the bigger sister surprised him by addressing her as Big Sis. Sadly for them, Veyron was not in the mood to get challenged. You wish to die? Let's sort that out then. He walked up to the smaller one and took her by the neck. Please don't. Monet begged him, crawling all the way to him and grasping his leg. Shut up, Sugar billowed, but she wasn't allowed to finish. Hey. Sugar's small body shivered, her eyes gasped and saliva left her little mouth, subjected to a discharge of 200 volts, which in prolonged durations was enough to leave someone's internal organs in a bad state. Back when he tortured Kaido, he realized two things. One was that he felt disgusting, but during the process, it felt relieving, even enjoyable. His eyes turned wicked in nature when he saw her shiver. She had been the main cause of everything. If not for her, nothing would have happened. No members of the Kuja fleet would have died. Ironically, she's also the one to blame for Kaido's death. Bong? He released her on the ground harshly and Monet crawled up to him, sobbing, wondering if they were going to make it out of there alive. If they were going to die, then at least she hoped they'd die painlessly, not subjected to this ridiculous suffering. Please don't, she's stubborn. Please don't kill her, kill me instead. Veyron humbled and took her by the neck too. As you wish. Hey. He noticed that Monet's screams were slightly more enjoyable. Perhaps because he didn't feel especially nice doing such a thing to a girl who looked as young as Sugar did. He even went as far as to increase the voltage for Monet. The girl in question began twisting. He felt several presences wash over him. They knew what he was doing, but none of them stopped him. Leave my sis dash. Sugar's body levitated back into his other hand before she was once again subjected to another discharge. Hey. He held both sisters, one in each hand, torturing the hell out of them with non-lethal but immensely painful discharges. He even focused the electricity in everywhere but the brain, afraid they'd be subjected to brain damage. Both naked bodies fell back down, smoking, but still alive, their skin slightly tanned and questioning if this is what remained for their lives, to be tortured like this forever. Now being with Black Maria sounded like a paradise. Veyron imbued his arms with kinetic energy before snapping their sea stone shackles, confusing them. What are you going to do? Aren't you going to retaliate? Your chance is now, he taunted them. Monet bit her lips, shivered and knelt down in front of him with her head hitting the ground. Sugar on the other hand lunged at him, she grasped his wrist and smiled almost maniacally, but nothing happened. What isn't it working? She didn't feel weak, which meant the ground wasn't made out of sea stone. Her powers should be working but they didn't. Sugar, stop. Monet yelled once again. This time there was clear irritation in her voice. She didn't want her or her sister to die. Clearly, Veyron was testing them, but her sister was so stubborn that she kept her nonsense even at this hurdle. She didn't think any of them had a chance to defeat this man who killed Kaido. Slape. Veyron slapped Sugar so hard the girl impacted against the steel wall before her body levitated. She felt she was getting hanged by the neck, but there was nothing. Why I didn't turn into a toy? Why I'm not getting forgotten? You didn't touch me, Sugar. I heard you have to touch those you wish to transform. So long as I want, you can't touch me. The naked Monet, still in her pain, kept insisting with hope and hugging his leg to stop him from walking towards Sugar. She knew he wasn't a bad person, otherwise they'd be dead. He wouldn't have released the shackles. Right now his heart was just filled with thoughts of revenge. She thought they could plead to his human side. Please forgive my sister, we come from a rough environment. Life has never been easy. She doesn't know how to kneel down. So it was you who pleaded for their lives at every chance. He mocked her, picking her by the hair, but Monet was undaunted. I will be obedient, anything you want. We can do it, we can be of use to you. I like you being obedient, Monet. It seems you understand your situation, unlike your sister. What are you going to do with us? If you wanted to kill us, you would have already done it, she asked further. Veyron staggered for a few seconds. You know, I love the Kuja fleet. I love every single one of those girls. They're important to me, they lived with me on a daily basis for several years. Washed me as I was a kid, treated me well, cooked me meals and made me company. 5 years ago half of them died, together with the vice chief, a friend of mine. Almost all of the crew was destroyed, and all that happened while I was away. This time, again. Those girls are suffering, and although there were a lot fewer casualties, one is still too many for me. We're pirates, and they were our enemies, Monet began. Pirates fight and kill each other. We both sides lost. Right now her priority was to survive, the future could come later. But no doubt, in her heart there was grief and poison. The Donquixote pirates had been her family, and her family had been mercilessly slaughtered by the Kuja fleet. This was only a circle of vengeance, one in which they lost for being weaker. If they were stronger than Veyron, the roles would have surely reversed. They shouldn't have gotten in our way. Dressrosa had nothing to do with them. Sugar knew very well, but unlike her sister, she didn't know the time and place. Did I allow you to talk? You only talk when I say so. B*tch. The only reason I'm keeping you alive is because I'm intrigued by your powers, both of you. Both of you can be of use to me. Sugar groaned, now genuinely scared by how cold he was being with Monet, even wondering if there was any humanity to plead. They wouldn't be given death, it was going to be a full-blown torture. The Donquixote pirates are dead, only you two remain. What can we do to appease your anger? If you're not going to kill us because we can be of use. At least now she had hope. He had confirmed they were of use, which meant they'd live. Under which circumstances though, it was left to be seen. It is good that you ask, Monet. Suffer, you both can suffer. He pinned both of them down to the ground, his palm resting in the center of their chests. They knew the pain was to come, and every word was only more scary than the last, as they didn't know exactly when the pain would come. You killed my friends, you made me forget them. If it hadn't been for a series of coincidences, I would have never found them. That's why suffer for it until I'm satisfied. After that then perhaps I'll make you both my slaves. I can use you both in my workshop. As slaves. Veyron left the cell a good hour later. 2 smoky, naked and unconscious bodies were left behind. He put the sea stone shackles on them and closed the cell, then closed the main door and looked at his hands before sliding down the door, onto the floor. It had been just like Kaido. It was thrilling, fun, and relieving, but at the end of it all, he still gets beyond disgusted. What have I become? A person capable of destroying an island filled with life, just for the sake of vengeance. A person capable of torturing someone else just for relief. Power changes people. Once a person has become too powerful, they can never be the same. It is like the taste of freedom. Once a person knows true freedom, they can never be shackled again. The first person he saw when he crossed the door was Mihawk. She walked up to him, leaving Yoro on the side. Her clothes were dirty still. She sat down next to him, hugging her knees too. Mom, how are you feeling? Empty, I imagine. She hugged him and caressed his hair. It didn't feel like you. Then why didn't you stop me, if that's not something I do? I'm not just mommy now, Veyron. I'm your wife too. I can't just scold you for whatever decisions you make. I remember back then. Her gaze looked to the nothingness, mirroring the past as he listened. Back when you were still very young, when I was leaving to Sabayati with Shanks to raid Marigiose. I told you that I didn't want you to leave, not only because I was worried for you to see the world. I was also worried for the world to see you. You're a very powerful person. So much that it feels like a dream, the things you can achieve once you put your mind to it. You have transcended the fourth haki, you have a devil fruit and yet you can swim. Your existence itself is like a fantasy, truly befitting of a dreamer. In that regard, even I can't compare. Why are you praising me now, Mom? He didn't get what she was trying to say. All of those things were things he already knew. His power no longer surprised him. With power comes responsibility. Your word dictates the lives of millions. And although the whole world is against you, the whole world also doesn't dare antagonize you. In that sense, perhaps the revolutionaries are ahead of us liberators. Huh? What do you mean? Dragon's actions are mediocre. He scowled. As far as he was concerned, the revolutionaries were just a group of cowards. Dragon understands that in order to truly free people, they have to free themselves first. You may have killed Kaido, but the country of Wano is not free. No, it would be safer to say that you headed there and killed Kaido, without regard to consequences, right? I can't deny that, he sighed. I just rushed to save the girls. I didn't care about anything else. Was that wrong? It was not wrong for you or me, it was wrong for the rest of the world. What I'm trying to say is, that for the one that has power, everything is right. He gasped a bit. It made sense. For you, it was right to torture those girls. For you, it was right to kill Kaido and destroy Nagashima. Because you could, but what about the rest, Veyron? What about the consequences? But you helped me do it, Mom. If you know it was not right, why didn't you say anything? He frowned and resisted the urge to pout. It had actually been her who orchestrated all of this. His initial plan was to get just her, Primrose and Robin. It had been Mihawk who pulled Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Shanks in. Me, you should not count on me to give you advice before actions. She laughed out loud, confusing him even more. Huh? Why? Because I have a bias for you. My love for you is unhealthy. If unbiased advice is what you want, then you should ask Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold, or Jun, or maybe even Robin. She grasped his cheeks. Positively, don't ask Primrose. That woman has fallen nearly as much as me. For you, I would slaughter anyone. If I had to choose between the whole world and you, I'd choose you, Veyron. At that time I didn't care about consequences. I didn't want to see you sad, so I called everyone to storm Nagashima. That's all. It was your selfish desire. It surprised him that she was capable of rationalizing the fact that she was unhealthy and obsessed, and her love had reached the point where her moral compass was no longer important. I know those things are wrong, but I couldn't care any less. As long as you're happy, I'd do them anyway. That said, I see that now you feel empty, and I know the reason. I'm merely explaining to you. And Mom. Her eyes had turned into yellow hearts and embraced him. After taking him into her cleavage for a while, she moved his head and planted a good kiss on his lips, one in which she stuck her tongue in. After separating, she cleaned the trail of saliva by wiping his lips and smiling. The blush in his cheeks showered her in pride. It still took her just one kiss to change his mood. You should not ask me for advice, love. If torturing those girls makes you happy, then go ahead and torture them to your heart's content. Kill them even. All I care for is you. Greedy darkness. I spent some more time with Mom under the deck, and she told me many things, about how she stopped being a Knight of God, how in fact there had been 2 Knights of God at that place and not only one. I knew from Jun that they had fought the 7th Knight, and although they didn't manage to defeat him, they managed to retain him due to Robin's powers being stronger during the night, and also, because Primrose finally showed her trump card. Primrose had told me 2 years ago that she wanted to eat a devil fruit. I was initially against it. She was very strong already without having a devil fruit. Her haki was fierce and she could give an admiral a run for his or her money. Even Jun, who is already an admiral, can't defeat Primrose. But she told me she wanted more to be able to keep up with me. We had 2 devil fruits in our power at that time. The rotting fruit from the fallen kite of God, Leonidas Duracialis, and the colloidal mythological zoan from the deceased CP0 member, Guernica. For me the most common choice had been the colloidal, which is an Aztec god, a deity. She would become a goddess just like Jun, but I had an issue with that. I didn't want Primrose to have a weakness for water. I have my own ways to subvert this weakness, but it wasn't the case for Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. They were extremely strong, but once water was involved in the picture, it was a deadly weakness indeed. Sadly, it was already too late for them. But I knew from Mom that the rotting fruit that Leonidas had was very rotten in the sense of the powers that it could provide. In simple terms, the fruit gave the user the ability to decompose. On its awakened form, it had nearly no limits to what the user could decompose. So aside from training Primrose's body with my tongue for 2 years, I also trained her in the concept of decomposing, or at least what I knew of oxidation. I also made incredible discoveries in the art of awakening devil fruits. Basically, the more a person has knowledge of their fruit in a fundamental level, the more likely they are to awaken if they're a paramecia. The more a user has compatibility with the animal they represent, the more likely they're to awaken if they are a zoan. As for logias, it is the more they can merge with their element. Those fruits are quite tricky. To say, a logia user can create the element they represent. For example, me. I can create lightning from my body, but I can't control lightning that wasn't produced by me. Many didn't notice that aspect, but I did mostly when I studied Robin and Crocodile, and to this day I'm still confused as to how her devil fruit works. For example, she can't store physical objects in her darkness. She can take them with her, but the moment she releases them, they're gone. Her darkness, unlike the Blackbeard I saw in the manga, can only be used as a transport, not as storage. Similarly, I also never saw Blackbeard move someone in their darkness from one place to another. But back to the topic, the awakening of a Logia user is to be able to control the elements external to their body. In Robin's case, her awakening allows her to become a nearly undefeatable opponent during the night, because during the night is the moment where there is more darkness. She even went as far as to tell me once, "I wish there was no moon." I shivered a bit but understood. Similarly with Crocodile, he could control sand, but he went even further. He could use the dry properties of sand with his awakening to extract the moisture out of everything. I remember I even taught him how sand entering someone's lungs can produce lung cancer, a mortal disease, and in even more quantities it can produce asphyxia. It didn't how strong the opponent he was facing was. This was a deadly weapon. To this day I don't remember why I even taught that to him, but it is fair to say after the fellow worked for me for a whole year and built my workshop, I kinda started feeling sympathy for him and taught him plenty of things to the point he began calling me boss. In any case, Primrose's awakening allows her to decompose the sea energy, which allows her to swim, although she can't produce oxygen. At the very least she won't be weak inside the water, and that's what I wished. Now that I think about it, this inner monologue drifted all the way from what my mom had been telling me. If you may excuse me, when I watch big round things, I tend to get distracted. What are you doing, Veyron? I'm just watching. Robin was in front of me, checking the ship's radar. She is not a navigator, but due to the ship's advanced technology, she can manage. My mom reunited with everyone in the deck, and for a while, I didn't know what face to put to them, especially Viola, who I hadn't seen for long, but I imagine she didn't see me as someone who could torture other people. What are you watching? I'm watching you. You're watching me, or my *S? Both. Naughty boy, she giggled and started giggling even harder. I walked forward to cup a feel and she yelped. She was wearing a skirt, so I could feel everything, the shape contorted to my fingers. No restraint whatsoever. Huh? You're not a kid anymore, she said with mock sternness. Even if her voice sounded a bit aggrieved, her body didn't lie. Instead, she plucked her back out, allowing me easy access while she kept checking the radar. Does it bother you? No, you can touch as much as you want. Why did you never call? She stopped and turned around, looking at me deeply. Why did you never call? This woman, she returned the question back to me. You know I'm busy? I lock away at my workshop all day, she finished my sentence, crossing her arms. You know, so why do you complain? I crossed my arms too, unbudging. You lock yourself at your workshop all day. I spend my whole time translating ancient books. So if none of us put our head away for a while, when do we call and check up on each other? You're a married man, Veyron. There are many girls getting your attention. Do you even have time for me? Did you even remember me all these years? Because I did. What are you saying, Robin? I was starting to get upset. I'm busy indeed, and there is always a girl wanting my attention at any given time, but that doesn't mean I don't pay attention to them. She sighed and turned around, still checking up on her radar. Forget it. You. Fed up with her attitude, I picked up both of her hands and pinned her to the table where the radar was. You've been talking to me quite harshly for someone you haven't seen in 3 years. She bit her lips and evaded me. I'm not very perceptive. I don't understand women as much as you'd like me to, so I can't see the problem. Maybe if you tell me we can work it out instead of continuing to ignore each other. I like you, Robin. I don't feel like you care about me. I feel there is too many already and there is no space for me. I never You never called me. I could have died or disappeared, like Hancock. Or I could have crossed someone like Sugar, and you would have forgotten me. If that had happened, would you have gone for me like you did for her? Would you have ever realized? She was crushing me with every word. It is the truth, but not for the reasons she thinks. I know I changed the story quite a bit already, but she's one of the main characters. I never thought anything could happen to her, and hence, I never really worried. I know at some point she's going to meet the Straw Hats, but I ignored the fact that maybe I already changed the story so much, that may not happen. But dying? I don't think many can actually kill the current Robin. You're the almighty lightning god. I don't have to worry whether you are safe or not. I know you will be okay, always, she grimaced. I'm really sorry if you felt that way. But how doesn't that apply to me? I know you're strong, Robin. You told me that you wanted to go and read all the poneglyphs, and I gave you the strength to achieve it. Do you expect me to worry about you at all times? You can even give my lightning god form a good fight during the night. She remained silent. It seems that I got her there. If she can give me a good fight, how the hell does she expect me to worry for her? Someone who can give trouble to her is also someone who's likely to give trouble to me. And many people like that don't exist. I just wanted you to call me once. I sighed and lifted up from her body, walking away from the room. Nevertheless, darkness engulfed the whole room, stopping me. We haven't finished. Are you going to keep me locked here? I haven't heard the words I want to hear. I already apologized. Not those. If it is not an apology, then what else is it? I have no idea. Yeah. I just told you I'm not very perceptive. She tapped her finger, glaring at me straight in the eye. I hadn't seen Robin like this in years. Should I give you a hint? Please. I begged. Damn, I'm so bad at this boyfriend thing. I know all the girls are different. My wives tend to be more submissive in this regard. But Robin, Jun, and even Stussy can be quite demanding when she has behaved. Here is the hint. You always tell Hancock you love her, but you said to me just now that you like me. Women are complex individuals indeed. Ah well, isn't it the same? Whoosh! I felt a cold breeze sweep through. I'm sure that was a dark sword just now flying past my head. I love you, Robin. I love you too, Veyron, very very much. Although a smile didn't pop up on her face, she still walked up to me and hugged me. I loved you, for a long time. When I left I wanted you to chase after me. When you didn't I hoped you'd at least call me. But you never did neither. It really hurt. This was her official confession to me. She never told me she loved me until now. She just kissed me before leaving. I hugged her waist and sighed. I guess I'm just not a good lover. I have been married for 5 years. But I haven't taken any of them on a date. It is so bad that I can count with 2 hands the amount of times in the last 5 years we ate together at a table. I'm sorry. I will do better. She finally smiled and looked at me. Now that's a genuine apology. I laughed a bit and rubbed my nose against hers. Our lips approached like magnets. I tasted Robin's lips again after 3 long years. This time, for as long as I wanted instead of a brief pack. I hugged her against me and she placed her arms on my chest. Back then I had to lower my head a bit to kiss you. Now you're taller than me, she remarked with a giggle, playing with my hair. I love you so much. Please pay more attention to me. I have my ambitions and you have yours, but we can surely coincide every so often. It is not that I didn't want to visit you. I just thought I was unnecessary. Robin, stay with me for a while. I want to spend more time with all of them. I know soon is going to be the time of our promise and I want her to be included there. I want to make Robin mine as well. She blushed a bit, aware of what I meant. She's aware of the promise. But I have to return to Alabasta. Crocodile and we're fighting each other. I thought they were deep friends unlike in canon. How come they're now fighting each other? He thinks the ancestral weapon Pluton is in Alabasta. I read the poneglyph and told him otherwise, but he didn't believe me. Now he's convinced the weapon is beneath the city and is digging. He's also using his position as a warlord to stop the Marine from getting involved and is trying to take the throne of Aluberna. We have been fighting for 2 years now as I researched the ancestry in Alabasta. He also used these years to form a group called Baroque Works, but I'm on my own. She explained the situation to me. It seems that Crocodile was being headstrong. But it is curious to me that no news of this has spread. Is he also stopping the news from reaching out of Alabasta? I believe so. I haven't left Alabasta in 2 years so I can't tell, she mumbled, and I carried her to sit on an iron seat nearby, placing her on my lap. I can see Moby Dick in the distance. We're about to reach it. Why are you two still fighting? I thought you were stronger than Crocodile. The two are very strong in all aspects. They were trained by me after all. Crocodile is more experienced in combat, but Robin makes up for it with her devil fruits. The Yami Yami no Mi is just too powerful. Alabasta is a whole island made out of sand. Crocodile's fruit is not weak either and it is awakened. You should know even for me he's not an easy opponent as long as he's there. I'm only able to match him during the night. During the day I can barely keep up, and he has a group of mercenaries too which although they're not top shots, I can't deal with them and him at the same time. I'm allied with King Cobra and Nefertari Vivi, the princess, but the king's army is weak. All that picture together, you should imagine why we have been fighting for 2 years. I frowned and pinched her butt. Huh? What is that for? What aren't you telling me? Since when do you care so much about the Alabasta royal family? Even if you can fight for that long period, I don't imagine you doing it out of your goodwill. Exposed, huh? Who do you think you're talking to? I kissed her again until we were both breathless. That. I'm only interested in the ancient registries of Alabasta. They're concealed deep into a gigantic underground structure right under Aluberna, right beneath the palace. This gigantic structure used to be there back during the Void Century. I believe it is the old palace. For the last 2 years, the Nefertari family has helped me dig into it to discover their records. I have learned a lot of valuable information. What is it? I discovered that the Queen of Alabasta during the Void Century was called Nefertari Lily, and also, she was a member of the D-Clan. A member of the D-Clan that belongs to the world government. I knew a fair bit after everything she had explained to me years ago. Those two are supposed to be enemies. That's right, it confused me as well. I thought the Nefertari were traitors, but then I recalled something. Nefertari Lily is also the first empress of Amazon Lily. She never returned to Alabasta, but she also never became a member of the celestial dragons living in Marigioasa. Instead, she became the first empress of an unknown empire in the Calm Belt. Sounds to me like she fled or something. That's what I think too, and that means that the current Nefertari family are her descendants and members of the D-Clan. That's the only reason I'm helping them, Veyron. That. Yes, because they're related to the Boa lineage of Amazon Lily and I respect them. That's the reason I'm helping them. You should know now. Primrose, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold are also members of the D-Clan, descendants of Lily who changed her name from Nefertari to Boa, perhaps in hopes of fleeing from her assailants. This story is becoming more and more intricate. You will stay with me for a week, then I'll fetch you and your companion back. I held on to her tightly. She nodded meekly and snuggled against me, but we wouldn't be able to stay like this for long. Moby Dick is right there. We have to drop Whitebeard. I have many other important things to tell you, about the ancient weapons. We will have a long time to deal with that, Cutty Pie. Don't call me that. You really suck at coming up with nicknames. Fearsome Emperors. The party had come to an end, and the destroyer landed next to the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's main ship. Veyron gasped as he realized that Moby Dick was significantly larger than the destroyer, although their efficiency and power couldn't be directly compared. Whitebeard jumped back onto his ship and was warmly welcomed by his crew. Thanks for taking care of Pops, oi. Marco, his commander, was the first to greet them back. Veyron nodded with a smile, but he noticed that Ace was not among them. He frowned and realized that Blackbeard, or Teach, wasn't there either. Was it because of the changes I made, or is there something else I'm not seeing? It was a blast, Veyron, Whitebeard said, taking a seat back on his ship, with everyone on the destroyer bidding their farewells to him. Thanks for your help, Whitebeard. This isn't a final goodbye. As I mentioned, I'll contact you once the cure for your disease is ready, although we might need some blood and other supplements from you, Veyron replied. I'll provide whatever you need, the Titan laughed. Cough, we might need feces, Whitebeard added. Everyone's expression twisted in disgust, with eyebrows furrowing the most. Inside the destroyer, 2 men, in particular, were laughing heartily, Shanks and Rayleigh. I take back what I said. Let me die in peace, Whitebeard grumbled. Pops, don't be stubborn. If it's a cure, we have to try everything, the Whitebeard pirates chimed in. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed. PFT? That's right, Whitebeard. Don't be stubborn, Rayleigh joined in. Shut up, you bastards. It seemed that the rivalry between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates would never end. Anyway, I'm off. There was no time to linger, Veyron had many tasks ahead. Rayleigh and Shanks had to be taken back to Sabayati and Fishman Island, respectively. Rayleigh had a shop to attend to and a wife to cuddle, while Shanks had to sail to the New World with his crew, his plans still unknown. Viola had to be returned to Dressrosa, as she was en route, but Whitebeard was in a hurry, so she was delivered first. Additionally, Veyron had promised to take Yamato back to Wano. The battle was over, but there was still much to be done. I also have to take Robin back to Alabasta and sort out Crocodile, but that can wait. Thanks for coming, Whitebeard. I'll never forget this favor, Mihawk said, brushing her hair and noting that she had requested his help through Shanks. Don't mention it, Hawkeye. Oi, Veyron. HMN. I leave Wano in your hands. I know that with you there, everything should be fine. That country was important to Odin and Toki. It will always be a regret of mine that I didn't keep them on my ship. But if I entrust it to you and this girl, I believe it'll be all right, Whitebeard said, smiling toward the end and falling back into his seat, relieved. It's strange to meet reliable individuals these days, Roger. I'm fortunate to have this brat around now. Veyron simply nodded and levitated back to the ship. It will be done. Listen up, everyone. Starting today, the Whitebeard pirates are allies of the Kuja fleet and Dracul Veyron. Yeah. Pops, what about the red-haired pirates? Them? Forget them. Oi, Whitebeard. Guararera, the next time we meet, we might be enemies, but I'll let you go for now since it was fun, red-haired. The world is bound to get interesting from this point on. After all, one emperor has fallen, and another has risen. Ha ha ha, I suppose that's true. Whitebeard's cryptic words and Shanks' laughter puzzled their crews. What fallen emperor are they talking about? What is happening? I'm not a Yonko, I don't have time for that nonsense. I have too many inventions to create, too many ladies to love to waste my time playing pirate. I'll leave that to you guys. The 2 Yonkos found their eyebrows twitching during his rant. Perhaps in this world, only one individual would reject this title willingly. In the past, Veyron had managed to avoid the title due to his inactivity. There had only ever been 4 emperors. The first emperor, Gold Roger, had held one position. But after he became the Pirate King, that spot became vacant, eventually taken by Shanks in recent years. The second emperor, Rox Dzebek, had perished at God Valley, and all records of his existence were erased. His spot was later claimed by his former crewmate, the strongest man alive, Whitebeard. The third emperor, Davy Jones, had been a fierce pirate until he lost his mind, forever cursed by the sea. Nothing was known of him after that. His position was later taken by the strongest creature alive, Kaido of the Beasts. The fourth emperor, Vander Decani, was an infamous figure who had held the title even before rookies like Gold Roger and Whitebeard rose to prominence. Tales said he had become so strong that he lost the sense of life, massacring his own crew. He was destined to roam the seas in his ghost ship, searching for the ultimate treasure. Little was known of him after the start of the Great Pirate Era, but his position was taken by the Golden Lion Shiki before he was imprisoned in Impel Down after losing a fight against Sengoku and the hero, Garp. Each of the individuals who had once been known as Emperors of the Sea was undeniably fearsome, someone no one would want to cross on a bad day, and Dracul Veyron was definitely within those ranks. The difference was his activity. Unlike the others, Veyron hadn't actively sought to be an emperor or to be recognized as one. The only vacant spot, Shanks, was one he didn't fight to attain. But now that Kaido was gone, there was a vacant spot that needed to be filled, and the perfect candidate was there. Guerrera, being an emperor isn't a choice. I look forward to the next edition of the newspaper in a few weeks. Whitebeard laughed heartily all the way until the destroyer was no longer visible. The 4 emperors had almost never coincided in one spot throughout history. This time, it had truly been an event that shook the world. The death of a Yonko and the fall of a Knight of God. Veyron looked at the bright sun that had now completely dawned on a new day. Behind him stood his beloveds, companions, and friends. There are many people yet to drop off. But I won't be around for all of you. Yamato, we're going to Wano to sort out your thingy. Yes, she had already given up on being called Odin. Veyron was stubborn and Whitebeard even more so. Robin, you're coming with me. Oh, so you're taking the lass along. Primrose giggled and started gossiping with an equally giggling Sandersonia and Marigold. She had been doing a bit of spying on them and things seemed to have gone well, which made her happy. She wasn't the only one spying though. Darling. Hancock fidgeted. She wanted to go but didn't know how to say it. Robin for her part approached and kissed him openly in front of everyone, with both Rayleigh and Shanks beginning to feel a mixture of awkwardness and jealousy. They looked at Mihawk, who was nonchalantly sitting on a corner drinking wine and enjoying the view of the sky. They couldn't understand for the life of them how the brat still had his head on his shoulders. Remember, I'm the only one that knows how to sail the destroyer. So I can't go with you. She pinched his nose a bit and approached to whisper, we have plenty of time, so just make sure to come back quickly. He gulped, having forgotten that detail. Then just Yamato and me dash. Darling. Hancock insisted, this time frowning. Veyron crossed his arms and glared at her with equal furor. Seeing that he wasn't about to give way, Hancock used her secret weapon, opening her cleavage a bit and appearing cute. Are you really not going to take me? Ugh. Veyron felt like his heart was turned into stone by this attack, but he needed to be firm. And no. That's right, little brother, please don't be so heartless. Sandersonia pulled the same trick. Hers was more impactful for obvious reasons. We want to make sure to go through our promise with Yamato till the end. Marigold followed. Ugh. My heart. Veyron coughed a bit and his gaze turned stern. He decided to decline resolutely before Primrose, who was in the process of opening her cleavage up, decided to join them. No is no. Prim, take them to their room. The captain and chief sulked, walking back into the ship, straight into their rooms, followed by a sighing Primrose who nodded at him. In truth, she also didn't want them to go. Robin, you should first take the beautiful Viola back to Dressrosa and then drop this red-haired drunkard and the wrinkly old geezer. The princess blushed and evaded his gaze after coughing a few times. She didn't want to go just yet. Brat, you know, no respect. What is this difference in treatment? I've known you since you were a kid. I'm like your uncle. Respect me. Rayleigh. With how much I've sacrificed for you? I even let you have Mihawk. Shanks. Snort. Mihawk. The hell are you two talking about? You think I don't know you two are perverts? It takes a pervert to know a pervert. I'll make you two walk the plank straight into the sea if you keep looking at my girls. Cough. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, Shanks. Rayleigh, thanks for everything. I owe you two a favor. He, don't worry. I'll make sure to capitalize that favor. Shanks laughed and extended his only fist forward, which he bumped. For me, anything you want to gift me is good, just stay away from my bar. I don't want the fleet admiral, admirals, knights of God and 5 elders together with all your enemies at my door looking for you. Rayleigh scratched his head, not holding back at all. He didn't need to make long farewells with them, as for the last few years, even if they didn't see each other, they had been in contact. Sabayati was a place he frequented, and although Shanks was always doing his own thing, he called Mihawk quite often. They were good friends, perverts, but good friends. Let's go, Yamato. He pulled the girl into his embrace, but there was no reaction from her whatsoever. No, in fact. She jumped on him and hooked like a koala. Let's go. This girl has no sense of self-worth. Even then, since she was like this, he didn't hold back and hugged her back against his body, since he was going to fly them back to Wano anyway. Yamato yelped when 2 hands pressed against her butt to keep her in place. She tried to conceal her face in his chest but failed because her horns bumped against his face every time. Pee-pee, put me down. Oi, stay quiet. You're a boy, aren't you? So why does this make you uncomfortable? There he goes. Robin sighed and resisted the urge to laugh. Another one will bite the dust soon. Gotten like that, Odin had no choice but to comply, since certainly, she was a boy. Being touched down there by another boy is normal, right? Or isn't it? Which is it? Kingdom of Dressrosa, there is another important matter to talk about before you go. Veyron Jun, who had been standing to the side and hearing everything, chirped in. You're really not going to put me down? Yamato protested, but she was ignored. In fact, as a good male friend, he gripped her butt tighter just so she didn't fall. What is it, Jun? How should the national tribute be handled? I have been discussing with Mihawk dash. Isn't my dearest wife handling that matter? Mihawk coughed a bit to conceal her blush and exchanged the position of her legs on the chair. I am. My intention was to keep half of the treasure and give back half to the world nobles. But if you have any input, that'd be appreciated. I trust whatever decision you make on that. You know the consequences of that action, right? My intention was to use my status, but since I have resigned, we have to find another way. Just do what you must and we will deal with consequences later. I also don't want to give away the tribute just like that after all the girls went through. Really, even if chaos unfolds. Jun's eyebrow tilted. She never thought he'd make this decision. Even Mihawk was surprised, as he was usually very agreeable. The world government sent 2 knights of God to finish me off. Do you think I'd do anything they want? If the celestial dragons increase the tribute to the affiliated kingdoms, then I'll just make sure they have no food to eat, no water to drink, and if possible, no air to breathe. Can we manage? Mihawk giggled. She liked the idea while Jun rubbed her forehead, feeling a huge problem incoming. Marigiosa is supplied by major public merchants of their affiliated kingdoms. They're requested to pay the national tribute every year, but national merchants aren't forced to deal with Marigiosa. It is just profitable for them to do so, as Marigiosa is one of their greatest clients. Breaking off those deals is going to be difficult. We don't have that sort of influence, even with Stussy. Unless we force them. We aren't going to force anybody. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Jun, you told me Aokiji is waiting for you in Fishman Island, correct? That's right. Why? I want you to personally hand over to him a letter from me together with half of the tribute. You're not going back to the G1 though. I'll be flashing back to Fishman Island once everything is settled and you better be there. She flinched slightly and nodded. With him using that tone there wasn't much she could argue. Where is the eternal pose to Dressrosa I lent you? I'll be using it again. Viola, you're coming with me. I'll drop you off directly in Dressrosa. It will be more efficient as there are some things I want to speak about with Rikudado. Viola's expression dropped. I don't want to separate just yet. Nevertheless, she knew her time on this journey was over. She was at the end of the day a princess, and although the ambition to join the Kuja fleet was there were still responsibilities. She walked up to him and leaned so hard against his free side that Veyron gulped audibly. Please take care of me from now on. Sure, it will be a quick flight. Yes. Then Mom, I'm gone. I'm leaving you and Robin in charge. I'm sure Prim and the girls just want to rest. I don't want them doing anything though. Alright. Hurry up, we will be waiting. He levitated his trusty sword Yubby and hugged both beauties against his body before flashing away like a bolt of blue lightning. Boom! Jun crossed her arms and twitched her tongue. Damn brat, he could just have them fly next to him instead of hugging them like that. If he didn't do it like that, that's not my son. Aren't you being quite permissive of him? You're the number one, if you don't step your foot down who else will? Jun sat next to her and Mihawk was kind enough to serve her a cup of wine. It is precisely because I'm the number one that I couldn't care any less, Jun. He will always come back to me. If you don't feel confident on yourself dash. I'm confident that I can keep him. Wanna bet? Ho. Mihawk put her drink down. Things had just gotten serious when the word bet was stated. Not because of the bet, but because Jun actually dared believe she could outclass her at anything. Fishman Island, we're all going to do it. How do you know? Isn't it obvious? We're all in the same place and he also asked me to stay. The bet is simple, we will see who pleases him more. You have more experience in that matter than I do, Jun. So you don't dare bet. What are the stakes? If I win, you have to teach me swordsmanship, the same way you taught Veyron. And if I win? Mihawk wasn't convinced. I'll teach you the arts of the bed, but don't worry, you're not going to win. You sound very confident. Do you dare get Primrose in this bet? It was then that Jun's gaze flinched. She was confident in defeating Mihawk in this department, but Primrose was a different matter altogether. Although she didn't know how much experience the woman had in that department, it was undeniable that Primrose had 3 children while she was childless. There is nothing to fear. That woman sees lovemaking as something exclusive for making babies. She doesn't know anything about pleasure. I accept. Good, you better don't back off. I don't need you to teach me any betting skills. I will learn with Veyron. If I win, I want you and your unit in the marine to start heeding orders from me. Jun didn't understand what this woman was planning now. Although they were all related, it was widely known that she didn't take orders from anybody, not even from Veyron. You know I can't compromise my authority, Mihawk. Look at the state of the world, Jun. It will soon be time for you to make a decision. But since you're so confident, I guess you don't need to worry, right? That's true. I don't believe Mihawk is going to win anyway. But I do want to know what she intends to do. Is she making moves on Veyron's back? You all seem to be planning something interesting. Mind if I join this bet? A dark silhouette materialized in front of them, taking a seat. It was Robin's second body. Her main body was still controlling the course of the destroyer and starting the process of covering as they were going to go underwater. Robin, didn't take you for one to have confidence in that department. I have my means. So, Mihawk, Jun, Primrose, and me, the one who wins can request anything out from the other parties, correct? As long as you don't go overboard with your wish. I heard you have had fun in Alabasta. Who told you that? I thought news wasn't reaching out. I didn't learn from the news. A friend of mine patrols close to the seas of Alabasta and she is soon going to be promoted to Vice Admiral. Due to Crocodile's status as a warlord, we can't get involved. But she has kept a tight watch on the situation going on in Alabasta and reporting to me. Why haven't you gotten involved if that's the case, Jun? Robin frowned. She's an admiral, so even if Crocodile is a warlord she still has the authority to meddle. Why would I meddle in your business, Robin? There are way more islands in this world going through worse. And we don't have you in any of them. As long as you're there I can be reassured that Alabasta is in good hands. I thought you didn't trust in pirates. If I didn't I wouldn't be sitting here drinking wine with you too. You're not just pirates, you're my family too. How cute, but you're still losing that bet. I don't even consider the two of you a threat. I'm more worried about Primrose. You may be surprised. Viola, if you hug me like that. Yamato, if you hug me like that. I was flying, and it was heaven. I have to control myself. These girls, one of them is a princess from an assailed country and the other is also a princess, but a trans man. Trust me, she has her issues. Don't get swayed, Veyron. Don't get swayed. You are a married man. That's what I'm thinking, but here I am purposefully making this flight as slow as possible. Yamato is enjoying herself. As everyone I've taken, this is her first time flying, but in her case, her reaction is even more strong as she lived in captivity her whole life. In Viola's case though, she seems to be worried and mumbling every so often, so much so that she is not even enjoying the fly. Veyron. Yes. I would love to spend more time with you. Now that I'm not a toy anymore, she pressed herself further on me. I know, Viola. I'm completely certain you're a toy no longer. She took my arm and put it at the center of her chest. Thank goodness she didn't put it on her boob. Even Yamato was looking at her oddly. The past few days I have learned what true freedom is. I managed to repay my dues and I have met such a delightful man too. I don't want to end this, the way I see it. The moment you take me to Dressrosa and talk with my father, you have no more reason to return there. She's right. The situation with Dressrosa is tricky. I want to offer them my protection in exchange for free commerce. With them, I can't be as brazen because they're affiliated with the world government, but at the same time, commerce with them is not that profitable for me as they're on the other side of the world. My islands are in paradise and they're already well situated. I don't feel like moving them. Everything would be a lot easier if the red line didn't exist. But that barrier makes it extremely difficult for things to reach the other side. Are we going to pass by another country? Yamato's eyes were shining with expectations. Sadly, she was not going to be able to see that country in its whole splendor. It was still wasted after the war against the Don Quixote pirates. Yes, we will be passing by my home. I'm looking forward to showing it to you, Odin. Thank you. See, Veyron? You should learn from her. Don't worry, Yamato. I'll thoroughly teach you that you are a woman, little by little. Modern and royal landscapes, cheerful souls, dancing and passion characterized this territory. Chaos had reigned supreme, but calm seemed to have finally returned to Dressrosa as Veyron looked around before landing. People sang and danced together even whilst bandaged. It was a completely different atmosphere and he could tell why. Hope. Royal father. Viola. Daughter and father greet each other with the warmest of hugs. Dressrosa seems to be doing a lot better. The bodies of the fallen Kuja pirates had already been taken into the destroyer, ready to be fetched to Amazon Lily where they'd have a proper burial and their families would be compensated. There are a lot of marines on the island, medics as well, food and other provisions. The world government can be a group of bastards, but they're quite capable when they propose themselves, although I know the reason all of this is happening so efficiently is because of Aokiji using his authority as an admiral. Dressrosa is affiliated and always pays tribute, in which the clauses indicate that a country in a state of chaos can request help from the world government. Normally they'd send Cypher Pole to investigate, but since Aokiji gave the order directly, things are a bit different. I know all these things mostly because of Jun, who keeps nagging me about them. Thanks to this treaty with the world government, those countries have the protection of the Marines in almost every scenario. When warlords or the personal interest of the world government are involved, the story is different. Has Kuzan left? I asked the king. We were in the main palace in a field of flowers where we landed. I already knew he was gone. I just wanted to know for how long he had been gone. Admiral Aokiji sailed 2 days ago when help arrived. He mentioned Fishman Island and the matter regarding the national tributes. Words really can describe how grateful we are to you, to the Kuja ladies and to him. Without your help, this catastrophe would have devastated this kingdom beyond repair. Could you please stay for a while and allow us a bit of hospitality towards you? He bowed down, but I tried to reject the best way possible, much to Viola's sadness. I'm afraid I can't stay for long. I'm just en route to Wano and came by to drop Viola off and talk to you about a few matters. Yamato, do you want to walk around? I'll catch up with you soon. Sure. I watched her run away like a free soul. Even in this devastated land she was still able to cheerfully sightsee. Riku took me and Viola inside the palace that was in the middle of being rebuilt. Inside there was a massive meeting room where we sat. I'd like to discuss something with you as well, Veyron. He spoke to me as equals, probably aware that I'm not one to like formalities from our previous meeting. Very well. Please bear in mind we will be leaving in a while as we're in a rush. What a convenient power you have truly. It is regarding the Kuja fleet. We'd like to offer them our patronage. But I see those respectable ladies aren't with you right now, he stated regretfully. It makes me proud to see how far Hancock has reached. Truly, even with this small mishap which wasn't really her fault. They're my wives, so whatever message you have for them, please state it and I shall relay it. We merely wish for Boa Hancock to know that they shall always have a home in Dressrosa. If we could enter your association, that would be better. It is widely known across the world that Shandora, Vesta, Amazon Lily, and Rusukana are your domains, and that although you don't engage in piracy personally, you have no qualms about supporting the Kuja fleet and some retainers. We'd like your opinion on the matter of Dressrosa joining this alliance as a possible merchant outlet and producer in exchange for protection and technology. Riku Dado went straight to business and admittedly left me a bit breathless. It is at times like this when I wish I had my lovable Primrose, but I'm not heartless enough to make her work now. I sighed. It seems I'm going to have to deal with it this time. It is complex, but I shall deal with this as the god in charge of Amazon Lily, Rusukana, and Shandora. When my demeanor changed, they knew things were getting serious. All jokes aside, I can't be irresponsible with those under my protection. I genuinely love my islands, which I have worked to the bone to modernize, and adding another to the list isn't as simple as adding another girl to my harem. Riku Dado, your kingdom doesn't hold an efficiently strategic position for me to consider joining you into this alliance. Their expressions soured, but that was the truth. I can't efficiently mobilize resources or an army from Rusukana to here if they are needed. The only use I see in Dressrosa is related to selling my products. As I'm an enemy of the world government, the kingdoms are publicly restricted from doing business with me. That's why I'm the emperor of the black market. But the synthesis is that everything I create is produced on my islands, and whoever wants to attack me and steal anything from me will attack any of those islands, which at this point I have made into powerful strongholds. Dressrosa is different. With this much distance, they'd be vulnerable every time unless I personally moved to the new world, which I don't want to do. The liberators operate worldwide, but our group is an offensive based in paradise, not a defensive group in the new world. That's what revolutionaries are. The new world is a volatile playground of emperors and pirates which I have no intention of playing a part in, I stated. Even now I was forced to get in this playground by fighting Kaido and Big Mom, and I didn't particularly enjoy it. I'm well aware that your organization deals with the Emperor of the Black Market and the Empress of the Pleasure District. I believe our kingdom could serve as an efficient exportation spot for your products to be sold in the new world. And you wouldn't need to pay us any fee. This would be for my personal benefit. You'd be violating the treaty you have with the world government if you trade with me. I intend to close the borders of this kingdom. Veyron. We committed a grave mistake and it shall not repeat. But I'd still allow entrance to Amazonians, Shandians and Skypians. I intend to finish my affiliation with the world government soon, but doing so would leave you vulnerable against pirates. I bellowed in irritation. Him leaving the world government just to depend on me for his kingdom's defense was not a deal I was willing to partake in. But he proved me wrong. Viola stood up abruptly. Veyron, we wish for Dressrosa to become a self-defensive estate. We do not wish to depend on the Marines who have failed us once. Although we're currently receiving help from the world government. It wasn't the world government that saved us, it was the Kuja pirates. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold? We will never forget this. We don't want anything to do with the world government, please take us in. We shall take care of our own defenses if necessary. All we hope is that you'd help us stand back up as the proud kingdom of Dressrosa that we have always been. I sighed. With conditions like that there was no reason for me to decline. I could use this kingdom as my personal outpost. I could store my products here and distribute them through the underworld in the new world without paying fees for traffic. Naturally, I'd have to put something on the table, and so, I'd sell those products in Dressrosa for a discount. Soon this country would be modernized under my patronage. Then on behalf of Amazon Lily, Shandia, and Skypia, I accept this alliance. Yes, thank you. Viola jumped on me and kissed my face a few times, much to her father's shock, who started coughing, and only then did the blushing princess separate from me. Cough, we have to share drinks over this? Not only has my Dressrosa been blessed today, but our daughter has even found herself the perfect groom. This old man couldn't be any happier with his son-in-law. Riku. Veyron. Viola. Oh, could it be that I misunderstood something? Riku. Royal father? It is not what you think. Viola. Master in business, oh my, now they have placed me on the spot. I wonder why it always turns up like this. Is this the fate of people with power? Or is it because I'm too handsome? I mean, there is absolutely no reason to do this. Marrying Viola would certainly have me pay more attention to Dressrosa instead of having it as a sideline ally. Familial ties are stronger than diplomatic ties. It is the whole reason why aristocrats did this in the past to begin with. He wants Dressrosa to be independent from the world government, and to do so his only option is for me to take them in. I'm the only person in this world the world government currently fears. The world government doesn't fear the Yonko because the Yonko are always fighting among themselves, not against the world government. They don't fear the revolutionaries because although Dragon is strong, he's far from capable of producing a real radical threat to them. Moreover, Dragon's weakness is his lack of deterministic action. He doesn't directly attack the world government because he's afraid of the consequences his actions will have on the world as a whole, for example, plundering away the national tribute. They're though, afraid of me. Why? Because they know I don't give 2F***ck's. I'm a nuclear warhead and I'm not afraid to retaliate. My only weakness is Rusukena, which for personal reasons I need it to be attached to the ground in its current location. I can't put Rusukena in the skies as I did with Amazon Lily or how Shandora is. Those two islands are safe up there and their location changes frequently. 3 years ago they tried to exploit this weakness of mine. I already knew if they wanted to get to me, that was the only way. The reason for everything? Robin. They wanted me to give Robin away when she sailed, and to compel me, they called a buster call in Rusukena. It didn't end well for them. I let them know that I was just as capable of obliterating an island as they were. I could do it faster. The moment I got the intel from Stussy, and even before the ships surrounded Rusukena, an ice lobby was already out of the map, and I was preparing the second bomb to fall in the G1 and give me the kinetic energy I needed to summon Astrap and Bronte again. This is something everyone in this world including Rika knows. No one should piss me off because I'm a bit crazy. They said I had severe mental health issues. Well, they weren't wrong. I wanted to reject the proposal with all the pain in my heart. Viola is a nice girl, she's sexy, she's cheerful, and she looks like she's down to have a lot of fun, but I already have so many lovers. I'm not even worried about bringing in another one. I know the girls will understand and spoil me anyway. But recently I have realized, thanks to Robin, that I'm not a good lover at all. I'm not a good husband, and I want to fix this. Getting another wife is not the way to fix it. Our royal father, it really isn't what you think. Viola emphasized, and I sighed in relief. It is good to know she's not interested. It isn't. Riku asked again, a bit confused. This time though there was no answer coming from the princess, instead she turned around to avoid both our gazes. Can't be, can it? I mean, we haven't been together that long. This is a complicated one, King Riku. I'm already married, I stated, and saw how Viola lowered her gaze this time and bit her lips. But I heard you have multiple wives, surely adding my daughter shouldn't be a problem, he remarked, rubbing his beard. I don't know why, but he winked at her as if saying, I got this. Who told you that? Admiral Aokiji. I clenched my fists. Since when does that lazy admiral pay attention to my love life? I was getting out of reasons to reject this engagement. Aokiji, you bastard, thank you. HHMN, that's the truth, but it is not easy for me to marry somebody else right away, I stated honestly. Right now I want to focus on my girls. I may not even be stepping on the workshop for a while just to spoil them a bit. You heard Viola seemed to be in the same tone with me. We want this, but it can't be. Nevertheless, Riku seemed to be adamant on his claim. Veyron, we understand very well what a political marriage means. That's why I'm not asking you to marry my daughter right away. I merely hope you can both get engaged, and I'll leave it to you two when this marriage shall take effect. He's giving it his all. His gaze was fixed on her, and at this point, Viola's lips were shivering. I see what's happening here. He's not only trying to convince me, he's trying to convince her too. Not only would our nations benefit from this alliance, but also, I'm sure my dear daughter will find happiness with you. You irradiate that sort of aura, Veyron, the aura of a man that cares for his people. He smiled at me with his shiniest smile. Boolsh *T, sure that's the truth, but such an aura doesn't exist. I'm certain despite being a king you don't have conqueror haki to feel the residual fourth haki aura I emit, so I call this one Boolsh *T. I understand, Riku. But we still don't know what Viola thinks about this. At this point, I had run out of reasons to reject. To summarize, Dressrosa presented a good strategic commercial spot for me, more so if they produced everything I demanded at a cheap cost, it would allow me to sell my products in the underworld and ship them to the new world more efficiently. But at the same time, it wasn't easier for me to mobilize and defend Dressrosa if it was attacked, as I'm most of the time in the new world and my armies are in Shandia and Rusukana. Everything thanks to the bloody red line messing everything up. Entering an alliance in these conditions would mean that Dressrosa would be vulnerable upon leaving their affiliation with the world government. Upon discovering their affiliation with me, they'd be raided, likely by the CP0. If Viola married me though, I'd be compelled due to my feelings for her to pay more attention to Dressrosa. I'd have to make a statement and stick to it. If you mess with Dressrosa, I'll mess with your wives or something like that, to keep the world government at bay. Dressrosa would still be a bit vulnerable until I built up an army in here, but the fear of my name would protect them in the meantime. That's why, Viola's answer would determine Dressrosa's future. They could decide to stick with the world government, but they're currently in no condition to pay the next year's tribute, and the celestial dragons don't care about that. This attack from the Donquixote family cost them a lot. Their status was likely to not increase in the next century, and these people would struggle. If they stick to me though, Dressrosa is going to be a modern kingdom in the next decade. Shandians, Amazonians and Skypians are likely to move here too to have a taste of the new world and different cultures, eventually building up a nice army blessed by me and Hancock and the girls, since she liked this place a lot too. I don't mind. And that's it. That's her answer. Viola held the center of her chest and looked at me with determination. Perhaps she didn't give the matter as much thought as I did. But she decided in the end to pursue her instincts. Are you sure? Yes. Leaving my personal feelings aside. For the last few days I bore witness of your loyalty, capabilities, the love for those around you, and your unwavering determination to protect the people you care for. I don't want to give up on the chance to give Dressrosa the best backer it could get, and also, to show you as well that our kingdom can be of immense help to you. My people are passionate and hardworking. Please allow me to show you this. Allow me to marry you. She extended her hand forward towards me with the brightest of smiles. If I took it, it was the same as taking her into my family. But I didn't do it right away. One more question. What about your personal feelings? She blushed right away and fidgeted, playing with her long brown hair. I would like to spend more time with you and the girls. I want to get to know more about you, like the things you like, or the things you do, or about your powers. I want to know so many things about you. It feels like the last days we were together weren't enough. I could only look at you enthralled while you handled everything. I wished I could have helped more. At the same time, I thought that perhaps there was no space for me. There were so many ladies, all of them more powerful than me, more beautiful than me dash. Maybe more powerful but more beautiful. I sighed. But even then, I don't wish to give up, at least until I know that my feelings are wrong. I have never met a man like you, Veyron. I'm going to be 16 years old soon, you know. As expected, they don't know. Well, my current appearance makes me look like I'm in my 20s, not face-wise but height-wise. You're so young. I'm 20 this year. Contrary to what I expected, it seems that knowing I'm this young motivated her as she pulled me into a warm hug. Guess even like this I still have the Shota power that managed to take down the strongest swordswoman alive, and even Momuzagi-jun. It is no joking matter. For some reason, it doesn't work with Sakazuki though. I would love to be your wife, Veyron. What do you think? She grew bolder in just a few seconds. Maybe she thinks because I'm younger I'm going to be gullible and easily influenced by those two massive peaks of hers, and you know what? She's bloody right. I held her hand with a smile before kissing the back of it. This is all your fault, Prim. If you had come here to do business instead of me, this wouldn't have happened. I'm an engineer, not a businessman, and for good reasons. I want to get to know you too, Viola. I accept this engagement, Riku, but I hope you'll give me enough time to formalize the marriage. Viola hugged me and delivered the fiercest of kisses to my right cheek. Ha 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 ha. Of course, take all the time you need. As long as it doesn't take you long to give me a grandson or a granddaughter, I don't mind. A pity you have to leave so soon. This matter should be celebrated in the whole kingdom. He left the room dancing, leaving the two of us stupefied as I felt Viola's hug tightening around me. I'm going to marry the Princess of Dressrosa. In exchange I'll get almost complete control over this country's infrastructure and my child will be the future king or queen. It is only requested by me to deliver protection. In addition, I was just asked to have children soon. I know you will be proud of me once I tell you this, Prim. This is how I do business. I want to see if you're going to let me negotiate again after this. With everything settled and done, Viola walked me around town looking for Yamato as now I had to depart for Wano. The faster I finish the faster I can be in Fishman Island and the faster I can hug my girls to sleep. I'm still extremely tired after using Astrap and Bronte. Although my body has nigh infinite energy, my mind still gets tired. Creating trillion-volt lightning strains my psychokinesis to the limit. If I don't go and sleep soon, I'll be experiencing migraines in a few hours. I hope that you can come to visit me, Veyron. I could teach you to dance. You know how to dance, Viola. That's right, the traditional foods of our country, our folklore, and dance. I wish to show you everything, so please come visit me often. It won't be easy for me to go to you in the meantime as I want to help my father. I promise. You know, although I'm married to the girls, I haven't had a proper ceremony with them, so I'm hoping you will be included there when the time comes after we officialize everything. I'd love that. She took both of my cheeks and after a certain degree of consideration she kissed my cheek again. You can kiss my lips if you want, you know, I suggested. It is not like I'm going to reject her, but she's good to decide the pace. I'm sorry, why Yuri, the first boy I've had this sort of relationship with. She blushed again like a little girl, but since we won't have much time together, I don't know how fast we should go. She can be so cute and charming. I took the back of her palm and kissed it again. We can go as fast as you want. I'm also not the most experienced person when it comes to this, so let's make this work together, okay? And she hugged me again. For some reason this time it was a lot tighter and warmer. It feels different to hug you now. I know you will be my husband. It feels giddy. Let's go. I don't want to keep you here longer than necessary. You look so tired. I'd have told you to stay with us tonight to sleep, but you want to be back quickly, right? Yes, thanks for understanding. I rejected her kindness respectfully. Some other day I'll come here on my own and spend some time with Ever, even stay to sleep, but it won't be now. I had to sense Yamato's presence to find her, which made me a bit curious since her aura tells me that she's quite strong, but I haven't seen her fight. We found her on what looked like an island next to Dressrosa. This island is called Greenbit. It is the home of a tribe that has lived alongside us in Dressrosa for centuries. They're called the Tontada. Back when you first found me, it was them who gave me the courage to speak to you, Viola explained to me as she led me by the hand after we crossed a bridge to arrive on this little island. Look, Veyron, there are so many and they're so small. There were several of them surrounding Yamato and a teenage girl who was laughing alongside her. I recognized her. She was Rebecca. The girl was so enthralled by the games that she was pulled into the forest by the little guys to play. The little creatures looked like fairies but without wings. Viola. Leo. My fiancé took the little fairy in her hands. It seemed they were acquainted. This little guy is Leo, Veyron. He's my childhood friend Leo. This is Veyron. He's my fiancé. Fiancé. Just as quickly as those words were mentioned, all of those little fairies started pointing their weapons at me. Dang, they're not friendly at all. I lifted my hands in defeat. You don't have bad intentions with the princess, do you? I don't want to lie, but I guess those other intentions don't count in this scenario. I don't. In fact, we have been engaged just a few minutes. What are you guys? Fairies? What fairies? We're proud dwarves. This little guy had green attire and looked like a character you'd see in Peter Pan as a member of the Lost Boys. They introduced themselves to me. As it turns out, there is a kingdom of those dwarves on this island beneath the ground. They are very strong for their size. I met the leader of the troops, Leo. Princess Mans Harry and the King Gancho all seem to have prosperous relationships with the Rika family. I didn't know small people like them existed all over the world. Nice to meet you all. I'm Odin from the country of Wano. Yamato exclaimed, although we had to clarify to her that dwarves aren't everywhere. This is the first tribe I have found, and according to Gancho, it should be the only one left, as they're a race that has existed from even before the Void Century, although their records are mostly gone now. I should take Robin here some other day, I thought. I don't have the time to explore their kingdom right now, but I'm sure Robin will be thrilled to ask Gancho some questions. Please take care of our Viola, she's a really good girl, Princess Mans Harry requested me, flustering the princess yet again, who seemed like she still couldn't begin to believe we had gotten engaged. Even Yamato refused to emit any comment, though I know she wants to ask me some questions. Don't worry, Mans Harry, I'll make sure to make her happy. HHMN. Oh look, she's blushing again? You have done that about a dozen times in 1 hour. Shut it, Leo. Is it safe to leave Greenbit again, Lord Veyron? Gancho asked me. It seems they had been secluding themselves here due to their inability to fight against the Dongquixote family. I don't blame them. It is safe now, you won't be seeing those bastards again and I'll make sure this territory is not attacked again, so thread the island to your heart's content. Father, I'd like to go and help. I thought her enthusiasm was rather hilarious. You'd think such a small little dwarf didn't have the power to help anyone, but I valued their commitment. Where there is a will there is a way. Mans Harry, sure, we can all go and help King Riku. Mans Harry has eaten a devil fruit that allows her to heal people's injuries, Viola told me, leaving me astonished. A devil fruit that can heal people? What exactly are its limits? We don't like using those powers, young lord. To heal people. Mans Harry has to cry. Her tears have healing capabilities. If it is to help the people of Dressrosa, I'll cry as much as necessary. Young lord, do you have any wounds for me to heal? Heh. I lifted my shirt. My body was marred with wounds. I didn't leave a fight against Kaido unscathed, although none of them were deep and they were more like swellings all over. My body only had 2 sword scars and a single burning mark. They would never be gone, but I wanted to see how her healing worked. It took her a while to start crying. I guess I know why she doesn't like using it. She has to recall painful memories to cry first. A small dandelion was created and headed into my body. The feeling was slightly odd. It felt like water in the desert, like sudden freshness. It was like having a deep sleep and waking up to realize you were rejuvenated, although in my case, except for the mental fatigue, all of my wounds were gone in the next few minutes. What an interesting power. Are you feeling better? She asked me, still crying a bit. I rubbed the little dwarf's chin with a happy smile. I'm a lot better. Mans Harry, thank you. Her gaze lit up with happiness and she bowed to me before pulling Leo and a bunch of her people towards the bridge. Who would have thought I'd encounter such a convenient devil fruit here? The Tontadaha? Dressrosa is going to be a great investment indeed. Before Yamato could flee, I pulled her into my arms and said my farewells to Viola, Rebecca, and the king of the Tontada, Gancho. I delivered a good nice kiss on Viola's cheek very close to her lips, may I add, before leaving as I embraced a shy Yamato. I want to come back here some other time. There was still a lot for me to see in this kingdom, and I want to spend a lot of time with Rebecca too. You made a friend. Yes, we both lost our fathers. I still don't know what to think of this girl, of our relationship and our future. I'm holding her like this, but I also killed her father. Can I be completely certain that she didn't hold any familial feelings for him? The way I see it, she did, and it reflects in her face each time. This girl is hurt that her father died, but she's also someone rational and knows that her father was not a good individual and that he deserved death. If it hurts, you can cry, Yamato. I would never shed a tear for that monster. I just need time, Veyron. Right now that's not even my priority. Please take me to Wano. We have to let those people know they're free. As you wish, hold on tight. Why you already holding me tight? Is it necessary to squeeze my bottom like that? I just want to make sure you don't fall. This is for your security. The tighter you hold me, the better. Like this. She held me like a koala again, going as far as to press my head in her cleavage. Girl, I can't fly properly if you do that. Cough. Yes, like this. Awakening of Dawn. Dawn Island, Goa Kingdom, Fuchsia Island. Today was an important day, perhaps one of those moments when everyone in the world stopped, even if just for a brief moment. Garp the Fist, the hero, was holding the newspapers with shivering hands inside his small hut. It can't be. He had been staying on this island for several months each year for private reasons, although in the G1 they presumed it was his vacations. The truth was far from that. Bonk! The door of his hut was blasted open, and in came a rather big woman with auburn hair. Oi Garp? Ace is trying to flee. It took him a while to process everything. It was difficult to think straight after what he had just seen in the newspapers. Go and get him, done. I can't, he's already at the port and he defeated all of us too. Luffy and Sabo are there. Garp, aren't you going to see him off? He finally managed to escape. The more she spoke, the more her tone switched from one of exhilaration to one of pride. Yes, the brat had managed to escape. Another individual, this time a man wearing casual attire and missing an arm, slumped on a sofa with an exhausted expression. Did you let him go, Zephyr? You think I would? The boy managed to resist a fist from me. There's a gigantic chunk of the forest missing now. You should go now before he leaves. When you told me that we were going to be instructing a group of lads, I never expected this. Wahahaha. He laughed off as if he had received 2 of the greatest news of the day. He casually walked away, dropping the newspapers for the ex-Admiral Zephyr to read before walking away. The man in question wore his glasses, and his eyebrows lifted up. What? Let me see. Dun went to read as well, and her heart nearly stopped. Is that the monster Garp wants those kids to defeat? Zephyr clenched the newspaper with a thrilling smile on his face. I must say, even I did not expect this. Veyron, 5 years later and you're still giving us a lot of surprises. That's the same boy that avenged you, right? She had heard his story. 3 years ago when Monkey D. Garp returned to Fuchsia Island with a friend in tow, she didn't know what to expect. The old bastard was already very troublesome on his own. But as it turns out, Garp had brought in an old comrade with a single purpose. To create the next generation of Marines. Or so he said. Zephyr accepted this proposal. He didn't only need holidays, he needed his retirement, relaxation and perhaps a new change of tune. His family was gone, and the target of his revenge was taken care of. His disappointment in the world government was immeasurable, but at the same time, there were those in the organization that brought hope. Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Shiro Nico, Vice Admiral Jun, Vice Admiral An. There seemed to be an ever-increasing number of Marines who put justice as their main priority instead of the world government's orders. Everything related to one individual, the same boy that gave him hope, and so, he decided to become an instructor instead after the new 4 admirals were chosen. He was told he'd train one of the best possible seedlings among the younger generation that could in the future become the peak of the Marines. Words coming from Garp surely couldn't be empty, and he delivered. The 3 lads that he was training had a lot of potential. The problem was, none of them looked like they were ever going to be Marines. Especially the Straw Hat Brat, and not to mention, a secret the hero of the Marines had kept from the whole world. He held in his custody the son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. His son Porgas D. Ace was such a strong-willed individual. Aside from Ace, there was also Garp's own grandson and son of the most wanted man in this world, Monkey D. Luffy. It was safe to say those 2 kids were both children of devils. Then there was a loyal boy named Sabo, a boy that belonged to the nobility of the Goa Kingdom but that rejected that life with adamancy. All Garp needed to do was go and get Dracul Veyron, and he'd have assembled the worst troublemakers in this world on a single island. But that had been Garp and Zephyr's biggest regret. Year after year the newspapers flooded in, every time a different commotion involving either Veyron or his subordinates. Every time he was labeled as the devil, scum, the worst the world had to offer, yet every time his actions brought a smile to their faces. Wherever the liberators were involved, lives were saved, countries were freed, and people felt gratitude, but they also left a resentful world government. His most debatable action was the destruction of an ice lobby, a corrupt court that he and Garp knew should not exist in this world. Thousands of lives were lost, a responsibility Veyron shouldered on his own. It had reached the point where Garp didn't give a fart anymore. It didn't matter if they didn't become Marines. As long as they followed an irrepressible path, and as long as they became as strong as he was. But the more Zephyr looked at the news, the more he realized, Veyron can't be reached. Wait, Ace, don't go. The bandits yelled from the edge of the island, screaming their lungs out towards the boy who was dressed in casual clothes, wearing a cap and smirking towards them. His hands were holding the very same edition of the newspapers that Garp had been reading as well. He clenched it just as hard. Ace, I'll catch up to you soon. Sabo, the Pirate King will be me, Ace. Luffy. His 2 brothers yelled at him, saying their farewells. A sense of nostalgic euphoria washed over him. They had worked and trained hard to the utmost for those last 3 years, and although he cursed his grandfather and teacher with fervor, it was undeniable what the 2 of them had done for the 3 siblings. I'm leaving, guys. Look up for me in the newspapers. Where do you think you're going, kiddo? The atmosphere tensed all too suddenly when a man appeared as if teleporting to the island's edge. Luffy and Sabo both gulped audibly. Geezer, I told the 3 of you that if you wanted to leave this island, you have to defeat me first. Garp's entire arm was coated in armament haki with lightning sparks breaking through, his conqueror haki. On the other end, Ace smirked and did much the same, also coating his arm in armament haki and a powerful will of the conqueror that, although not at Garp's level, was no joke either. I won't wait. Veyron's name is already too big. If I don't start soon, I'll forever live in his shadow, even though he's 2 years younger than me. You wanted us to surpass him, didn't you? Then you have to let me go now, geezer. Ace. Whoosh. Garp's body flickered, and so did Ace's. If there was something the 3 of them knew, it was that defeating this old man who looked senile was next to impossible. But although each of them longed to be the captain of their own ship, they were, at the end of the day, brothers. We won't let you, Gramps. Gear second. Soru. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 other silhouettes rushed to aid, and Garp found himself in front of 3 smiling, challenging teenagers. Luffy's body smoked, and his arms were coated in strong armament haki. Sabo wielded what looked like an iron pipe, but this pipe was also coated in armament haki. Their training for the last 3 years hadn't been a joke at all. More than a disciplinary regime, it was more accurate to call it labor imprisonment. A regime that ignited the passion in their hearts, the passion for freedom. Iron impact. He punched forth with moderate strength, retaining the tears that threatened to leave his eyes. On the shore of the island, Zephyr had already caught up, and he watched everything going on with awe. His disciplines, one by one, displayed the strength of geniuses that, although not at the level of a monster like Dracul Veyron, were quite formidable on their own. Iron Fist. Iron Pierce. Goma Goma no. Jet Iron Bazooka. Rumble. Boom. The clash of 3 powers drew devastating waves of conqueror haki that made the powerless bandits of Goa pass out helplessly. It wasn't a clash capable of splitting the skies, but it was a clash of powerhouses nonetheless. Garp grit his teeth and felt his strength recede. The spearhead of the attack was Ace. Both siblings didn't slack down, but with his conqueror haki, Ace was able to fend off the majority of his momentum. Boom. 3 hits blasted him away towards the island while the 3 siblings laughed in utter joy. We finally hit Gramps. Luffy. Oi Garp? How does our love taste? Ace. Hurry up and go, Ace. He was surely holding back. Go on before he changes his opinion. Sabo. Oh, sh*t, you're right. I'll be waiting for you in the Grand Line, Sabo, Luffy. By the time you come, I'll be the strongest man alive. Ace. As long as you don't become the Pirate King, I don't care. Luffy. You too, Dash. You dream too much. Sabo. Garp sighed and scratched his head, looking at the clear skies above, pronouncing a new dawn with a setting sun. Zephyr walked next to him. You're gonna let him go just like that? He's ready, there's nothing else to teach him, what's left is for him to know what the true world is like. The true reason why you did this, is it really to go against Veyron? That brat, it's only him against the whole world. I never thought, a Marine, would have to stand by and see how a criminal changes the world for the better. Does this mean you give up on the Marines? No, the Marines are the bastion of justice that must exist to maintain law. But now I have realized, sometimes it takes more than justice. When the law is rigged, the world needs outlaws. There are some of us who are made to follow the rules, there are others who are made to break the rules. He stood up and dusted himself off, watching his adoptive grandson, a child he came to acknowledge as his own. The child of the Pirate King, with the purest of hearts. Let the kids create a world where laws are fairer for everyone. Such a utopia is the vision we Marines must maintain. This world is in desperate need of outlaws and dreamers, like Veyron. I'm just making some more, that's all. He walked up to the rejoicing Luffy and Sabo, ready to deliver some love, since those two still needed to train a bit more before sailing away like Ace. Zephyr smirked and followed after. I don't know if what we're doing is right or not, but I'm looking forward to seeing the future of these dreamers. The newspaper he had been holding was released and brushed away with gusts of wind. There were a lot of important articles, news about the Kingdom of Alabasta and important revolutionary movements in the southern Grand Line at Paradise. Fear of the celestial dragons against an ever-increasing threat and their diminishing numbers descending from Marigioase into Sabayati and other regions. Massive outbreaks taking place in Impel Down from mysterious sources. The plunder of the national tribute from the kingdoms in the New World by the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, but that wasn't even scratching the surface. The main article depicted a picture that seemed to be taken from a high point of view, one of two gigantic goddesses standing on top of a Nigashima holding two majestic lightning and aiming them at their feet. The Yonko Kaido of the beasts has been defeated by the lightning god Dracul Veyron, and his main base, a Nigashima, has disappeared from the map. It gave a brief explanation of the power struggle between two emperors where even Yonko Big Mom, the Yonko Whitebeard and the newly crowned Yonko, Shanks, were also involved. Garp and Zephyr hadn't heard of a battle of this scale since God Valley. It came attached with a whole page that served as a wanted poster. The crowning of an unwilling emperor of the seas. The devil god, Yonko Dracul Veyron. Only dead. 6.000.000.000 bellies. 3 dragons Imari Geoase, Pangaea Castle. In the beautiful but empty space of this castle with the butterflies as a witness, the dark silhouette, ruler of this world, stood rooted on its spot watching the acquaintance that had technically teleported into the secluded room that many didn't have access to. Next to this person stood another individual, this one standing upright as if his missing bleeding arm was nothing more than an illusion. Having arrived not too long ago was Dumas de Monte Cristo, who had clearly gone through a rough fight and loss. Took you long enough, Garling. Mew was starting to get impatient. If you may excuse me, my lord. The events that took place in Wano this time were without precedence. Garling was carrying 2 bodies that he dropped in the Marvelous Garden that was soon stained with blood, his eyes fixed briefly on the other knight in the room, and he resisted the urge to release a mocking smirk. He knew he had been defeated, but didn't think it would be this bad. Their lord walked with slow steps towards the 2 bodies lying on the ground. The knight Don Quixote Cervantes and the Yonko's scorched piece of flesh, Kaido. As if sensing his snark, Dumas frowned. You should know that woman's 4th haki sets her apart from the rest of the knights. You don't need to create excuses. I know exactly how dangerous Mihawk is. Lord Imma, the 2nd knight, has resigned. As it turns out, she was by Dracul Veyron's side all this time. Did you doubt it, Garling? Mew has known this for the longest while. As long as she retains that position, even if she's not a knight, she still holds strategic value for us. Let it be. You have done well bringing Mew these 2, especially Kaido. Who would have thought the day would come in which this creature would die? Dracul Veyron dash. My lord, Dracul Veyron's threat can't be overlooked anymore. We should attack as a whole in the briefest opportunity, Dumas interrupted, bringing up a matter he wished to bring for the longest while. You're unusually talkative, Garling remarked, earning a snark from the Dark Knight. It is not as simple, Lord Imma. By his side, there are Whitebeard, Shanks and even Silver's Rayleigh. I have personally witnessed the power of his group. His pieces are plenty and strong. Even the Devil Child, Nico Robin, has been transformed into a devastating foe thanks to him. Mew knows exactly how threatening Nico Robin can be. Dracul Veyron is a very special individual. He has a deep understanding of things and can teach those around him the fundamentals of this world. Knowledge at the end of the day is still power. How curious, it is as if he could see far beyond what we can. What do you think, Garling? I'm afraid my judgment of him is not as deep. But he's extremely strong and can destroy an island easily, if that power were to be unleashed in Marigioasa. Do you think Mew can't resist his powers? There was so much confidence and challenge in that statement that Garling and Dumas both knelt with their heads low. That is impossible, Lord Immu. Even if he presents as an astonishing foe, you'd still surely have the upper hand, they both said in unison without the slightest doubt in their hearts. Even Garling, after all he had seen Veyron do, still believed this. It is good that you both understand. This is certainly a complex situation. This is exactly why Mew told you a long time ago, that he was a threat that needed to be erased. What Mew didn't expect was for him to become so strong so quickly. It has been but a few seconds and yet he has already become someone Mew has to personally address. What a delight. I apologize for my incompetence. Garling reflected, if I had known where he was located all these years, we're still unable to pinpoint the location of Shandora and Amazon Lily. You didn't know her, Imu smirked, a hazy yet threatening aura enveloping Garling who maintained his ground. I didn't. Very well, it is safe to assume attacking would expose two different fronts for our adversaries. Monkey D. Dragon and his revolutionaries have been lurking. Not many know but his research on the island's magnetic fields is starting to become a bother. As for Veyron, aside from his main allies we're unable to ascertain his warfare capabilities or the size of his army so long as we don't have spies in Shandora and Amazon Lily. This has to be resolved. What do you wish for us to do? If you order I shall assemble all knights and storm Rusukena immediately, Garling suggested. Rusukena is not Dracul Veyron's main headquarters. Even if we used the Mother Flame to destroy it, all we could achieve at most is earn his retaliation and destroy his main income of resources. Although this is profitable for us, it is a card better used later, at the perfect moment. If you allow me, Lord Imu, I believe Dracul Veyron has a massive weakness which could be exploited wisely by us knights, Dumas asserted with confidence. Oh, Imu attention was earned and even Garling furrowed his brows, expecting his answer. I couldn't help but notice that many of his allies are powerful but they're also women. Women. That is correct, Dracul Veyron seems to be extremely fond of women. In fact, he knows they're his weakness, that's why he doesn't shy on giving them power and increasing their capability to defend themselves, the knight summarized. It is a very interesting take. What do you think, Garling? The commander was starting to feel a bit spooky. It wasn't like Imo to keep asking his opinion over and over again, most of the time he was very selfish and authoritative. I believe Dumas is correct. This time what motivated him to act was his wives being in danger, Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. He is known for not stepping out of his workshop regardless of anything that could be happening in the world, and yet he did it for her sake, just like he did it for Nico Robin's sake 3 years ago. How to exploit this weakness, however, I don't know. That aside, we do have another important piece of intel on him which we could use for our offensive. Should we remove Stussy from the CP0 or take her hostage? Dumas continued, earning a sigh from their lord. You two may be extremely strong but are severely lacking in the arts of strategy. Why would Mew get rid of the pieces we know he holds? He wholeheartedly believes Stussy is his spy in the world government. Let it be such. Once the opportunity presents itself, we shall feed her the information we wish so that she can relay it to him, causing the result we want. Do you think that boy is a fool after all this? He may be aware that we know Stussy is his spy. Don't underestimate him. As expected of Lord Imma, you can see far beyond. We should have two priorities right now. One is to get a spy among his lines, as for the other, he has been getting rather boisterous, showcasing his power without consequences and believing that there is only fear in the world government's heart when it comes to him. This war in Wano should have boosted his confidence considerably. Mew shall let him know. In this world, he isn't absolute dash. The person's slow steps resonated across the room, landing in front of the charred corpse of the Yonko and placing their palm on it with the crimson eyes glaring at it with what resembled resentment. Don't you think so too, Kaido? Rumble? A gust of darkness manifested from their palm and engulfed him, making both Garling and Dumas stand up abruptly. Alive. Garling. Kaido. Dumas. They weren't powerful for nothing. There was no life left in this being as far as they could sense, but their senses couldn't possibly compare to their lord's. No, he is definitely dead. However, you should know better than anyone, Dumas. A person only truly dies once their will is gone, even if their spirit withers and scatters. Garling glared at Dumas, who remained silent and refused to look at the commander's face. As for this little fellow, his will to live is second to none, even keeping his spirit inside this body when the flesh is long dead. He may have thought in the past that the reason he couldn't die was that he was just too strong to die. It was the will to live from the start which made him this strong. Who would have thought that his only weakness would also be his blessing? Awaken. Whoosh. It is too soon for you to perish. As a player of this chessboard you're still necessary. This devil fruit needs merely a slight push. I could make you into my toy, but more than half of your devastating power comes from your will. You have more use to me as a player than as a soulless toy. Rumble? Puam? A great explosion was heard. Little did the two knights know that this sound and shook was nothing more than a heartbeat. The first heartbeat of a beast that birthed like a phoenix from the ashes. From one moment to the other the temperature in the whole garden began to increase exponentially to the point Dumas and Garling brandished their swords, ready for anything. The aura being exuded by this being was not a joking matter. In order to counter-react, Garling released a wave of Conqueror Haki that was on par with the creatures. Like black lava melting back into shape, Kaido's body began to reassemble. Whirora. Whirororo. But it wouldn't reassemble the same way. Bigger than ever, heavier than ever, more threatening than ever, and with a cloud of black flames materializing around his arms and the back of his neck. 6 horns, black scales, and shiny lightning purple eyes. The Yonko Kaido was back, more thirsty to fight than ever, and with a will to live way stronger than ever before. Rumble? Aside from the two in the room, 6 more auras began irradiating from all over the castle, causing him to furrow his brows and laugh even more. Whirorororora? There are a bunch of strong bastards in this castle. Dracul Veyron and now all of you. Where were you all when I was dying of boredom? Why didn't you come and fight me? Rumble? His conqueror haki was just devastating, like the will of an ancient being who just awakened. His gaze instinctively looked down at the shadowy silhouette standing regally in front of him while one by one the knights began materializing in front of him, all brandishing their swords, ready for slaughter. Never had such an unprecedented threat stepped right inside Pangaea Castle. They saw each other. They saw the corpse of Don Quixote Cervantes lying on the soil, dead. There were a lot of questions, but there was also a responsibility. Their lord raised their hand to stop any foolish attack as black flames began to materialize around Kaido's body. All knights retreat. The awakening of a mythical Zoan is always a sight to behold. It seems you're not going to be a friendly puppy. That said, Kaido, Mew won't allow you to run rampant in our domain. There is a way better spot for us to go. Mew. Rumble? Imu's body began to transform into a gigantic creature just as Kaido's body began to transform as well into a massive humanoid dragon with pitch-black scales and 6 horns. An eastern dragon with black scales and purple lightning around him, his size so massive that the castle couldn't take it. The world changed all of a sudden and the nobles of Marigioase saw something, an unprecedented meteorological event, black rain. Similarly, another figure appeared, a western dragon, or to be more accurate, a pitch-black shadow as black as the void itself, with the shape of a dragon and 2 massive red eyes. Lord Imu. The 5 elders broke into the palace only to see what was going on. Too late. The 2 dragons flew through the roof of the castle towards the outside. Boo. Whoever you are, don't expect me to show gratitude. Kaido bellowed towards the western dragon which didn't look like it was flying. Instead, it was as if it was completely detached from reality itself. Gratitude is unnecessary, Kaido. If you wish to repay me, entertain me. Since you wish to live and have fun, how about we go and find him? The 3rd lightning dragon? Dracul Veyron. That's right, let's kill each other and start a massive war like this world has never seen. 3 dragons too. The dragon, the bastard that has oppressed all of you, is finally dead. Huh? It can't be. The beast pirates are weaker than ever. Wano. It is time to stand up and revolt. I limited myself to being merely an onlooker. Yamato took me to plenty of places. We never stayed for long as I didn't have the time. But I'm sure sometime in the future I'll come back here again to inspect further. I never thought this country would have so many places of history and landmarks. I guess it is sort of to be expected. The original author of One Piece was Japanese and the country of Wano is the closest thing to Japan you can find in this world. Even if it is some parallel universe there has to be some connection there. It is divided by many regions which ridiculously enough, all have different climates. The regions of Kuri, Kibi, and Udon were the ones most particularly unnerving. There were massive weapon factories located everywhere. Kaido was one of the most prominent underworld weapon brokers and I can tell now how he was capable of exporting so much in numbers. That bastard was slaving this country down to build weapons for him even at the cost of their lives. The first place we visited was the region of Kuri. It was everything so beautiful and colored and yet those dark smoking clouds ruined the scenery in ways that I couldn't describe. There were slaves everywhere working and shackled. When they saw us, they were initially confused, especially of Yamato who wasn't wearing a mask and she had horns that I imagined depicted her as a member of the Beast Pirates. When the shouts of freedom began to get chanted I destroyed all their shackles, which ridiculously enough were made out of seastone. It seems this country has seastone in abundance. I heard from Stussy that the majority of the seastone weapons in the market come from this country. Are we really free? Where is the boss? What happened? Why? With a single sweep of my arm, I sent flying all of the weaklings to let those poor slaves know that this was not a bad joke. They were truly being set free. Impossible. See, can we really believe this? Freedom is coming to us so suddenly. Because I slaughtered Kaido very suddenly. I don't know if they were waiting for some prophecy or someone else, but I just came washed the beast pirates like a stain out of some beautiful trousers. You are all free. Please spread the word. The country of Wano must know that you're no longer being oppressed. And it is all thanks to Dash. It is all thanks to her. She's Odin. I resisted the urge to laugh when she looked at me like a lost cat. You ain't going to drop this responsibility on me, Yamato. You wanted to be Odin, right? It is your time to shine. She's Odin? She defeated Kaido and set all of you free. I'm merely her helper, so go ahead and thank your new shogun. And no, she begged me, almost falling on her knees and hugging my leg. You can't do this to me. Yes, Yama Odin. Yes. Odin? Your name also happens to be Odin? This has to be fate. It is Odin-sama. Smiling at us from the skies. Hurry up and spread the word. That was all it took to convince them. This country was riddled with such a desire for blood, vengeance, and freedom that all it took to create an uprising was a bit of hope in their hearts. It was mostly thanks to my involvement that Yamato managed to pull out this task. I could tell they were afraid of her for her horns, but her calling herself Odin did give a rather comedic relief and turned the tides. One by one we went from one region to the other. There was so much destruction of the country's ecosystem, smoke in the air, poisoned water, and so much slavery and suffering that it was impossible for me to fix everything in just a few days. If it is going to be fast, it is me who has to do it due to my psychokinesis being extremely helpful, but it is going to take me a very long time. I might as well make a workshop here or something and move to Wano for an indefinite time. I have yet to know if it is worthwhile for me to make such a big move and change my schedule to this degree, but just seeing the smiles of the kids upon realizing that they have been set free is relieving and refreshing. I'm going to need to personally hunt a lot of fish for these people as it seems they have experienced extreme hunger. Damned Kaido, fixing this isn't going to be easy. We arrived at the flower capital, the place that looked the most normal out of them all, but I could see why. This is the rich spectrum, the place where the wealthiest ones enjoy their life while the slaves work hard in the countryside. This is the place where those who support the shogun inhabit. How disgusting. The dragon is gone. You're all free. Who is she? She's Kaido's daughter? Don't pay attention to her. Soon enough we met the first subversive group. A set of guards and people who looked like ninjas. Yamato got on guard and I levitated in front. As long as I'm here she doesn't need to fight. They're the shogun's personal kunoichi, Veyron. Is that so? Then tell me where Kurozumai Orokai is. He's the bastard we have been looking for. As long as we behead that bastard in front of everyone, that is going to be enough to completely set aflame the lights of revolution. With Kaido and the beast pirates gone, they can take care of the rest and I can leave. I'm in no condition right now to fight extensively as I haven't completely recovered from using Astrap and Bronte, although Mancheri's tears did help me quite a bit. This one's name is Raijin. Introduce yourself, foreigner. Why are you with Miss Yamato? They were at least 5 ninjas all looking quite quirky. Another group of newcomers arrived led by a man who had purple hair, his gaze complex. We were getting a lot of attention, but that was precisely what I wanted. Raijin? What a joke. I'm Dracul Veyron. It seems news hasn't reached here but I murdered Kaido and erased Onigashima. He is no longer the boss around and what remains of the beast pirates should stay out of my sight. My purpose in coming here is simple. I'm going to slaughter Kurozumai Orokai publicly and create a coup d'etat to overthrow the shogunate, then I'll put the lady behind me, Odin, as a new temporary shogun until peace is established in this land and the ecosystem is clean. Is that simple to understand? Very well. Either you surrender Kurozumai Orokai right now, or I'll destroy all of you. Decide quickly as I don't have much time. Also be sure to choose your next words wisely as I'm rather impatient right now. The gossiping immediately started. Even Yamato was looking at me with a fear-stricken look. I guess this is as blunt as you can get. The reason why she's afraid, unlike the rest, is that she knows I can do it and I will. I really am not in the mood to be wasting time right now. All I want is to reach a nice hotel in the Fishman Island and go have a good deep sleep with Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. Shouldn't take me longer than a minute to get there if I go full speed and leave Yamato here for the time being. All I need to do is to make sure that everyone fears her and they think twice before standing up against her. She may not be a competent leader but I don't need her to be. I only need her to be a good person, which I know she is. Then once I've rested enough I can inquire my girls as to what we're going to do with this land. It took 2 eternal seconds of my life wasted for them to answer. We won't allow you to take control of this land, fiend, dash. Che. 5 lightning strikes fell from the skies, a clear blue sky without clouds, striking the 5 kunoichis regardless of gender, burning them and leaving them unconscious on the ground. Chaos unfolded immediately among the citizens of the city. I can understand why. They're associated with the shogun's corrupt government. You just wasted 2 seconds of my time for that nonsense. I could have finished the scheme of my new project in that time. Only a set of flustered individuals remained. The purple-haired samurai-looking fellow who previously looked all intimidating was now sweating bullets. Veyron, you scared everyone. Yamato tugged on my shirt. There is no need to be so domineering. These people are suffering. As a matter of fact, they aren't Yamato. Not everyone in this country has been living a pitiful life. It seems the ones in this district have been enjoying themselves. Scaring them is precisely what we want, until the air is cleaned and the water cleansed. This is going to be a dictatorship. I turned to the not-so-intimidating samurai. His group had already brandished their swords towards me intending to retaliate, but not him. Only you remain. Are you going to take me to Kurozumai Orokai or not? You have 2-second dash. I will. My name is Kyoshiro. I will take you to the shogun right now. Please end his life. Aniki. Isn't this guy a bit too eager? Even his subordinates are astonished. Whoosh. With a quick movement that man's sword was unveiled and he struck all of his subordinates in a bloody fashion. Both Yamato and I looked at each other confused. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know what your purpose is with the country of Wano, but if what you say is true and Kaido is now dead, I'm willing to help. My real name is Denjiro and I'm one of Odin-sama's 9 scabbards. If your intention is to destroy the shogunate and create an insurrection, I'm with you. 9 scabbards. I looked at Yamato whose eyes had now turned into stars. It is true that the 9 scabbards existed, but I can't ascertain if this man is indeed one of them. How can you prove it? I can lead you to Kojiki Hiri-sama, Odin-sama's daughter, but you will have to prove to me that you are indeed not on Kaido's side. The one with you is an Oni and Kaido's daughter. He didn't seem to trust Yamato, who flinched and stood to my side. I may be an Oni, but I have respected Odin-sama ever since I heard of his tales from Shimatsuki Ushimari, the man who saved my life. Ushimaro. Both of them started having a back and forth about how Yamato had been imprisoned by Kaido, and during her imprisonment she happened to coincide with the previous daimyos of the regions of Wano. One of them was a man called Ushimaro who told her about a prophetic fight 20 years from that moment on and even told her the legendary tales of Odin. It took a while for the man to trust her, but Yamato's story seemed to coincide with Denjiro's beliefs. He mentioned a daughter of Odin too, Kojiki Hiri. This is starting to get a bit confusing and complex. It is a bit thrilling though. I think this was supposed to be an advanced part of One Piece, one that I never managed to see. A pity. I think I changed the events so much that they may not have a reason to come back here. I killed Kaido. Very well, show me the way. Bear in mind I do not intend to become a de facto ruler of this land right now. I'm just going to boost your uprising if what he is saying is true and he is indeed one of the previous Odin's retainers. Then I could trust him to guide Yamato on the political spectrum of being the shogun, or perhaps this Kojiki Hiri, the real blood of Odin, could become the shogun. I don't really care who becomes the shogun as long as it is not me. 3 dragons too. The dragon, the bastard that has oppressed all of you, is finally dead. Huh? It can't be. The beast pirates are weaker than ever. WANO. It is time to stand up and revolt. I limited myself to being merely an onlooker. Yamato took me to plenty of places. We never stayed for long as I didn't have the time. But I'm sure sometime in the future I'll come back here again to inspect further. I never thought this country would have so many places of history and landmarks. I guess it is sort of to be expected. The original author of One Piece was Japanese and the country of Wano is the closest thing to Japan you can find in this world. Even if it is some parallel universe, there has to be some connection there. It is divided by many regions which, ridiculously enough, all have different climates. The regions of Kuri, Kibi, and Udon were the ones most particularly unnerving. There were massive weapon factories located everywhere. Kaido was one of the most prominent underworld weapon brokers, and I can tell now how he was capable of exporting so much in numbers. That bastard was slaving this country down to build weapons for him even at the cost of their lives. The first place we visited was the region of Kuri. It was everything so beautiful and colored, and yet those dark smoking clouds ruined the scenery in ways that I couldn't describe. There were slaves everywhere working and shackled. When they saw us, they were initially confused, especially of Yamato, who wasn't wearing a mask and she had horns that I imagined depicted her as a member of the beast pirates. When the shouts of freedom began to get chanted, I destroyed all their shackles, which ridiculously enough were made out of seastone. It seems this country has seastone in abundance. I heard from Stussy that the majority of the seastone weapons in the market come from this country. Are we really free? Where is the boss? What happened? Why? With a single sweep of my arm, I sent flying all of the weaklings to let those poor slaves know that this was not a bad joke. They were truly being set free. Impossible. See, can we really believe this? Freedom is coming to us so suddenly. Because I slaughtered Kaido very suddenly. I don't know if they were waiting for some prophecy or someone else, but I just washed the beast pirates like a stain out of some beautiful trousers. You are all free. Please spread the word. The country of Wano must know that you're no longer being oppressed. And it is all thanks to Dash. It is all thanks to her. She's Odin. I resisted the urge to laugh when she looked at me like a lost cat. You ain't going to drop this responsibility on me, Yamato. You wanted to be Odin, right? It is your time to shine. She's Odin? She defeated Kaido and set all of you free. I'm merely her helper, so go ahead and thank your new shogun. And no, she begged me, almost falling on her knees and hugging my leg. You can't do this to me. Yes, Yama Odin. Yes. Odin? Your name also happens to be Odin? This has to be fate. It is Odin-sama. Smiling at us from the skies. Hurry up and spread the word. That was all it took to convince them. This country was riddled with such a desire for blood, vengeance, and freedom that all it took to create an uprising was a bit of hope in their hearts. It was mostly thanks to my involvement that Yamato managed to pull out this task. I could tell they were afraid of her for her horns, but her calling herself Odin did give a rather comedic relief and turned the tides. One by one we went from one region to the other. There was so much destruction of the country's ecosystem, smoke in the air, poisoned water, and so much slavery and suffering that it was impossible for me to fix everything in just a few days. If it is going to be fast, it is me who has to do it due to my psychokinesis being extremely helpful, but it is going to take me a very long time. I might as well make a workshop here or something and move to Wano for an indefinite time. I have yet to know if it is worthwhile for me to make such a big move and change my schedule to this degree, but just seeing the smiles of the kids upon realizing that they have been set free is relieving and refreshing. I'm going to need to personally hunt a lot of fish for these people, as it seems they have experienced extreme hunger. Damned Kaido, fixing this isn't going to be easy. We arrived at the flower capital, the place that looked the most normal out of them all, but I could see why. This is the rich spectrum, the place where the wealthiest ones enjoy their life while the slaves work hard in the countryside. This is the place where those who support the shogun inhabit. How disgusting. The dragon is gone. You're all free. Who is she? She's Kaido's daughter? Don't pay attention to her. Soon enough we met the first subversive group. A set of guards and people who looked like ninjas. Yamato got on guard and I levitated in front. As long as I'm here she doesn't need to fight. They're the shogun's personal kunoichi, Veyron. Is that so? Then tell me where Kurozumai Orokai is. He's the bastard we have been looking for. As long as we behead that bastard in front of everyone, that is going to be enough to completely set aflame the lights of revolution. With Kaido and the beast pirates gone, they can take care of the rest and I can leave. I'm in no condition right now to fight extensively, as I haven't completely recovered from using Astrap and Bronte, although Mancheri's tears did help me quite a bit. This one's name is Raijin. Introduce yourself, foreigner. Why are you with Miss Yamato? They were at least 5 ninjas, all looking quite quirky. Another group of newcomers arrived, led by a man who had purple hair, his gaze complex. We were getting a lot of attention, but that was precisely what I wanted. Raijin? What a joke. I'm Dracul Veyron. It seems news hasn't reached here, but I murdered Kaido and erased Onigashima. He is no longer the boss around, and what remains of the beast pirates should stay out of my sight. My purpose in coming here is simple. I'm going to slaughter Kurozumai Orokai publicly and create a coup d'etat to overthrow the shogunate. Then I'll put the lady behind me, Odin, as a new temporary shogun until peace is established in this land and the ecosystem is clean. Is that simple to understand? Very well. Either you surrender Kurozumai Orokai right now, or I'll destroy all of you. Decide quickly, as I don't have much time. Also be sure to choose your next words wisely, as I'm rather impatient right now. The gossiping immediately started. Even Yamato was looking at me with a fear-stricken look. I guess this is as blunt as you can get. The reason why she's afraid, unlike the rest, is that she knows I can do it and I will. I really am not in the mood to be wasting time right now. All I want is to reach a nice hotel in the Fishman Island and go have a good deep sleep with Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. Shouldn't take me longer than a minute to get there if I go full speed and leave Yamato here for the time being. All I need to do is to make sure that everyone fears her and they think twice before standing up against her. She may not be a competent leader, but I don't need her to be. I only need her to be a good person, which I know she is. Then once I've rested enough, I can inquire my girls as to what we're going to do with this land. It took 2 eternal seconds of my life wasted for them to answer. We won't allow you to take control of this land, fiend, dash. Chee, 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 chee. 5 lightning strikes fell from the skies, a clear blue sky without clouds, striking the 5 kunoichis regardless of gender, burning them and leaving them unconscious on the ground. Chaos unfolded immediately among the citizens of the city. I can understand why. They're associated with the shogun's corrupt government. You just wasted 2 seconds of my time for that nonsense. I could have finished the scheme of my new project in that time. Only a set of flustered individuals remained. The purple-haired samurai-looking fellow who previously looked all intimidating was now sweating bullets. Veyron, you scared everyone. Yamato tugged on my shirt. There is no need to be so domineering. These people are suffering. As a matter of fact, they aren't, Yamato. Not everyone in this country has been living a pitiful life. It seems the ones in this district have been enjoying themselves. Scaring them is precisely what we want, until the air is cleaned and the water cleansed. This is going to be a dictatorship. I turned to the not-so-intimidating samurai. His group had already brandished their swords towards me, intending to retaliate. But not him. Only you remain. Are you going to take me to Kurozumai Orokai or not? You have 2-second dash. I will. My name is Kyoshiro. I will take you to the shogun right now. Please end his life. Aniki. Isn't this guy a bit too eager? Even his subordinates are astonished. Whoosh. With a quick movement, that man's sword was unveiled and he struck all of his subordinates in a bloody fashion. Both Yamato and I looked at each other confused. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know what your purpose is with the country of Wano, but if what you say is true and Kaido is now dead, I'm willing to help. My real name is Denjiro and I'm one of Odin-sama's 9 scabbards. If your intention is to destroy the shogunate and create an insurrection, I'm with you. 9 scabbards. I looked at Yamato, whose eyes had now turned into stars. It is true that the 9 scabbards existed, but I can't ascertain if this man is indeed one of them. How can you prove it? I can lead you to Kojiki Hiri-sama, Odin-sama's daughter, but you will have to prove to me that you are indeed not on Kaido's side. The one with you is an Oni and Kaido's daughter. He didn't seem to trust Yamato, who flinched and stood to my side. I may be an Oni, but I have respected Odin-sama ever since I heard of his tales from Shimatsuki Ashimaru, the man who saved my life. Ashimaru. Both of them started having a back and forth about how Yamato had been imprisoned by Kaido, and during her imprisonment she happened to coincide with the previous daimyos of the regions of Wano. One of them was a man called Ashimaru, who told her about a prophetic fight 20 years from that moment on, and even told her the legendary tales of Odin. It took a while for the man to trust her, but Yamato's story seemed to coincide with Denjiro's beliefs. He mentioned a daughter of Odin too, Kojiki Hiri. This is starting to get a bit confusing and complex. It is a bit thrilling though. I think this was supposed to be an advanced part of One Piece, one that I never managed to see. A pity. I think I changed the events so much that they may not have a reason to come back here. I killed Kaido. Very well, show me the way. Bear in mind I do not intend to become a de facto ruler of this land right now. I'm just going to boost your uprising if what he is saying is true and he is indeed one of the previous Odin's retainers. Then I could trust him to guide Yamato on the political spectrum of being the shogun, or perhaps this Kojiki Hiri, the real blood of Odin, could become the shogun. I don't really care who becomes the shogun as long as it is not me. 3 dragons. Having Denjiro with us turned out to be more worthwhile than having Yamato at the front. She even sulked while Denjiro convinced every samurai to rise in the name of Odin against Kurozumai Orokai. His reputation as one of the 9 scabbards seemed to transcend everything. In no time we had a small army of samurai with us heading towards the main palace of the shogun. They were asking me questions all along, which I answered shortly, with yes or no's. A rather wide mob was created with the 3 of us at the front. Every single member of the beast pirates that we saw was utterly massacred, and it wasn't me who did it. It was them. With the fear of Kaido gone, nothing was stopping these people from taking revenge with their own hands. Even renowned members of the high society were hunted down, those that the poor people knew were associated with Orokai and supported his government. It became a witch hunt like I hadn't ever seen. I must admit I'm astonished at how quickly this escalated, but I guess that's what happens when fear is shoved out of the door and only hatred remains. It is a sight to behold. Rumble? Veyron? You're still here. Another person appeared just when we were about to storm the mansion of the shogun. As I expected, they were all hiding in there. It was precisely one of Kaido's retainers. King, and he was together with the shogun of Wano and the Tobai Rappo. What the hell is going on here? Do you all not fear Kaido? The disgusting shogun bellowed, a fatso with purple hair and a mustache. Just looking at him disgusted me. He was even worse than Kaido. The creature was just a looming cloud of fear that erased the possibility of revolt from the hearts of the samurai. But the suffering this country had gone through was caused by this person. I didn't really want to kill Kaido, but I definitely wanted to strike down this bastard. That's him, Veyron. Yamato affirmed. She took out her own club when she saw the numbers on the other side. Denjiro regarded me as if expecting me to lead the charge, so I respected his wishes and walked forward. So you're Kurozumai Orokai? You do look like a corrupt bastard. My finger descended. 200 million volts discharge. Cha-a-a? Boo-ah-um? H-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. My strikes couldn't be avoided. In front of the sight of everyone I judged that bastard's soul, thinking he wasn't going to be strong enough to resist this attack. King's expression soured and so did Black Maria's. After what felt like a minute I released the attack and Orokai's calcinette body fell on the ground. He is down. The shogun is down. Yer. Denjiro and the samurai clamored. They didn't think it was going to be that easy. The Tobai Rappo backed down. They knew more than anybody that the attack just now was far from my peak. That was just a casual lightning strike. I could use thousands of those as easy as brushing my hand. I don't intend to erase all of you, King, Black Maria. From the beginning, I have no enmity towards your beast pirates. Kaido made a mistake and he paid for it dearly. If you leave Wano and don't ever come back, I'll let you live. Veyron, dash. You bastard, how dare you? In front of my shocked eyes, I saw Kurozumai Orokai billow with anger, even interrupting King's tantrum. He's still alive. His body began to transform into an abomination with 3 heads. It must be a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Gufu. Gufu, ha 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 ha, do you think you can get rid of me that easily? I'm a stain that will forever remain the history of Wano. Even if Kaido is no more. You want to kill me, you will have to do it 7 more times. He jumped towards me and Yamato prepared to receive him, but I sighed. A billion volts discharge. Cha-a-a-a-a? Boo-ah-um? A discharge at least 3 times more powerful than the last shot from the skies. The lightning looked purer as it struck Orokai midway, stopping him and grounding him into a crater. H-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A billion volts discharge. Cha-a-a-a? Stop? Hey-a-a-a-a. The spectacle of lights didn't cease. People may have thought that my lightning was weak, but in truth, there was only a handful of individuals that could still retain their capacities while struck down by my lightning. Orokai clearly wasn't one of them. Thanks for telling me how many lives you have. Good info. Che? For the samurai, it was like justice being served in front of their eyes, the maximum public torture of the person who condemned this country. Denjiro even called some ladies who started to broadcast this to the whole kingdom. I made sure the torture was slow and painful. While Orokai's wails of despair and pain echoed, I turned my gaze towards King. We will leave, but don't think this is the end of it, Veyron. He looked so reluctant, but at the very least he's a rational person. They can't hope to defeat me. They can't even hope to escape from me unless I allow them the leisure. His slight threat did nothing but make me smile. In a sense, this may be a lesson for me too. This is my last bit of mercy, my last bit of humanity. If he ends up being a disappointment and he does indeed attack the people dear to me, then I guess no one will ever get mercy from me again. You're free to come to me whenever you want. Don't make the same mistake as your captain did. You know what will happen if you go for the people that I hold dear dash. Rumbly? Boo-um? My words froze before finishing. It was all so abrupt that even my lighting strike stopped. My hand was extending forward and I slowly recalled it. Veyron, this presence. Yamato uttered with shivering lips. Even Denjiro started to sweat. Everyone around us felt a looming sense of danger, but although they could sense the danger, they couldn't sense how dangerous it was. Unlike me. This is a real danger, even for me. 2 gigantic auras descended into the world. And they were so frighteningly strong that I had to immediately take them seriously and frown profusely. One of them I already knew who it was, even though I couldn't believe it. Kaido's conqueror Haki. The other one was even more stupid, even more fantastic and impossible, and that was not an easy feat. The 4th Haki. Someone who has the 4th Haki like me just came, alongside a living Kaido. The whole world changed. The sun that was shining in the sky dimmed, and dark clouds with lightning strikes became the rule. Black droplets of water began pouring down as if it were raining charcoal and smoke. A black fire approached from the horizon. Come up and let's play, kiddo. I heard his voice thundering the whole world and giving the desperate beast pirates and Orokai a lot of momentum while the samurai, Denjiro, and Yamato found their hearts sinking. Kaido, boss. The beast pirates celebrated. Yamato gasped in disbelief and overall Wano, who was beginning to brew hope, looked in the distance how the silhouette of a pitch-black dragon imbued in black flames became apparent. Behind this one was an even more astonishing existence. A western dragon double the size of the eastern one with bright red pupils, looking at me with a wicked smile like I had never seen before. Just who was this person? I grit my teeth so harshly. God damn it, this is going to be a fight. A really massive fight. There is no way these two are coming here just for wordplay. This setting is not befitting of Mew. I heard another voice. This one sounded odd. If I had to say it in a way, it sounded fake, like a digitally filtered voice from my previous life. Let it be night. Rumble? A subtle aura that I recognized spread across the whole world. It was the fourth Haki. This person did something that left me odd and stupefied. The sun disappeared, and it became the night. Just like that. Just like that, this person turned the day into the night, and this is definitely not an illusion. Viveiron. Yamato stuttered. Things weren't looking good for all of us. What looked like a devastating victory from our side now resembled the bleak fire of a candlestick about to be extinguished. The sky belongs to US dragons. How long do you intend to thread among mortals on the filthy ground? Stop wasting Mew's time, boy. Come up here and let's have fun. Rumble? This was an invitation I couldn't reject. Two evil dragons were waiting for me in the skies. Yamato, I'm leaving the ground to you. Count with me, go Veyron. Yamato reassured me. It seems she's going to be able to accomplish her dream of being Odin. Rumble? Che-a-a-a? Crimson lightning enveloped me as I shot to the skies. 2 billion volts discharge. Shenlong. The legendary Odin *Buam? The thunderbolt shot into the skies, the only wisp of light in this world of darkness that threatened to corrode everything. Only that and the streak of white lightning fixed in the skies could ever defy the warmongers that assailed this world. Yamato stood in front of the crowd together with Denjiro, behind them a mix of samurai and yakuza wielding rusted or cracked swords ready to fight for their freedom now that the time was nigh. As you can see, Kaido is not dead as those liars have stated. What are you waiting to kowtow to your shogun? If your heads hit the ground, I may actually forgive all of you. Kurozumai Orakai was not ready to give up. He had just experienced the worst pain a person could ever go through, but even he could see light at the end of the tunnel with Kaido's return. His face sweated, his body shivered, but the wickedness never abandoned his voice. Fear spread across as the words of the wicked bastard coursed like a poisonous river into the people's hearts. Even in the current situation, the suffering they had gone through for decades caused by him couldn't be forgotten. That fear was soon shaken by something even more thunderous and intimidating. Boom! A gigantic explosion thundered in the skies to clear the clouds and reveal what was the devastating sight of two dragons butting heads. A red lightning one and a black flames one. The pitch-black skies of an artificial night were filled with black flames that resembled drawn ink and fixed red lightning strikes. It was a battle that would forever be remembered in their hearts. Yamato clenched her fists and lifted her voice. Don't fear. Kaido is still alive, but so is our savior. Boom! Boom! Another black dragon joined into the fray as they attacked the red lightning dragon together. The situation looked even more desperate. Two calamities against their hope, but they saw with dazzling splendor how that lightning dragon managed to keep up and fend off the two of them on his own. It was ridiculous, it was impossible, but it was happening. The one that came to save us is stronger than Kaido and that other demon together. There is hope. Just the sight alone gained the awe of this whole island. It was then that they understood someone was fighting for their sake. At this point, Yamato was just angry. She was angry for Veyron's sake. No one understood more than her in this place how tired he was, fatigued, mentally exhausted, and how much he didn't want to be here. Rather, he would have preferred to be with the wives he had just sacrificed to save. He didn't need to be here. But he is here. He never backs off and never complains. He just faces the threat head-on without thinking twice. We can't stop. I can't let him fight on his own. In her heart, another hero was beginning to brew, one at the same level as Odin and her other hero, Oshimaru, another person she didn't want to disappoint. What kind of fiends can we be if we don't give our best when a foreigner is doing so? Show some guts, bastards. Hey. The samurai clamored with such ferocity that even the side king and the Tobirapo backed off as he prepared to defend the position. Now that Kaido was here fighting Veyron, there was nothing to fear, but he and the Tobirapo knew very well that Yamato was no pushover either. My name is Odin. Take your eyes off the sky, for they're in safe hands. Look at the ground where we stand. The enemy is right in front of us. Hey. It was a revolution without precedence. Yamato transformed into a glorious, majestic beast that caught everyone's sight. It was the beast their ancestors worshipped as their protector. Mythological Zoan. Inu no Mi, model, Akoke no Makamai. It was the ancestral beast that protected Wano, way before the figure of a dragon became prominent. If there was any shred of doubt in their hearts, it was erased in that moment. She didn't wait or linger. Whoosh! The daughter of a monster was still a monster. King's eyes flashed with fury as a blazing fire materialized behind him. A humanoid mythological beast technically teleported next to him, wielding the predilect weapon of Oni, a kanabo. She swung it mercilessly, and the attack was even imbued in potent conqueror haki and advanced armament haki. She was determined to show that lightning dragon up there that she was no flower. Boom! King received that attack with his sword, astonished at the strength behind it. It was his first time directly fighting Yamato. The waves of haki spread across the land, and before he knew, his body was blasted towards the corrupt castle of the shogun, phasing by a fearful Orakai and the Tobirapo, gaping mouths in the process. Baeaog! The impact alone obliterated half of the castle before King's wings flapped and he regained his momentum. We follow Odin-sama. Kill every single one of them Gazero. Stick Orikai's head for everyone to witness. The time was now. A crowd of samurai charged against the forces of Orikai and the Tobirapo, and the war had started. Altai, Black Maria, Sasaki, Page 1 and Who's Who could have never thought that the Beast Pirates would have ever faced such a chaotic scenario. If I had known this, I'd have stuck with Cypher Pole. Who's Who cursed inwardly and charged together with the rest. Black Maria's gaze fixed on the skies for the briefest while, her heart complex. The citizens of Wano watched everything from the Den mushy projectors with anticipation. It was madness. Denjiro. A certain green-haired girl covered her face in shock and clenched her fist, praying to whoever may listen. She looked at the skies and saw a majestic red lightning dragon fighting in the darkness, against the darkness, and she decided to pray to that god. For the freedom of Wano. For my mother and father? For my brother? Please save us. Boo-am, boo-am. A ruthless fight was taking place up there high in the skies. Bloody gore of 3 dragons biting each other to the marrow, although Veyron and Kaido were both so euphoric and vengeful towards one another that they almost paid no heed to the slightly depressed king of the world. Kaido and Veyron butted heads and the boy felt a deja vu. The sky is not wide enough for 2 dragons, kiddo. Fall, Kaido. That was not the voice of humans, that was the voice of gods, divinities capable of severely altering the landscape, turning this world into a nightmare. Mwahaha, Mew loves it. Continue to kill each other. Go ahead Veyron, use that final form of yours. Bayong? A strike from Veyron's tail blasted the gigantic dragon and shut its mouth. Its whole head was separated from its body. Veyron was having none of it as he carried on his onslaught against Kaido. Unaware that his attack, which was imbued in potent haki, was unable to kill that creature. Kaido lunged and quickly enough his silhouette transformed into that of a humanoid bulky monster with a kanabo created of dark flames. Similarly, Veyron's body transformed into his humanoid form imbued in red lightning as he grasped the floating cursed Yubi. Both weapons didn't touch, but the clash produced could be felt around the whole region as the space itself distorted. Kaido grit his teeth. Although his fruit was now awakened and his strength had increased considerably, he still found himself unable to deliver qualitative damage to Veyron. Similarly, a billion-volt discharge was unable to face him. Being this the case, Veyron opted for swordsmanship. Clonk, clongug, sparks flew everywhere. Kokyutuyabi was coated in red lightning while Kaido's kanabo was shrouded in black flames that seemed to be able to burn everything. I thought you were dead. A pity, brat. I came straight out of hell to take you along with me. Hakai. Kinetic blast. Rumble. Each strike was reality warping, world-ending and capable of spreading waves as far into the horizon that even the nearby islands felt it. Such was the fight between 2 emperors. Veyron, whose 4th haki drastically outclassed Kaido, but the latter's conqueror haki was undoubtedly superior. Veyron created a clone and the floating Yubi arrived in his hand to deliver another strike to Kaido, who was focused on his original body. The latter used his tails and horns to viciously tear down any trick or clone. It was vicious. A battle of 2 emperors in which a pouty Imo could only look as he materialized once again after being blasted away by Veyron, completely unfazed. It seems you both aren't taking me seriously. Mew took the 2 of you here to have fun, and yet Mew am being ignored. It seems Mew has to get a bit serious. Rumble? With the night as his canvas, there was nothing out of his control. The stupefied Veyron and Kaido, who were about to clash once again, noticed that they couldn't move. They who possessed a conqueror will that surpassed everyone's, couldn't move? Veyron. Is this? Kaido. Tremors began to spread across the space, yes, the space itself, and all of a sudden it was as if they had been thrown into a vicious swamp of quicksand in which they were sinking into the very night. Not only that, but they felt their energy and power quickly fading away at speeds which could only be described as frightening. Devour. Every single type of energy, even kinetic energy, as Veyron noticed, began to head towards the Great Western Dragon as the darkness in this world increased and served as the medius. It was like a tsunami that recalls the sea before returning it. They were not prepared for this. The gigantic black Western Dragon opened his mouth and Veyron recalled something from back in his world, back into those times in which he had passionately studied astronomy, astronomical objects, and the complexities of space. There were some objects in particular which interested him more than anything else, and he saw that now, and after living a life of overwhelming victory, he and Kaido finally knew what fear was, and that, as the old saying stated, there was always a sky above the sky. Even in this corrupt and broken world, the world government stood at the top undisputed for a reason. Rumble? Quasar Luminosa. Splitting skies. I had never felt so tired in my life. This is by far the strongest being I have fought. I have to thank Big Mom for slicing my force field back then. If this residual trillion-volt lightning hadn't scattered, I wouldn't have the means to protect against this. I designed the kinetic patterns to work the same way with allotropic forms, the different ways in which the particles arrange each other to produce different results. For example, graphite and diamond are both different forms of carbon. What changes is the allotropic form in which the particles are arranged. Arranging different wavelengths of my kinetic power allowed me to either attack or defend. In this case, Aegis was the ultimate pattern I designed based on a diamond for defense, but I didn't stop there. I also studied the prism and its capacity to divert light. I knew my defense was not bound to protect against everything. There would always be something capable of shattering Aegis, or at least that was me thinking of the damned Murphy Law. Who would have thought there would really come a day in which something could really shatter my Aegis? The gamma rays of a quasar, no less. Boom! The impact crashed on my barrier and produced a gnashing soul-piercing noise that attracted the sights of everyone down there. They saw the light, but they didn't know what it was. They didn't know how close they were to being extinguished. Crack! The scar began in front of me and expanded all the way to the sea. My barrier, which should have been able to easily take on nukes, was about to shatter helplessly. Mew ha 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 ha. You're way more than Mew expected, Dracul Veyron. So much more? You shall be Mew's toy. Mew has changed dash. It is too early. I don't need your crappy villain monologue right now. Huo? My arms twisted, and so the whole barrier began to constrict, and the beam that threatened to shatter the world was bent back into the skies like light phasing through a prism. The dragon gasped in disbelief, transforming into a humanoid form as he, she, or it, or whatever that dark bastard was, saw the beam shoot back into the skies, splitting the night itself. Space shattered and the skies overturned, but I wasn't done. I send it back to you. Go ahead and do your monologue now. The beam engulfed that person, being shot out of the quasar only to arrive at my force field and to a technical U-turn. There is no mistaking it. I'm going to pass out once this is done. What's keeping my consciousness is sheer will. I saw with my eyes how that person got engulfed by their own attack, which I don't doubt should be one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in their arsenal. The whole discharge lasted for what I believe was an eternity, let alone destroying Wano. That thing was likely to pierce a hole through this planet. When it finally receded, my consciousness began giving away. Yubby, no longer in my kinetic grasp, began falling down towards Wano like a meteorite. That had been my delusion though, as something forced my consciousness to remain as a hand grasped my falling body. She pulled me into a suffocating and possessive hug, and all I could see was silky sky blue hair. She separated from me shortly after. Her body was naked as we floated midair. There was nothing on her, as if the quasar's ray had managed to obliterate everything, except her body. I could only mutter, Vivivi. The woman's eyebrows raised before her seemingly gentle expression transformed into one of endless wickedness. Her eyes were red like blood, and in them, I saw so much abyss and bad feelings. It was inconceivable for me to think that this beauty was the same person, the same pitch-black dragon I had been fighting with previously. It wasn't until the night itself transformed into her dress, covering her back up, that I realized this was indeed the last boss. You managed to protect Wano, very commendable Veyron, but in exchange, you have become Mew's little toy. I pressed my hand on her chest, not with my usual naughtiness but instead, trying to push her away and struggle from her grasp. I was in my weakest form and about to pass out any second now. There was no one around here I can ask for help. My mom should be in Fishman Island right now, and there is no way for me to contact her. Is this woman really going to take me now? She looked at my hand that grasped her chest and smiled. Let me go. How naughty of you. For this sacrilege, any other would have found their heads rolling helplessly, but with you, Veyron. She put her cheek next to mine and whispered in my ear while licking my earlobe, you're so strong and sweet. Even as a hybrid Lunarian, Mew can make an exception. My struggles ceased and my consciousness began to fade. My eyes weakened as they closed with her subtle assistance. Time to sleep, puppy. The revolution had finished, and it was marked by the impact of a meteorite straight into the Shogun Palace, destroying whatever remained of it. Yubby sank inside spotless. The samurai began to celebrate, madly unaware of what the sacrifice had been to achieve this result. Kaido was gone, and the beast pirates were gone. Orakai lay on the ground unconscious, and the corrupt wards had been slaughtered, but Imu began walking away and carrying the fainted boy who had made sure this country knew peace. The darkness of the night looked palpable as she started walking into it. Veyron. What can I do? What can I do? Yamato, who had regarded everything, hissed at her powerlessness while everyone else celebrated. She couldn't even fly up there to stop her. Placing all the power she could in her legs, she took a massive jump. Boom! The ground beneath her shattered, and even if she managed to jump several miles up, she still was unable to even reach Imu's toes. Instead, what she saw was the mocking smile of the woman who looked at her as if she was an utter loser while taking Veyron away. Rumble? I won't let you have him. Namaji Glacier Fang. A blast of frozen energy shot from her mouth towards Imu. Although she couldn't reach them, she could at least hope to delay her. Imu did groan in annoyance before placing her arm forward and merging the knight into a shield. Boom! Her attack was brushed aside just like that. Thankfully, it wouldn't be necessary for her to do anything else, as she did the best she could in this situation, by a few seconds. Imu, who had been walking into the darkness, sensed something and took a swift step back as a gigantic dark arm camouflaged itself with the knight and swept towards her. Whoosh! Like dancing on a lake, she sidestepped and evaded the strike with a deep frown. Demonio Fleurs. A gigantic silhouette appeared before her, emerging from the darkness itself. Gigantic, with two massive horns and dark reddish skin, two wings that spawned far away and gave her an imposing outlook. Even with such a devastating appearance, Nico Robin was sweating and tired. She had flown as fast as she could, nearly breaking the supersonic barrier, all because of a premonition. When she saw this woman with sky blue hair and red eyes, holding Veyron as if she belonged to him, she nearly lost it. Release him. A demon, quite the skillful trick you've got there, but before Mew, that's but a fake demon, far away from ever being what we are. Who are you? Make way. Nico Robin. You're far from being able to match Mew in darkness manipulation. Rumble? She didn't even need to move her hands. A mere gesture on her face was enough to cause a tsunami of darkness, but she had severely underestimated her opponent. Although Robin was astounded that this mysterious woman was also able to manipulate darkness, she brushed her questions aside because of priorities. A million dark flurs. A sea of dark arms split the tsunami of darkness as Imma frowned in distaste. Instead of wasting time, she took a step back and her body started to sink into the darkness of the background while Robin tried to handle the tsunami. The queen's objective was not to engage in a useless fight. She took the chance to cover her appearance back again with a dark veil, leaving only her red eyes exposed. Where do you think you're going? Give my son back. Just as she began to sink in the darkness, someone else resurfaced from Robin's side. It was Mihawk with Yoro in tow coated in sword intent. Noticing another user of the fourth haki, Imu had to start taking things a bit seriously. Mihawk, do you not show any respect to your lord? I'm a knight no longer. Release my son right now. As for late, Mew has been desiring some company back in the garden, so Mew has decided to take on a new son. Dracul Veyron is the best candidate to be our son. Mihawk's eyebrows flinched with the deepest snorts she could produce. The audacity of this B***tch. Then go find your own. Slicing skies, we had lowered our guards. Perhaps after years of sparring against my son and facing defeat 5 years ago, I had mistakenly believed that there was nobody in this world that could face Veyron. It even thrilled me to think such a person could exist to challenge him. But not like this, not while he is weakened with his guard low and extremely tired, not like this. I never thought this person, no, this woman of all people would make a move personally. The one that sits on the empty throne, tasked to be protected by the very same knights who witnessed her sit on the throne. Back then during the Void Century, everything was lost and history itself was cleansed, her appearance included. Aside from a selected few, nobody was allowed to regard her appearance. Perhaps even Veyron didn't know who this person was while he was facing her. But I know. Her wicked red eyes regarded me the moment I appeared. I may not have seen her sky blue hair and appearance, but I had seen those eyes. Lord Imu, no, now I know, it is not actually Lord, it is Lady Imu. An ancient being hailing from the world century with strength that not even Veyron could face. Back at Fishman Island, I was unable to sense anything. It had all been thanks to Robin. Her power is that of darkness, and during our journey, she told me she sensed a premonition, one in which Veyron was being engulfed in endless darkness. Her power allows her to connect 2 spots of darkness within the same timeline and move anything between those 2 spots so long as she doesn't release them. She called it Dark Torrent. During our assault on Inagashima, she marked a certain dark spot in the destroyer before flying down towards the island to rescue the girls. She took them through this torrent and back to the safety of the ship. This power is very useful, but it has limitations. She can only have 2 marks, a source and a destination. If either of them is overwritten, they're forever lost, as the only way for her to create the mark is to be able to see the spot. During the raid, she lost the mark of Inagashima and thus she'd have to fly. I remember I had my doubts about the whole thing and told her that she shouldn't worry, but she insisted and set off towards Inagashima on her own yesterday. I also called Veyron and everything was okay. He told me he had just left Dressrosa with Yamato. I had nothing to worry about, and then, this happened with a suddenness that vastly outstripped even Veyron's thought process. This highly ancient being is now saying with the audacity that characterizes celestial dragons, that she wants a son, and that my son is the perfect candidate? That she's going to take him away from me because of that? You must be having a laugh. Rumble? Boo-um? I gripped Yoro with so much wrath, an overwhelming green aura shot to the sky, splitting the night in 2. Whoosh! Those hands of yours stained with the blood of millions, how dare you touch him with them? I struck forth towards her with the intention to kill. I wanted nothing more than to slice her in 2. Feeling my aura, the mocking aura she previously had was swiftly removed. My strike carefully evaded Veyron and flashed towards her arms, creating a green hazy light in the skies and stopping the world itself. Ugh. She used her darkness to try and defend herself, but it was useless. My sword sliced the skies, the darkness, her arms, and her confidence. Damn you! Like it was nothing, a new set of arms manifested and struck towards me, shocking me. I used haki just now. Even if she was a Logia, her arms shouldn't have regenerated, let alone this quickly. The demonic Robin took that change to take Veyron away from her grasp and into hers. Robin, leave now, I yelled. This is not an opponent Robin can help me with. In fact, I don't even know if I can win. My only priority right now is that Veyron is safe. Kleog? Imu's arm was engulfed in darkness until I saw what looked like a draconian arm crashing against my sword. Perhaps in this world no one else would dare to take on Yoro with their arms, not even Kaido. Mew shall take that boy. Rumble? Even with the night split into 2, it was still her playground, akin to a black river within her control. I can see that this night is artificial as the subtle light of the day is coming through. It must be one of her powers. Even if I wanted to slice through, it wouldn't be good for us. Robin too is benefiting from this night. Imu waved her arm and the gust of darkness in the night rushed towards Robin, trapping her in place. Klungug? I tried to get back her attention, but Imu was dead set on getting Veyron, even to the point of creating massive tentacles that entangled around Robin's gigantic demonic form. This woman is just too damn strong. Get me up there? I can help. We both saw in the distance, right beneath us, Yamato in what looked like a mythical Zoan transformation, was swiftly falling to the ground. She didn't have the means to stay afloat like me with Rokushiki or Robin with her darkness. I don't know what she can do, but right now every hand we can get is profitable. Robin knew this too. She groaned within Imu's devilish grasp but managed to pull out the darkness to take Yamato into the skies and to the battlefield. Rumble? I felt Yamato's conqueror haki crash forth. It seems the girl is not helpless after all. Reime Haka. It was one of Kaido's techniques with the Kanabo, worthy of his daughter. While defending against my sword intent, an annoyed Imu used her other dark draconic arm to protect against Yamato's incoming onslaught. Ore bonk, boo annoying peasants. Cha. The brutal clash created a rain of lightning as two wills of conquerors crashed with Yamato giving it her all. We didn't need to defeat her, we only needed to give Robin a breath to flee. Sadly this wasn't the end of Imu's offensive. The attack sent Yamato high into the skies. The silhouette of the evil queen bulked up and transformed into a humanoid dark dragoness with two flapping wings. Her focus was set on Robin who found herself unable to go into the darkness and flee, hence she opted for just flying away with Veyron in her grasp. Whoosh! Imu tried to make a move again but a wave of my sword intent sliced everything she could ever try, once again slicing the night and letting in rays of light. With my second strike, I intended to just obliterate this dark domain as Imu is benefiting from it way more than Robin, but knowing my intentions, she stopped me. Clonk? Mew finds your insistence rather unpleasant, Mihawk. Mew can give Veyron something you never could. Shut up? What could you dash? Mew can give him immortality. Even if for the briefest of seconds, I was forced to stop. It was a chance she was going to profit, but before she could, Yamato's Kanabo crashed against her claw. Boom! The impact sent Imu hurling back but Yamato also impacted against me, making some distance between us. You can't get distracted now. I shook my head several times and looked behind me where Robin was still fleeing the scene. Unlike before, Imu now looked exhausted and unwilling to pursue. I grasped Yamato to stop her from falling and continued to kick in the air. It seems Mew's proposal has left you thinking. You may not be aware because the knowledge of the haki of the dreamers is scarce, almost null. What are you trying to say? Why do you think the Pirate King died? What do you think was his disease? Why mention Gold Roger during this hurdle? I don't understand what she means and what she's trying to get to. Muhaha, his disease was the fourth haki of dreamers. Or better said, his disease was his short lifespan. His mortal body was unable to keep up with that power that belongs to the gods. That disease doesn't affect you or Mew for obvious reasons, but what about Veyron? Veyron is a Lunarian. I faltered. I'm just spitting nonsense. I don't even know if Veyron is a Lunarian or not. He always refused to be studied by Vegapunk. He's just half Lunarian and doesn't even have the prologue lifespan that comes along as a trait of that accursed race. Moreover, the way we see it, he has been confidently overusing his powers recklessly. We wonder how much he has left. After uttering those words and throwing my heart into disarray, she began scattering like the night leaving upon the dawn. I can find a way, even if I have to steal the Op no Mi. We don't need you. My voice sounded confident, but my heart wasn't. Was that even a reliable method? For all I knew it was just a rumor. She just confirmed to me what I have been fearing the most. Veyron's power does come with a price to pay. We shall see. Until then, enjoy his company, Mihawk, while it lasts. Her eyes closed and the night began scattering, turning back into the broad daylight of the day, leaving Yamato confused. What was she talking about? Who was she even? I had no words to utter. All I had was a complex heart and endless thoughts. Gods and demons. Marie Gioase, Pangaea Castle. The commander had been eagerly awaiting. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes turned into hours, and his exasperation was palpable. So long, and Lord Imo is not back yet. Alongside him were the 5 elders, still kneeling in place as they had been for the past hours. The master leaving Pangaea Castle hadn't taken place for the last 200 years, ever since the gigantic unknown robot had attacked Marie Joyce. It was an event with precedence but a very rare one nonetheless. Whoosh! When she finally manifested from a spot of darkness, they raised in enthusiasm, only to see her stagger to her knees and start coughing. Lord Ima, the 5 elders rushed to her aid while Garling gasped in disbelief. This was not how one looked after having completely and single-handedly devastated their opponents. Mew is okay. Garling, retreat. Lord Dash, retreat. The crimson eyes indicated that any sign of insubordination would be costly. He gritted his teeth, bowed, and walked to the garden's main gate, leaving only the 5 elders who, upon peeking at her condition, frowned profusely. Garling closed the massive doors behind him, and immediately a cursed energy began leaving the 5 beings, spreading across the hall. Lord Ima, your orders. Mew is going back to have a deep slumber, Saturn. The raw power of Uranus has been used. Again? Wouldn't you wait until the mother flame is ready? Is Wano off the map? A row of questioning started in which the lady stood back up. The usage of Astro was inconclusive. Dracul Veyron diverted its power. De-diverted? Is he still living? Instead of answering questions, the irritated woman walked towards another end of the garden, followed by her loyal retainers, perhaps the most loyal to her true cause. The fight against Dracul Veyron ended up leaving more than just frustrations. Is he still alive? They asked again. Perhaps they couldn't believe it. Uranus had been used, and Dracul Veyron was still living. It was like a paradox, 2 propositions that just didn't fit together. He lives, but not for long. The monarch never said another word before her subtle steps entered what looked like a cryogenic chamber. The darkness disappeared and her naked body was exposed. Lord Imu, what are your plans? Vegapunk's report stated it would take 2 years for the first mother flame to be finished. Until then, Mu shall restore Lily's power. Uranus shouldn't be used wantonly, but Wano's destruction should have been certain. Our short-term objective is to recover. As for the long-term, she rubbed her lower belly, a seedling birth of Nefertari D. Lily and Dracul Veyron's bodies. It should be the best host for Mu. Is another host necessary? Lily was unable to completely grasp our powers. The Yami Yami no Mi and the Ryu Ryu no Mi model, Bahamut, even an eternal youth surgery was required. If not for Uranus, she wouldn't have been a proper host for Mu. Dracul Veyron's body has proven to be even sturdier. Physically, mentally, would you be able to take over his mind as you did with Lily, Lord Imu? Impossible. Unlike Lily's, his fourth haki is related to the mind's prowess. Although difficult to process, in the field of the mind, he severely outstrips Mu. We understand. Regarding the matter of the national tribute, Dressrosa, and Wano, how do you wish for us to proceed? The woman walked up to a frozen bed and lay down on it with her head pointing at the bright ceiling. The kingdom of Dressrosa and the country of Wano are a lost cause. Instruct Kong and Sengoku to move the marine and cipher pole and increase their influence in both islands and their surroundings before they completely become a part of the liberators. It won't be easy for Dracul Veyron to move into the new world unhindered until Mu's slumber is complete and our powers recover. Don't openly antagonize him, instead stretch the ties between Kaido and Big Mom, and make sure the former is able to recover his influence as a Yonko. Regarding the national tribute, Mu shall leave that to you. Trivial topics like such don't concern us. Another matter, keep an eye on Monkey D. Dragon and stop any chances of the revolutionaries and the liberators working together. Very well, Lord Imu. The Knights. If his body has already been recreated, appoint him as the new second knight. That is all. We live to serve. Rumble? A wicked energy spread across, and a massive pentagram circle of dark lightning descended in this pitiful world for a few minutes. During that time, the 5 elders knelt down. After the marvel of lights was finished, the sky blue female's eyes turned dark and lifeless, losing their crimson hue as tears started to roll down. Save me. One of the elders approached with the most neutral and uncaring expression ever. He stood right next to her as she extended her arm in confusion and powerlessness. Please help dash. He pointed his gun at her head and fired. Pa? My consciousness faded, and there was a muffled silhouette in front of me. It was an odd feeling, like wanting to sleep but you're unable to. Insomnia. Are you awake? I heard the voice of a woman that resembled my mother's. Mom. No, I'm not your mom. Stop behaving like a kid. You're a goddamn old man. The shock with reality was so acute that I rose up to find myself in an empty white world. The muffledness of my eyes scattered and I was able to see very well what was in front of me. There was nobody else in this world except for another individual, a woman. She had dark skin like mine, white hair like mine, but blazing yellow eyes. She was also wearing a dress so beautiful that it left me out of words. Stop looking at me like that, Alexander. I'm not your next waifu. We won't know until she knows my real name and also the term, waifu. Is that mainstream? You are a deep pervert. We shall only see each other once. It is virtually impossible for you to make me fall in love in such a short amount of time. And even if you did, it would be meaningless as there is not a second time for us. I had never met anyone so blunt in my life, and what does she mean, deep pervert? I'm a gentleman, yes, a connoisseur. Before you keep dissing me, could I know your name? You seem to know mine but I don't know yours. My name is Yasharte, I'm the lightning goddess, and you are the inheritor of my will. I'm not following. Why is there a goddess here all of a sudden? Is this still One Piece, or did I die and was sent to another world? Is this the infamous transmigration? There is no need to be so exalted. All your doubts shall be answered in due time. Relax, this place is spaceless and timeless. I followed her advice and sat down on nothing. There was nothing here, but even then I'm sitting down. How queer. She sat down next to me and brushed her hair aside. How truly beautiful. I must say I congratulate you, Alexander. For thousands of years no one has ever become so compatible with my will as to be able to talk to me in this world. I have sought the perfect inheritor for ages, and given your memories, it seems none of the others has found theirs either. So you're saying that the devil fruit I ate, the Goro Goro no Mi, is actually your will. Although devil fruit is a bit of a rudimentary term, that is indeed the case. It is my will left behind for the next generations. It should have been found by the person most compatible with it, in this case, you. Then why are you here? In order for me to appear before you, there had to be several prerequisites. You should have been a direct descendant of us gods, which you are albeit partly. You should have the powers of a dreamer, which you also do, and your compatibility with my will should have reached the maximum extent. That's the reason why I am here. Am I a descendant of the gods? You are, although due to the complete wipeout of a considerable portion of this world's history, you're unable to tell. But you're a member of the Sun God's clan, that is the truth. And you also have the powers of a dreamer, although for completely different reasons. Interesting. The fourth haki, what can you tell me about it? The power of dreamers is a power that belongs to those whose minds have ascended. Those who have the will of a conqueror have become gods spiritually. Those who are dreamers have become gods mentally. Alexander, you're immortal only in body, your mind and spirit are both that of gods. If you were a complete Lunarian instead of a hybrid, you would have ascended as the first god after thousands of years. What a pity. She sighed regretfully while spitting things complex for me to understand. We're talking about gods now? It was never mentioned in One Piece. Then, why are you here? What do you wish to tell me? Even if all she had said so far made sense, I still wished to know the reason we were here. I'm only here to say my farewells to you, she smiled. Farewells? We just met. Now that you have become completely compatible with my will, you have essentially taken over my divinity and become the new lightning god. But your body is still that of a mortal and it forever will. Hence, you shall forever be unable to fully grasp my power. In fact, using my powers will continue to shorten your lifespan as it has been happening ever since you acquired my will and mixed it up with yours. If anything, I'm here to tell you that for your own sake, you should refrain from using those powers. I can't stop using them. I had already suspected this and I still continued. I'm the bastion of hope that protects Shandora, Rusukana, and Amazon Lily. I won't stop protecting them even if it costs my life. But if you continue, you will die. She grimaced and I hugged her with conviction. I don't care, I will find a way. This world is ridiculous and broad, there must be more than one way for me to use. It is good that you're enthusiastic, but why are you hugging me, naughty brat? I know what you're up to. If you dare touch my divine body inappropriately. Cough, I would never do that. I released her, but that didn't stop me from sitting right next to her until we were touching. She sighed and continued. Your mother is the direct and complete descendant of a rather troublesome and evil god, the deity of flesh. She has developed her own power as a dreamer and is ready to ascend to godhood as long as she continues to carry on that path. When the time is nigh, she shall become a goddess of her own laws. Unlike you, it is truly a pity that your own laws are the deepest I have ever seen. If you were to ascend to godhood, you'd be one of the most powerful gods to have ever existed. Forgotten deities in this empty world. I don't know how long it had been, how much time we spent here just looking at nothing and sharing superfluous words. Is this what it means to be a god? Time and space just have no meaning. I requested her information. The world seemed to be concealing something way deeper than I had originally thought. Demons, gods, an ancient war, and what is more ridiculous, a war that gods lost. Nevertheless, there is no such thing as a war between gods in One Piece. In fact, the existence of gods and faith alone seems to be far from even a myth. The winners define history, and those who truly die are those who are forgotten. Even as a goddess, I still had lessons to learn. We were not used to violence, we were peaceful deities, and that was our mistake. To think peace was the only option, there was also war. Her voice sounded so regretful that I could barely contain myself from hugging her, not with bad intentions. She looked pitiful. Yasharte. Perhaps sensing my good intentions, she allowed me this much, still evading my gaze, seemingly ashamed for no apparent reason, as if she owed the world an apology. When the war started, none of us expected it. Gods or demons, we had to stay away from humans. The goodwill belonged to them, the wickedness belonged to them. They were free to choose, they had the will to know whether they wanted good or evil. And they choose good. Regardless of demons or gods, faith is what keeps our existence together. At the end of the day, the demons would never keep their word. Once the balance leaned against them, they made their move. We were stronger, but we lost the war due to our compassion and also the betrayal of one we considered our own. The god of darkness. More than just telling me relevant information, it felt to me like Yasharte was letting loose some of her frustrations. When did these events take place? Thousands of years ago, perhaps dozens of thousands, I can't tell. After my body was destroyed and my will passed on, I lost the ability to rationalize. I only recall subtle memories of each of the bearers of my will. They would never last long before perishing each time, and I would be born again. But this time it is the last time. Her blazing yellow eyes finally settled on me with what looked like hope. We forgotten gods have lost all our power. We receive no faith and the curse of the sea demon assails us. There is no hope for us, Alexander. The things they did to some of us got split into parts, murdered, some of our wills scattered completely, leaving nothing behind. I hugged her against my chest. It explained a lot of things. So the gods of the past were turned into devil fruits. No, they died, but their wills passed on as devil fruits. You don't need to tell me everything, Yasharte. I'll do everything I can, but I need information. Who were the main actors of this war and how did it end? The story she's telling me, is this the Void Century? But the Void Century was 900 years ago. She's talking about dozens of thousands of years, way before even the Void Century. From the demon's side, there were many, hundreds, but their leader was the strongest demoness of the sea. As for her name, I don't know it. All I know is that according to Nika, her name meant nothing, emptiness, devoid of everything. We could never understand what he meant by that, but her personality was just like her name. That demoness was truly devoid of any feeling. Nothing. I was a bit confused but decided to save this name for. She was the one who started it all together with the god of darkness, NOC. On our side, our leader was the all-cheerful sun god, Nika. We never took the war seriously until we began to perish one by one, leaving nothing but scattered wills in the form of fruits. The demons were better than us at being violent even if they were weaker. The manipulated humans, showing them what wickedness and sin was. Little by little they became stronger and gained faith until we fell completely, but not without infringing in them great suffering. Majority of the demons perished in that war, even if we lost. Her hands clenched my clothes with frustration like she was living those moments again in her mind. The defeat of Nika marked the end of our godly era and presumably, the start of a demonic era. We are nothing but scattered pieces of will. You are now the new thunder god, Alexander, no, Veyron. The will that shall descend from now on is not mine but yours. What do you wish for me to do, Yush-Arte? Avenge the gods. No, vengeance is not okay. That's not what he would have wished. It may sound naive still, but at the end of the dawn, there is always a night to come. Good and evil must coexist. The lack of balances is what will truly lead to endless wars. She took both of my cheeks between her palms, softly, putting me back down, like ready to slumber. Her smile was forever warm. I only wish, if it is within your capabilities, that you bring an era of peace once again, even if temporary. Please, Veyron. I will do whatever I can. I evaded her gaze, but she moved it back towards her. Life has taught me that being lenient is not a good approach to anything. Only when you're feared do things start to fall together. For me the answer is to eradicate all demons. Is she telling me that's not the answer? I saw how a piece of her skin shattered like scattered sparkling dust. She was about to disappear. Your words sound unconvinced. The desire for vengeance, although temporary, is sweet while it lasts, but once vengeance has been attained, only an endless void remains. The desire for peace is dull at the start, but once peace is achieved, the profit is eternally sweet like nectar. Veyron, a strong will is required to choose the right path, otherwise, vengeance always feels like the easier choice. Wise words. I took her hands and smiled, just a tad bit more convinced. I'm not a goddess for nothing. She finally smiled. We looked at each other deeply as more and more of her body began to fade. I took both cheeks as well, trying to engrave her appearance in my mind. You just told me one only truly dies when they're forgotten. I won't forget you, Yush-Arte. Thanks for watching over me, and thanks for the information. She giggled in response. It was fun. I have seen you from the first moment you obtained me. Although naughty and perverted, your heart is pure and you care deeply for those important to you, and even those who are not. I'm eternally glad the inheritor of my will is someone like you. It makes me feel it all made sense. Her thumb trailed my lips, and before I knew it, she was kissing me. It was a sweet, tender, and pure brief kiss accompanied by a sweet smile afterwards, one without a shed of tears, instead just happiness, the cheerfulness of someone who had successfully achieved their task. That is but a parting gift. Goodbye, Thunder God. Freedom. The dream ended and Yush-Arte disappeared from my sight and from my consciousness, never to be seen again. I felt a bit empty. She was a bona fide goddess and yet herself scattered just like that. From the point of view of science, it was a great loss to not be able to study such a being. From a personal point of view, I felt a bit melancholic, to think she had been looking at me all this time, and I didn't even know she was there. She revealed to me a lot of precious information that I'd have to process later. But now, there is something else I have to process, and it is the overwhelming peace that I'm feeling. It was like being thrown into a mountain of delicious soft marshmallows. So soft, warm, and squishy. I extended my arms and rubbed my head against that rather big marshmallow bud, biting it to my heart's content. AHN. Oh. I heard a rather lust-inducing noise and my drowsiness disappeared. My eyes opened to see that what lay in front of me was not a marshmallow, it was in fact something even more delicious. Sandersonia yawned and stretched before taking me into her embrace again. She was wearing what looked like a loose green pattern bikini with top and bottom together with a semi-transparent Hawaiian green cloth covering her crotch. I saw her, I smelled her, and I remembered her. Sonia, you have grown up so much I couldn't help but say almost at the border of tears for some reason, maybe because of how my mind had been altered. Upon seeing her I felt melancholic. During the battle and the aftermath my mind had been so focused on vengeance, but now I could finally process everything. My time with Yush-Arte had allowed peace to return to my soul and I finally lowered my guard. Grown up? What's that about, little brother? I'm still the same. Well, in a way she is. We have been married for 5 years. She has grown bigger with time and so have I, but she's a lot bigger. How much is a lot? She's at least 3 times my height. She's a titan and her nipple alone is almost the size of my head, just like Marigold. That's one piece morphology for you. Thankfully 3 years ago I learned how to subvert this. Marigold and Sandersonia went through a depressive time in which they thought we wouldn't ever be able to do that because of the difference in size, so I thought of a way to use my powers. Nevertheless, I still enjoy watching them from this perspective and playing with their gigantic bodies to my heart's content. Where are we? What happened? I looked to the sides. We were in a rather big room. I recognized this to be the Ryago Palace as we were underwater. Only this room had air in it, but outside of the windows, there was water and fish. This is the Ryago Palace, one of their spare royal suites. You have been sleeping and I'm tasked to protect you. Mom, Marigold, and Big Sis are dealing with Aokiji and Shironiko regarding the national tribute. Mihawk and Robin are in Wano, sorting out the situation there too as to who is going to be chosen to be the shogun. You don't need to worry, little brother. It won't take too long. Once it is done we can head back to Amazon Lily. It surprised me how deterministic everything she told me was. Usually, they'd ask for my opinion on several matters, but they seemed to have decided on their own already that we were heading back to Amazon Lily. I don't mind. A fight against Kaido, a fight against Big Mom, Kaido again, a fight against the hidden primordial demoness of this world. I'm tired, my friend. I need some holidays, this time for real. FCK the worship, FCK the lab, F***CK everything. I'm going to be a good and obedient husband for a while. I don't even mind doing politics. Is that so? We should assist them, I began, but her previous happy face began to contort and her body twisted, switching our positions. I had been originally resting in between her chest, but now, she was pressing me down on the bed, crushing me with her marshmallows and leaving me almost breathless. Paradise, I can't breathe. You don't want to be alone with me? How long has it been since it was just the two of us, alone in one room, in the bed? The way she tilted her head was so cute, and that slittery tongue of hers, ugh, thankfully she moved a bit down, still squishing me with her softness, but I could manage. Oh, of course, but if it is just the two of us, what? I don't know if I can hold back. She giggled and lifted up her hand, trailing a finger up and down my body. You're so tiny right now, how about you become a bit bigger for big sis, then we can have some fun. We can't play games now, I have been worried, Sonia. She stopped for a second to look at me, that was the truth. Right now I'm so relieved, but my life had been miserable when those memories faded. If I had to compare it, it was like losing a long and harsh engineering essay I had worked my whole life doing for a fateful day. I knew I did it. I knew I needed madly it, but I didn't know where it was. It produced a sense of anxiety, anger, and frustration that I couldn't describe, and all that frustration was released in a Nagashima. That feeling only became stronger and stronger until I recovered my memories of them. As if sensing my feelings, Sonia planted a kiss on my face. It was a bit comic considering she kissed my whole face, but her countenance contained regret. We're sorry for what you had to go through to save us. I'm sorry, we never wanted this, Veyron. It was a mistake. She started sobbing, something I absolutely didn't want to see. I levitated both our bodies, bringing us back to our previous position, and kissed my gigantic wife's tears away. Don't apologize for that, sweetie. I'm your husband. If I don't save you, who is going to save you? You girls always act so strong and independent. Rely on me more often, will you? She nodded a few times and my body began to expand in size as I trailed kisses on her neck. I love you, Sonia. Me too. It doesn't matter how many lovers I have. You and your sisters have a special spot in my heart. Ever since I met you, I have wanted to protect you. It is my mission. I began by removing her bra, then her underwear. Little by little her naked body displayed in the subtle light beneath the bedsheets. It was hard for me to resist when she was like this. I stopped expanding when the size of my body matched hers, a bit more than 4 meters. She started moaning as I covered us with the bedsheets. It hurts me to see you all suffer. It hurts me to see the Kuja pirates suffer. Little brother, I have something important to tell you all, but I know you won't like it. I started while licking her nipple and playing with the other. She hugged me tightly to stop my movements and wrapped her legs around my waist. You don't want us to sail, she whispered in my ears, subtlety, exposing my thoughts. Big sister already thought of that and we're willing to comply. Now I didn't expect that, or perhaps I did. She's not talking about her desires, she's talking about the guilt she feels over the consequences of their actions. They're going to do anything I say even if they don't like it. Usually I wouldn't exploit this, but now I have no choice. I don't want this to happen again. As long as you allow us to sail again once your worries are cleared. There it is, the condition. We can appoint a temporary captain. I don't want the Kuja fleet to sail again. I allowed my thoughts to voice my words. It is not only them that I don't want to sail. I don't want the Kuja fleet to sail again. 2 times, 2 sacrifices, never again. Big brother, you can't. It is our reason to live, our beloved tradition. If you take this away from us, she protested, and understandably so, but I don't care. I pinned both of her hands above her head as she panted. Her eyes begged me to reconsider. Obviously, she could still make decisions on behalf of Marigold and Hancock. Those 3 were like mirrors in everything except physical appearance. But it was different when it came to the Kuja fleet overall. Sailing the seas was their birthright, which I was taking away. But I'm taking it away for their own good. I'm your husband, but I'm also your emperor. I have the authority to decide on this, and I will use it. Sonia. Shadi, too many have died already. I know you're all not going to agree, that's why I'll convince you first and you will help me convince the rest. I lurked down there and spread both of her luscious legs and she gasped, trying to stop me. Wait, you can't? Nothing is going to stop me from keeping the people that I care about safe. Freedom. The Fishman Island, Ryago Palace. A shivering mermaid walked to a big table where many parties were sitting. The topic to discuss was the distribution of the national tribute stolen by the Kuja pirates. It had been a topic on hold, but so important that Admiral Aokiji had been stationed on the island this whole time waiting for this decision. Alongside him were his right-hand man and Admiral Shironiko, who had arrived yesterday. He sat on one side and behind him was a white-haired man smoking a cigarette in all due impassiveness. He was a Commodore smoker. Aokiji's unit was in the port waiting, unlike Shironiko, who had arrived at Fishman Island on her own. Overseeing the conversation was the king of the Ryago Kingdom, Neptune, and his children, Fukaboshi, Manboshi, Ryaboshi, and Shirahoshi. The latter was more eager to leave and instead go and look for her new friend. Veyron thought she was told it was better to not disturb him, hence her impatience. Opposite to Aokiji and Shironiko were a row of women that couldn't be underestimated. First and foremost, the main cause of the whole incident. The captain of the Kuja fleet and Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, worth 2 billion bellies. The main spokesperson of the independent nations of Shandora, Rusukana, and Skypia. After Dracule Veyron, she was the second in command, and she also served as one of the elders of Amazon Lily, Boa Primrose, worth 800 million bellies. Between both breathtaking ladies, there was another beauty whose countenance was just as magical. She was the queen of the Ryago kingdom, Otohim. Due to the national tribute being stationed in their territory, she served as the Ryago kingdom's delegate in this matter, and she counted with the assistance of ministers of the right and left. What should have originally been a friendly conversation had turned into a major political issue. The reason? This incident had caused a bifurcation of incidents to take place, in which as a result 2 countries were involved in a wide-scale coup d'état. Emperors of the sea were involved, and even high-ranked members of the world government had involved themselves. Arera. Is it necessary to have this much tension in the room? You should know that this matter is not a game for us anymore. Primrose started. Not when my husband's life was at risk. She was so deadly serious that even Hancock was forced to gulp a bit. She was the official wife. In all exterior political matters this would always be their facade, but Primrose was so incensed and upset that she didn't care about this anymore. Do you mean it was a game before? Primrose and Hancock's expressions made Aokiji whistle and shut his mouth, knowing that they were up to no jokes. How is he? Jun continued. She hadn't seen Veyron yet ever since he had arrived. She wasn't allowed to, something that hurt deeply. The girls weren't taking any chances. An opponent that had almost killed Veyron was, without a better word to describe it, someone they couldn't hope to defeat. They didn't know their influence, powers, capabilities, nothing. That person had also attacked when everyone's guards were down, going straight for Veyron when he was at his weakest, arguably still way stronger than any of them, and defeating him. This course of events made it so that they weren't even willing to trust Jun, who was still a marine and therefore an ally of the world government. Thankfully, after receiving an explanation, Jun understood. He's safe, just tired. Now we should address the topic at hand. After a long discussion, we have agreed with Mihawk to return half of the national tribute. We have a better use for the other half. Primrose, our previous conversation, the consequences of this. Jun tried to relay back to their previous conversation, in which she had let them know that the ones suffering the most would be the kingdoms affiliated with the world government. Even then, won't change our position on this matter. Half of the national tribute is not going to be taken by the Kuja fleet or any of our affiliations. It is going to be used for the betterment of Dressrosa and the country of Wano. Both countries suffered major setbacks due to this incident, and they're owed at least this much. Whatever repercussions there are, we will face them together. Hancock and Primrose's decision was unwavering, and they were sure Veyron would have accepted this. Has he agreed to this? Aokiji frowned. For him only Veyron's opinion mattered. After all, any repercussions would more than likely be carried by him. Everybody knew Veyron was the pillar of their alliance, or so he thought. Darling permitted us to decide for ourselves. This is the best resolution we could reach. It was my mistake to involve myself in this political strife between Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Celestial Dragons. But the past can't be undone. Dressrosa and Wano are now free, but both territories need financial support to recover their stability, Hancock stated after a summary of accountability. Also, with this, Darling doesn't have to involve himself so much in the recovery of both Wano and Dressrosa. King Riko and whoever is set to be the new shogun of Wano can wisely use those funds to recover their autonomy. She bit her lips harshly. The current priority of their family was that Veyron used his powers and involved himself in politics the least possible. Aokiji and Shironiko looked at each other and shrugged in lamentation. If this decision has been made, then the matter is out of our hands, she sighed. I will report this to the fleet admiral. Then Aokiji followed, taking out his lazy Den Mushi to call their boss and brief him on the situation. He wasn't going to like it and they'd probably get scolded, but that is the job. Pero perkuka Aokiji. The Den Mushi didn't even ring for more than a few seconds before a scream was already coming from the other side, much to the admiral's exasperation. Why haven't you answered any of my calls? Cough. My apologies, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I was waiting for the resolution of this case before I called you to brief you on the situation. Shironiko arrived yesterday and we're currently in front of Boa Hancock and Boa Primrose. Veyron. He is not here. This is what happened. Aokiji then explained to Sengoku everything he had done on Fishman Island, carefully avoiding the topic of his improvised holidays. He then explained the decision made by Hancock and Primrose regarding the national tribute, knowing that it was something both Dracule Veyron and Dracule Mihawk succinctly agreed on. Quite frankly, put him in a mishap. What a headache. I want to speak to Veyron personally. It was then that Primrose snapped. Rumble? Her conqueror Haki let loose, alarming everyone on the table. Smoker brandished his weapon made out of sea stone and prepared to attack at any moment, but Aokiji raised his hand, telling him to back down. The last thing they needed right now was a useless fight. You have nothing to speak to Veyron about, Sengoku. I'm in charge of this matter. If you have any complaints, then come face me and stop annoying my husband. Bong? She was sick and tired of Veyron having to deal with everything and putting his life at risk when he could be peacefully making his inventions in his workshop or spending time with his family as he loved. Instead, the world seemed hell-bent on involving him in this chessboard of power. Mother, calm down. Hancock tugged on Primrose's dress. She had never seen her so angry. Even Otohim backed off a bit when the table started to rot. Boa Primrose, you do realize this is going to increase the tension between us further? We have received our orders to not engage, but not allow his influence to keep spreading in the new world. Do you think I want to be that brat's enemy? I would leave him alone if I could help it, but the national tribute is a delicate topic. Don't make matters more difficult than they already are. I don't care, Sengoku, my husband almost died back there, I almost lost my daughters too. Do you think I care about diplomacy at this stage? Regardless of what you think or what your real motivations are. Right now, I, Boa Primrose as the main spokesperson of all my husband's territories, declare the world government as our deadly enemy. It was a powerful declaration, so much in fact that Aokiji and Shire Nico immediately got on guard. Jun looked hurt and in disbelief. Primrose. Mother, are you sure about this? Hancock had to ask a second time. If what she said was the truth, then she'd be obliged to engage Jun and Aokiji right now. Primrose wasn't a nobody. Veyron had given her a lot of power, it was more than just writing paperwork, but that was a power she had been reluctant to use until now. The army went way beyond just the Kuja fleet. Shandora, Skypia, Rusukana, and Amazon Lily each had their separate armies separate from the fleet, all under her, Veyron and Mihawk's control. Those weren't words that could be taken back. It was not a declaration of war, but it was a declaration of animosity that implied that she'd stop at nothing to protect Veyron and their land from the world government. Any agent of Cypherpole, any marine, any celestial dragon, any individual employed by the world government that dares trespass our maritime and air borders is going to be erased without exceptions. I don't trust any of you one bit. There won't be negotiations. Half of the national tribute, take it or leave it. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer in the next 2 minutes, then I'll have to stop considering the Kingdom of Ryago as a neutral territory and the Kuja fleet shall openly engage both of your admirals. So make your decision now and stop wasting my time, I have places to be. Primrose wasn't playing games. One could tell she was beyond upset and the glare in her eyes was fixed against a stuttery Jun whose fists were clenched. From that gaze she sensed a threat. But as a woman, she understood where Primrose's wrath was coming from. It was the wrath that originated from fear. Don't do this, Primrose. I'm not your enemy. I lost my best friend, I lost half of my ship, then it happened again, we lost them again in Dressrosa. I almost lost my daughters, I even forgot them, in Wano I almost lost my husband. I will not repeat myself, Jun. There won't be negotiations.